Chapter 601. Why don't you just tell them that you've also broken through the cosmic heaven's gate? Golostin knocked his forehead and looked at the smiling Chunan with a headache. You even deliberately took a palm strike from Rudy Carl? Is it very fun to hide your strength and toy with him? It's very interesting. Chunan's quick nod in answer immediately made Golostin speechless. He looked at Chunan for a while and waved his hand weakly. Forget it, you students can resolve your own matters. As long as you don't go overboard, I won't interfere. However, let me remind you that even if you break through the cosmic heaven's gate, you might not be able to win against Rudy Carl. Be careful. Chunan immediately nodded. In addition, no matter what you do, you should hand in the test report properly, right? Look. Golostin angrily knocked on the virtual screen that did not feel real. On it was the trial report that Chunan had just handed in. What's written here? You killed several second stage to third stage void break martial artists and defeated and killed 2 fourth stage void break martial artists each? I'm warning you, Chunan. Not only can the fake trial report not give you points, but it will also deduct your original student points according to the degree. Think carefully. Chunan thought for a moment and stretched out his hand. Yes, I was wrong. Teacher Golostin, can I take back this trial report? I'll submit a real trial report later. Of course, Golostin could tell that Chunan did not admit his mistake at all, but this was not the final trial report and had not been recorded in the Academy's evaluation system. It was not a problem for Chunan to ask to take it back. Although he was strict, he was actually willing to give the students enough opportunities to correct themselves. After thinking for a moment, he deleted Chunan's trial report from the system. If you dare to do this again, I'll directly cancel your results in this trial and submit a punishment application to the Academy. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Chunan nodded obediently and pretended to admit his mistake. Golostin sighed softly. This guy had really been worrisome ever since he entered the Academy. Right, you were with Supremacy Ovally before. Yes. Why did Supremacy Ovally suddenly come to Planet Lepler this time? Angie Prairie asked her to come because she wanted to return with Supremacy Ovally to focus on cultivation. Chunan's answer was not wrong in general, but it hit the most important thing related to the Holy Mountain. Golostin did not hear any problem, so he nodded and did not ask further. He looked at the virtual screen and instructed Chunan on his next schedule. He specially instructed him not to leave Nightclub City before letting him go. After walking out of Golostin's temporary office, Chunan frowned and suddenly smiled bitterly. He suddenly discovered that there was an old saying that was really true. Every lie had to be covered with more lies. Now, in order to hide his true encounter with Angie Prairie these few days, he had said a lot of things in front of his teachers and classmates. It would be difficult to explain things in the future. Just as he was about to go out to find Mondeo, the door of the room beside him opened and Xing Daoxing's head poked out. When he saw Chunan standing outside, he revealed a happy expression and waved at him. Chunan walked over in confusion. Xing Daoxing looked around and pulled him into the room before asking mysteriously, Chunan, I heard you saw Supremacy Ovally. Looking at Xing Daoxing's yearning face and shining eyes, Chunan groaned in his mind. Alright, other than those female classmates, there was actually such a crazy fan hidden among the teachers. 2 hours later, Chunan left Xing Daoxing's room exhausted. Looking out, it was already close to noon. At this moment, the students who had returned to report had already dispersed. They would only return at night when they gathered. The small courtyard returned to silence. When Chunan walked into the courtyard, he discovered that not only was Rudy Carl gone, even Mondeo had disappeared. Looking around, other than him, he did not see a single student. Chunan turned around and gave up on the thought of returning to lunch with Golostin, Xing Daoxing, and the other teachers. As soon as he walked out of the small courtyard, he was surprised to discover a thin figure squatting with his hands around his knees. Xiao, why are you here? Xiao, who was vigilantly observing the surrounding situation, immediately jumped up. When she saw Chunan, she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. That's great. I finally waited for you to come out. How did you know I was back? Did you wait here for a long time? Not long. Xiao shook her head. It was Dongfang who told the high priest that you were back. Then, the high priest asked me to come and find you. Why did the high priest let you come alone? Chunan frowned slightly. This will be very dangerous. Chunan noticed that Xiao did not even bring her contact lenses. Her blue gem-like eyes were exposed. Wasn't this clearly telling others that she was from the Rand clan? In Nightclub City, it was naturally very dangerous to do this. No, it won't be dangerous. Unexpectedly, Xiao shook her head and revealed a brilliant smile. She puffed out her chest slightly and grabbed the clothes in front of her chest to signal to Chunan, look, I have this now. If I leave Nightclub City, no one will find trouble with me. Chunan focused his gaze and discovered that Xiao had a very unique brooch on her chest. What's this? This is Nightclub City. Xiao tilted her head and thought for a moment. Oh, right. The certification symbol of the management committee. With it, it's equivalent to obtaining the unified certification of the few large gangs in Nightclub City. I'll be jointly protected by the few large gangs, so no one will threaten me. There's such a thing. Chunan was immediately stunned. How did it come about? I don't know. Dongfang gave it to me. Xiao shook her head. He said that he can only give me one for the time being, so I can only come out alone. However, he also said that he's fighting to obtain this symbol for all his clansmen. This way, we can live freely in Nightclub City in the future. I've been bringing it around in Nightclub City these few days. Indeed, no one will come to find trouble with me. It's very powerful. Oh. Chunan was a little surprised. Dongfang is really capable of actually being able to obtain such a good thing for you. However, Xiao, even with this thing, it's best for you to hide your identity. If someone doesn't even care about the threat of the few large gangs and wants to attack you, it'll be bad. I'm not afraid, Xiao said confidently. If someone really comes to capture me, I'll just crawl underground and escape. Don't think that your Earth escape technique is invincible. Chunan shook his head and stepped on the ground. The soil under his feet immediately rose as if it had come alive and twisted. A moment later, it condensed into Xiao's statue. Xiao looked at the statue in surprise and was stunned for a long time before realizing it. Oh my goddess, Chunan, have you already obtained the cultivation method inheritance from the Holy Mountain? Chunan smiled. Let's go. Call that kid Dongfang along. Let's go find the high priest and talk while eating. Chapter 602. You mean, Supremacy Overly wants to stay on planet Lepler for a period of time and personally help the Rand clansmen of the Holy Mountain reach a cooperation agreement with the Sand Eagle. Dongfang knocked on the table in front of him and raised his head slightly. He frowned and pondered for a moment. It's really surprising. It's also, a very valuable piece of information. What? Chunan looked at him in amusement. What's wrong with you, kid? Hey, don't slander me. Dongfang immediately retorted, that's Supremacy Overly we're talking about. Why would I have the guts to do anything bad? I just feel that, since there's such a good opportunity, it's too wasteful not to make good use of it. At this point, Dongfang was shocked and looked at Chunan with a burning gaze. You're very close to Angie Prairie, right? Then can you help me introduce me to Supremacy Overly? Chunan looked at him in confusion. Didn't you say in the past that your father had even thought of hiring a star-grade martial artist to be your martial arts teacher, but you refused? Your family is so powerful. Could it be that even Supremacy Overly needs me to introduce her to you? Nonsense, you believe I'm bragging? That star-grade martial artist is my father's friend. I've called him uncle since I was young. I'm very familiar with him and know a few other star-grade martial artists in the Federation, but Supremacy Overly can't. She's very special among the 19 star-grade martial artists in the Federation. I've rarely heard of anyone being close to her. I don't think I know her. Is that so? Why do I feel that Supremacy Overly is very easy to approach? Chunan recalled the scene of him meeting Supremacy Overly from the beginning to the moment before he left yesterday. He felt that she was completely a very amiable sister. Not only could he not see her true age, but he also could not see anything about her that was difficult to approach. Even when facing the Rand clansmen in the Holy Mountain, she was only strict with Priest Famai. She still looked easy to approach in front of others. Nonsense. You only think she's easy to approach because you have a good relationship with Angie Prairie. Try someone else. Dongfang cursed. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Just tell me, okay. Chunan shrugged. Of course, it's not a problem to introduce you to Supremacy Overly, but you have to tell me what you want to do, right? Otherwise, if I run to Supremacy Overly and tell her that someone wants to know you, do you believe that she won't treat you as an ordinary fan and reject you? That's true. Dongfang thought for a moment, stood up, and walked out. I'll contact the servants and discuss something. I'll tell you when I return. You guys chat first. After saying that, Dongfang waved his hand and left the room. As soon as he walked out, Xiao, who had been silent, immediately darted to Chunan's side and looked at him with shining eyes. Chunan, quickly tell me what the Holy Mountain is like. Is it really as majestic as the legends say? Are the clansmen in the Holy Mountain all golden? Isn't everyone very powerful? Also, is that Supremacy Overly you mentioned more powerful? What does a star-grade martial artist mean? How can she kill everyone from Sand Eagle alone? You even said that she's a saintess? What does that mean? Xiao. The high priest sitting opposite Chunan shouted and stopped Xiao's questioning. She raised her head to look at Chunan and pondered for a moment before asking, have the elders and priests of the Holy Mountain really decided to cooperate with the Sand Eagle? Chunan looked at the high priest and did not know her true thoughts when she asked this question. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and decided to answer truthfully. Yes, this is also to resolve future trouble. If we don't confirm this while Supremacy Overly is around, the Holy Mountain will always be threatened by the Sand Eagle in the future. Moreover, the elders and priests in the Holy Mountain have also changed their minds through this matter and decided to change the usually closed tradition of the Rand clan and work hard to communicate with the outside world. Before I left, the high priest of the Holy Mountain, Zima, expressed that she would contact all the Rand clan tribes scattered on the planet Lepler in the future and build a home for the Rand clan. The high priest chuckled and slowly shook her head. This idea is very good, but how can it be so easy to achieve? Why not? Xiao immediately retorted, this idea is very good. I've been walking around Nightclub City these few days and discovered that the outside world is much better than our race. If we can be like them, our clansmen won't have to always be hungry and worry about surviving every winter. 2 days ago, Dongfang also said that he hoped to contact more Rand clansmen through us and help us live a better life. If we can contact the Holy Mountain, we can contact more clansmen. The high priest looked at Chunan and then at the door of the room. She shook her head and sighed without continuing. Chunan glanced at Xiao in surprise. When this girl first came into contact with him, she was clearly a girl who was ignorant of the world. She was ignorant of the outside world and was as naive as a fool. It had only been a few days since they last met, but she could actually say such a thing. He really had to treat her differently. However, from the meaning of her words, she had been brainwashed by Dongfang. She felt that there was nothing wrong with these words. An old person like the high priest who had experienced the vicissitudes of life would definitely not believe them so easily. After thinking for a moment, Chunan said seriously, High priest, forgive me for being blunt, but if your Rand clan still doesn't think of a way to change, your future situation will only become more and more difficult. Even if the Sand Eagle has retreated under the deterrence of supremacy ovally, she can't stay on planet Lepler forever. There are many other factions outside the Sand Eagle who want to attack you. If you don't change yourself and become stronger, it's still impossible. The High Priest sighed again. I understand this logic, but our Rand clan has already guarded the old tradition for too long. It's not that simple to change it. It's fine even if it's difficult. We'll just work hard to do it. Xiao waved her fists and looked energetic. Seeing her appearance, Chunan laughed. In just a few days, Xiao had changed greatly. Xiao is right. It will naturally be difficult to change, but even those elders and priests of the Holy Mountain are willing to change for the fate of the Rand clan. High Priest, what other concerns do you have? The High Priest opened her mouth and was about to speak when Dongfang's laughter sounded outside the door. He smiled and pushed the door open. Chunan is right. It's naturally very difficult to change the situation of your Rand clan. However, if there's nothing at all, it's meaningless to do this. High Priest, your Rand clan actually has enough ability and capital to change your situation. As long as you don't continue to cling to that so-called tradition, this matter is actually not as difficult as you think. The High Priest raised her head and looked at Dongfang in silence. Clearly, neither Chunan's nor Dongfang's words could move her. Dongfang shrugged and did not mind her attitude. He turned to Chunan and Xiao and said, "The two of you, prepare to participate in a banquet with me." Chunan and Xiao looked at each other. Why did it become the two of them attending the banquet after Dongfang went out to contact someone? Chapter 603. The hall of the largest hotel in Night City was brightly lit and filled with people. Countless celebrities and beauties with gorgeous clothes and different temperaments shuttled around, surrounding those true important figures who were perhaps extremely famous in the public or perhaps not famous at all. Immediately, this banquet was filled with a high-end and luxurious aura. Chunan glanced at the familiar buildings and the similarly familiar crowd. He then looked at his familiar companions and almost thought that he had transmigrated back to the day he followed Xiao to the banquet. Of course, it was still very different from the previous time. The most obvious difference was that Xiao was not like a hungry ghost who was reincarnated last time. She stared at the food on the table and did not let go. In the end, she still had to rely on Chunan's help to eat. Now, Xiao was wearing an evening gown that Dongfang had prepared for her. She had even specially put on some makeup on her face. Coupled with her beautiful face, long and beautiful figure that she had been exercising all year round, and the most charming pair of blue eyes, just standing there was filled with temptation. Moreover, compared to the celebrity beauties shuttling around the hall, the wild aura on Xiao's body was still very strong. It did not fade at all. At first glance, it did not match the evening gown in this banquet, but when combined, it had an especially charm and easily attracted the gazes of countless people. Looking at Xiao, who was unaware of this and her gaze still jumping between the delicacies on the table, Chunan could not help but laugh. No wonder when Xiao told the High Priest that she wanted to change the lives of her clansmen, the first thing she said was that she did not need to always be hungry. It seemed that the living environment of their race in the wasteland was too poor, causing Xiao to often be hungry, so her desire for food could not be changed. Xiao, if you want to eat something, go get it. Don't just watch. Chunan pointed at the dining table in front of him. Xiao immediately looked away like a frightened rabbit and shook her head. No, Dongfang said that I'm here as the image representative of the Rand clan today. I have to restrain myself as much as possible and not be too embarrassed. As she spoke, Xiao could not help but turn her gaze to the dining table. Chunan laughed and shook his head. He simply walked over and picked up a huge plate. He did not care about others' gazes and filled the entire plate with meat from the dining table. He only matched it with a few vegetables before bringing it back. Come, let's find a place to eat slowly. You just have to pay attention to your small bites. No one will laugh at you. Chunan looked around and found an empty table in the corner. He brought Xiao over and sat down. He put down the plate and grabbed a roasted leg of an unknown animal before tearing it apart. Yes, it tastes good. Xiao, why are you looking at me? Eat. Xiao blankly looked at Chunan eating meat and her throat moved. Clearly, she swallowed her saliva. Chunan looked at her and could not help but laugh. Alright, you don't have to learn my way of eating. Since Dongfang taught you some banquet etiquette, he clearly taught you dining etiquette too, right? Eat carefully. Xiao nodded and stared at the large plate of meat in front of her for a while before picking up the knife and fork beside her. She carefully cut off a piece with clearly unskilled actions and ate it with a refined expression. Chunan shook his head and thought to himself that this was really difficult. She had originally lived freely in the wasteland, but now, she was forcefully thrown into this high-end event and was restricted by all kinds of restrictions. If not for the fact that Dongfang could help her fulfill her dream of letting her clansmen live a good life, Xiao would probably not have been able to endure it. Speaking of Dongfang, where did this kid go? Chunan bit off another piece of meat and frowned as he looked around. He still did not see Dongfang. Ever since this guy entered the banquet, he had Chunan bring Xiao here to slowly enjoy the banquet while he disappeared with his subordinates. Since he had brought Chunan and Xiao here, it was obvious that he had a reason. However, he had not seen anyone for so long and it was really annoying to make Chunan wait here. One had to know that tonight was the gathering time set by teacher Golostan. According to the advance notice, all the students had to report to the gathering before 12 p.m. local time in Nightclub City so that they could take the spaceflight to Leviathan tomorrow morning. Chunan took the lead to look at the personal terminal on his wrist and discovered that it was already close to 9 p.m. If this kid doesn't come back soon, I have to ask him. Chunan glanced at Xiao, who was still eating carefully with her head lowered. He thought for a moment and opened his personal terminal to send a message to Angie Prairie. The call was quickly picked up. Angie Prairie's figure appeared, but there was still light behind her. The time zone at the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan was a few times earlier than Nightclub City. It was currently afternoon. Thanks to Chunan's request for the support of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce, the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan had already been included in the range of the Milky Way network with the technical support of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce. This allowed Chunan to conveniently communicate with Angie Prairie remotely. "Heh, Chunan, what are you doing? I hear that it's very noisy on your side." As soon as Angie Prairie appeared on the virtual screen and saw Chunan, she immediately revealed a brilliant smile. "I'm participating in a boring banquet." Chunan yawned and turned the virtual screen to the side, with Xiao. Hearing Chunan mention her, Xiao raised her head and saw Angie Prairie on the virtual screen. She happily waved at her. However, at this moment, she happened to use the knife to cut off a piece of meat. With a wave of her hand, she threw the piece of meat on the tip of the knife away. Xiao looked at the piece of meat that was thrown to the ground with resentment. She seemed to have made up her mind before retracting her gaze and asking Angie Prairie, "Hello, Angie Prairie. I heard from Chunan that you're now at our Rand clan's Holy Mountain." "Yes, do you want to see?" Angie Prairie also adjusted the angle of the virtual screen over there and included the Rand clan's Holy Mountain corridor behind her. Xiao was originally filled with anticipation, but after looking around, she revealed a disappointed expression. "So the Holy Mountain is only an ordinary mountain?" Chunan immediately laughed. "Nonsense, what else do you think it is? A golden mountain that looks especially tall." Xiao shook her head in confusion. I don't know. It's just that in the legends of our clansmen, the Holy Mountain is very tall and is the holy land of our Rand clan. Xiao bit her lip as if she could not think of a way to describe it. Chunan was not interested in explaining the ruthless difference between the ideal holy land in his mind and reality. He turned around the virtual screen and asked Angie Prairie, "Hey, Angie Prairie, is Supremacy Overly still here? I have something to discuss with her." Chapter 604. Angie Prairie quickly found Supremacy Overly. Chunan briefly told her about Xiao and the Rand tribe she was in and mentioned Dongfang, indicating that he was his good friend. In the end, he said carefully, "About that. Dongfang is thinking of a way to change the living environment of Xiao and her tribe. He heard that you're also on planet Lepler and helping the Rand clan, so he want to cooperate with you. No, he wants to obtain your help to help the Rand clan improve their living environment." "Look." Supremacy overly grinned. "Kid, there's no need to beat around the bush in front of me. Just say it directly. Tell me, does this kid called Dongfang think that he can use me to do something because I'm a star-grade martial artist?" Chunan scratched his head awkwardly. "How can he dare to use you? It's just, I just want you to help. What do you think? That girl called Xiao from the Rand clan is beside you, right? Let me take a good look at her." Supremacy Overly did not answer. Instead, she made a request. Chunan turned the virtual screen to Xiao in confusion and leaned closer under Supremacy Overly's reminder. He glanced at the stunned Xiao. "Yes, that's right. Contact me after you find that kid called Dongfang and get him to tell me his thoughts." Chunan was immediately overjoyed. Supremacy Overly did not reject immediately, proving that there was hope. With Dongfang's eloquence, it was very likely that he would persuade her. "Right, Chunan, I probably won't be able to be in the academy for a long time. There's no way to increase the student points, so you can only rely on yourself to exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body." Angie Prairie leaned over. "Not a problem." Chunan shrugged. "In any case, I have a special technique to increase points. You know." Angie Prairie smiled and waved at Chunan. Just as she was about to close the communication, Supremacy Overly suddenly added, "Kid, remember this. If Mu Yatong comes to find you again, don't agree." Chunan was stunned. Mu Yatong would look for him? Why would he look for Chunan? Just as he was about to ask, someone seemed to be shouting for Supremacy Overly. She waved her hand and turned to leave. Chunan could only look at Angie Prairie. Angie Prairie shrugged. "Don't ask me. I don't know. In any case, just listen to Master. She won't harm you." Chunan muttered in his mind and could only nod before ending the call. After turning off his personal terminal, Chunan leaned back in his chair and pondered the last sentence of Supremacy Overly. She said that Mu Yatong would come looking for him again. Why? After thinking carefully, the only possibility was probably because he had heard that Chunan had broken through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate and broken the judgment he had made with Supremacy Norman. Then he'll feel that he's embarrassed and come find trouble with me. Chunan immediately shook his head and rejected this thought. As a star-grade martial artist, how could he be so petty? Moreover, if he really did this, it would be too embarrassing if word got out. He would definitely be criticized by everyone. Or was it because Chunan could break his judgment and surprise him? Then, he recalled what he had said previously. If Chunan did not have any hope of breaking through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate, would he take him in as his disciple and decide to take him in? If that's the case, should I agree? Chunan frowned and shook his head again. No, although it was extremely tempting to become the disciple of a star-grade martial artist, Chunan would definitely not agree. A good horse did not turn back. Moreover, this grass was poisonous. If not for Mu Yatong publicly expressing last year that it was impossible for Chunan to break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate, he would not have suffered so much disdain and discrimination. Many things would have been much smoother. Of course, if not for his words stimulating Chunan's unyielding personality and fighting spirit, he would probably not have grown so quickly. However, no matter what, Chunan still had a grudge against Mu Yatong. It was impossible for him to accept becoming his disciple. Moreover, if he really wanted to become the disciple of a star-grade martial artist, Chunan might as well beg Supremacy Ovally. With Angie Prairie's relationship, even if Supremacy Ovally did not agree to Chunan taking her in as his disciple, it should not be a problem to give him some deep guidance. Moreover, Chunan had already grasped one of Supremacy Ovally's core cultivation methods, the Flame of Life. He was simply similar to a disciple. Of course, the most important reason was that Chunan had actually relied on his special data ability and his luck to gradually walk his own martial arts path. Almost every cultivation method he had grasped now had already far surpassed his predecessors. Even his meridians could not be compared to any martial artist. Under such circumstances, although it was difficult for him to persist in figuring out his own cultivation, his future was definitely wider than becoming someone else's disciple. Most importantly, he was confident. After figuring this out, Chunan immediately felt his eyes light up. His thoughts instantly became clear and his entire body seemed to have relaxed. He could not help but smile. The focus in his eyes focused again and he discovered that a middle-aged man was walking straight over. Chunan stared at that person as he walked up to him. He sized up Chunan and Xiao and bowed to them. He said in a respectful tone, "Are you Mr. Chunan and Miss Xiao?" Chunan sized him up in confusion. "Who are you?" "I'm here on Lord Dongfang's orders to welcome you and Miss Xiao to the private banquet he's attending. Please follow me." Chunan frowned and did not move. "Dongfang sent you? Why didn't he come himself? Why didn't he send someone I know?" The private banquet that Lord Dongfang is participating in now requires a high degree of secrecy and can't easily contact the outside world. It can only be contacted by a servant like me. Please forgive me. After saying that, that person reached into his bosom and took out a small and unique brooch before handing it to Chunan. "This is the token that Lord Dongfang handed to me. Please take a look." Chunan took it and glanced at it. After confirming that it was the brooch that Dongfang had pinned on his chest when he participated in the banquet today, he thought for a moment and nodded before waving at Xiao. "Let's go." The two of them stood up and followed that person out of the banquet hall and into the garden at the back. After walking around, they had already left the commotion in front and entered a quiet environment. Chunan looked around and the person in front seemed to have sensed his actions. He turned around and smiled. "The confidentiality of this private banquet is very high and the location is very hidden. Please try not to make too much noise so as to not alarm others." "Oh." Chunan smiled, "You're afraid that you'll alarm the others and it'll be difficult to deal with us, right?" That person's eyelids twitched. "Mr. Chunan, you've misunderstood. After he finished speaking, Chunan's figure moved and he arrived in front of him before slapping down. That person was shocked and immediately raised his hand to slap back. His palm strike was serious and filled with internal breath. Clearly, he was a good internal breath expert. However, how could Chunan's current strength be compared to an ordinary internal breath realm martial artist? When this palm slapped down, it only changed slightly before it slapped the palm that he counterattacked with, forcefully pressing his entire right arm back and landing heavily on his chest. That person spat out a mouthful of blood and wanted to retreat, but Chunan had already grabbed his neck and coldly said, "Tell me, how's Dongfang now?" Chapter 605. That person grabbed Chunan's hand with all his might. As he struggled, he said with great difficulty, You've misunderstood. Lord Dongfang, he's fine. You still want to lie to me?" Chunan's eyes turned cold as he exerted strength in his hand and directly stopped the second half of his sentence. Then, he took out the brooch that the person had taken out as a token and sneered, "This brooch is indeed identical to the other appearances on Dongfang's chest today. Unfortunately, the brooch on Dongfang's chest was deliberately broken before he left, but this brooch is still intact. You want to use this brooch to lie to me? Tell me, how is he now?" After asking, Chunan relaxed his hand slightly. That person immediately took a deep breath and looked at the brooch in his hand in surprise. Clearly, he did not expect to expose himself in such an inconspicuous place. He blankly looked at Chunan for a moment before sneering. Kid, since you've already discovered it, I won't hide it from you anymore. That's right, Dongfang is in our hands now. If you don't want him to die, listen to me obediently and leave with me. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Chunan shook his head and suddenly raised his hand to slap that person's chest. He heard a cracking sound in the night. The bones in that person's chest had been broken by Chunan's palm. In the end, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and instantly fell to the ground. It was obvious that he was no longer alive. Only then did Xiao react. She glanced at the heavily injured person on the ground and cried out in surprise, "Chunan, why did you kill him? If he's dead, we won't be able to inquire about Dongfang." Chunan ignored Xiao and opened his personal terminal to send a communication request to Dongfang. After waiting for a while, the call was still not picked up. Chunan's expression sank. After a moment of silence, he squatted down and slapped the chest of the person who was still spitting out blood. This palm strike did not plan to directly take his life, but a milky white light seeped out. The flame of life was activated. Coupled with the traces of green aura that seeped in, it quickly healed more than half of the serious injuries that almost killed that person and pulled him back from death. Seeing that person recover and open his eyes, Chunan looked at him coldly. "Tell me the truth. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you experience death again." That person's face was extremely pale and his gaze towards Chunan was filled with fear. It would be fine if Chunan really slapped him to death, but now, he was actually able to save him from such a dangerous situation. This was simply much more terrifying than slapping him to death. When he recalled that Chunan actually had such an unbelievable method and that his life was completely under his control, the resistance in that person's heart immediately decreased. I say, Dongfang actually. As soon as that person spoke, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and raised his left hand to draw half a circle in the air. Puff, puff, puff. A few cold lights suddenly flashed, but they were all stopped by Chunan. Then, they emitted muffled sounds like sharp blades stabbing a tree trunk and landed on the ground. Then, 7 to 8 figures darted out in the night and pounced at Chunan and Xiao from all directions. Xiao, stay by his side. Don't let him die. Chunan instructed and tapped his feet. His body immediately darted out and invaded the nearest figure before slapping out. That person clearly did not expect Chunan to move so quickly. After being shocked, his figure could not help but slow down. He raised his hand and threw a punch at Chunan. However, Chunan's palm instantly spread out and completely enveloped him like fallen leaves, causing him to be unable to dodge. Bang! Chunan's palm gently avoided all the other party's defense and landed on his lower abdomen. That person's stomach completely sank, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying at a speed several times faster than before, sending countless flowers and plants in the hotel garden behind him flying. Immediately, a series of bangs sounded, and it was especially ear-piercing in the night sky. As soon as the voice sounded, Chunan had already arrived beside another figure. Without giving the other party any chance to resist, he threw a punch and broke the arms of that person in front of his chest. The remaining force landed on his chest and smashed a huge pit. That person was heavily smashed to the ground by Chunan's punch, causing a pit to appear in the thick soil, and he fell to the ground. Only then did the others react and surround Chunan. Although these people's martial techniques were not weak and their cooperation was tacit, making it obvious that they were well trained, they were only medium-level internal breath martial artists in the end, and the difference in strength was huge. Chunan's figure flashed a few times and he defeated these people. If not for the fact that he had deliberately shown mercy in order to inquire about Dongfang, none of these guys would have survived. After dealing with them, Chunan returned to the person who led the way and picked him up. Alright, no one's disturbing us now. Can you tell me Dongfang's current situation? That person was already completely stunned by Chunan's performance. When preparing for so many ambushes, he still felt that he had been too careful. Chunan and the girl from the Rand clan were not old. Even if they cultivated martial techniques, their strength would definitely be limited. They only needed 3 to 5 internal breath experts to easily take them down. However, when his 8 companions attacked at the same time, Chunan only attacked alone and easily killed them. This kid was too terrifying. When he recalled that his companions had acted as if they wanted to silence him as soon as they attacked, he gritted his teeth and could not care less. He replied, Actually, I don't know Dongfang's current situation. Chunan exerted strength in his hand. Then why did you send so many people? I only listened to the higher-ups' instructions to bring you out and cooperate with them to capture you somewhere. Chunan focused his gaze on him and could tell from the fear and a trace of anger in his eyes that he should not be lying. He pondered for a moment and turned to Xiao. Return to the banquet hall first and take care of yourself. I should be back in a while. Xiao was shocked. What do you want to do? I want to go too. I'm going to investigate the situation, so don't follow. To be honest, with your strength, you'll be a burden if you follow, Chunan said bluntly. As long as you protect yourself like before, we'll talk about other things when I return. Xiao lowered her head and gritted her teeth. After a moment, she nodded lightly. All right, go. Chunan watched as Xiao walked towards the banquet hall. It was not until he saw her enter the hall that he picked up the person in his hand again. At the same time, he picked up the other guy who had been knocked to the ground and tapped his feet, bringing the two of them into the air. All right, bring me to the place you want to bring us over now. Don't think of playing tricks, or you know the consequences. The two of them lowered their heads to look at the distance below and were even more frightened. This kid was actually a void break martial artist. Chapter 606. Looking at the notification that his personal terminal was still flashing and could not be picked up, Chunan frowned even more. This was already the 4th time he had tried to send a message to Dongfang, but he could not answer every time. It showed that either Dongfang's personal terminal had been tampered with or he was in an environment where he could not connect to the outside world. If it was the latter, it would be fine. Perhaps he was indeed participating in an extremely private gathering and required a certain amount of confidentiality. This was normal. However, if it was the former, it would be very dangerous. After waiting for a while, when he saw that his personal terminal still did not move, Chunan sighed and closed it. He raised his leg and kicked the butt of the person he had thrown beside him. He pointed at a very white building in front of him and asked, It's there, right? That person's body shook and he looked in the direction Chunan was pointing at and nodded. Yes, that's it. Looking at his terrified expression, Chunan nodded in satisfaction. This guy and his companion had been beaten until they were infinitely close to death by him several times just now and had been forcefully saved. Now, their minds had been completely broken by the torture, so they did not dare to lie to him anymore. After kicking this person unconscious, Chunan picked up the two of them and did not fly out of the sky like before. Instead, he carefully observed the surrounding environment and confirmed a route before quietly sneaking towards the warehouse-like building. With the advantage of the shadows of the surrounding buildings in the night, Chunan did not spend much effort to sneak nearby and find the most remote corner to stick to. He pressed his ear against the wall and listened carefully for a while. He could rely on the small sound wave vibration to determine that there should be many people inside, but their voices were not loud and were controlled very well. Looking around, Chunan's body quietly floated up along the shadows of the wall. He arrived beside a window more than 4 meters above the ground and calculated the shadows before carefully looking in. With a glance, Chunan was immediately shocked. The space inside was as large as it looked from the outside. but the huge space was not empty at this moment. At this moment, more than 10 people were tied together in the middle. There were men and women, old and young, and they were surrounded by burly men who were clearly not good people. Many of them were holding weapons, and their ferocious gazes were revealed. What really surprised Chunan was that 2 people were lying motionless in the empty space between the 2 groups. From the position they were lying on, it was obvious that they were already dead. Chunan's gaze swept past the burly men beside him and discovered that he did not know them. When his gaze swept past the faces of the people tied in the middle, he discovered that a few of them looked familiar. After carefully identifying them for a while and cooperating with the impression analysis in his mind, Chunan finally confirmed that these familiar people were the guests he was talking to when he went to see Dongfang last time. These guests were subordinates of a certain great merchant in the Earth Federation's caravan. Could it be that these people are all from the Federation? Chunan narrowed his eyes slightly and seriously sized up the environment in the room again before starting to think. Killing the surrounding burly men was not too difficult for him, but how to protect the lives of the people in the middle needed to be carefully considered. Chunan carefully observed for a while and memorized the trajectory of everyone's actions. His mind slowly became focused on the next action plan. After patiently waiting for a while, he saw that one of the 2 burly men holding weapons and aiming at the people closest to him suddenly raise his head and yawn. Chunan raised his hand and gently knocked on the window in front of him, shattering the old glass on it. Splash! The sound of glass shattering immediately attracted the attention of the people in the room. However, this group of burly men looked well trained. Not everyone turned their gazes over. Some of the burly men still stared at the group in the middle without relaxing. However, Chunan's actions did not end there. After knocking on the glass, he did not stop at all. His body slid down and grabbed a person who had been knocked out by him. With a wave of his hand, he threw him high into the air, drawing an arc in the air, and he happened to cross the roof of the warehouse and land in the empty space in front of the door with extreme precision. The muffled sound of his body hitting the ground attracted the attention of the acquaintances at the door and near it. When he heard the cries of the few people in front, Chunan flashed again and carried the remaining person who had ambushed him to the back of the warehouse. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the thick wall of the warehouse before extending his internal breath. This wall made of rocks immediately became like tofu and was easily dug out by Chunan from the middle without causing any commotion. This was one of the uses of the high-level cultivation method of the earth element. Chunan continued to carry that person and carefully entered. Then, he found a dark corner to hide and listen to the commotion ahead. A moment later, the person he threw in front of him woke up. Just as he spoke and attracted the attention of more people, Chunan raised his hand and threw the remaining guy up. Under Chunan's hidden exquisite strength, that person rolled around above the warehouse and was exposed to the bright light inside. The shadows that continuously rolled underground immediately attracted the attention of the others. Everyone looked up. The 2 burly men with weapons had not moved previously, but this time, when the shadow above their heads swept past them and blocked the light shooting down from above, they could not help but narrow their eyes slightly and raise their heads. Chunan had been waiting for this moment. The moment they raised their heads, the 2 rocks that Chunan had dug out of the wall shot out at the same time and accurately struck the muzzles of the old guns held by the 2 burly men. Tap, 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 tap. A series of flames flickered and countless bullets shot out from the muzzle. They narrowly passed the group of people in the middle, but they swept in the few burly men beside them. As several screams sounded, the dozen or so lights above the warehouse were extinguished at the same time. The entire warehouse instantly fell into darkness. At this moment, Chunan finally moved. When he was hiding in the corner, he was as quiet as a lifeless rock, but this action was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed more than 30 meters and arrived beside the group of people surrounded in the middle. Then, he slapped out and mobilized the surrounding spatial energy. A huge force erupted in an arc and immediately sent the group of burly men still in a chaotic state flying. Tap, tap, tap. In the darkness, countless gunshots sounded. Chapter 607. To the current Chunan, it was naturally impossible for old gunpowder guns to pose any threat. However, in order to protect the people tied to the ground behind him, he still had to focus. He relied on his powerful data ability to completely control the surrounding environment and block every bullet that shot over at every moment, killing every possible threat in advance. Moreover, just passive defense was clearly not enough. While blocking the bullets and all the other attacks, Chunan still had to take the time to defeat the surrounding burly men. In fact, with his current strength and the help of his data ability, this was not too difficult, but it still made him busy. However, he only felt a little flustered in the beginning. However, after quickly adapting to the current situation and the surrounding enemies were defeated by him one by one, the threat gradually decreased. He gradually felt relaxed. Before long, the surrounding gunmen became fewer and fewer. When the last burly man was knocked down by Chunan, the gunshots in the warehouse completely stopped and fell silent. Chunan took a deep breath but did not completely relax. Be it in novels or movies, he had seen too many things that happened when he defeated an enemy and felt that he could relax. Now, he could not allow himself to make such a mistake. After waiting quietly for a while and confirming that the surrounding burly men were silent, Chunan opened his left hand. A ball of flames lit up in his palm and illuminated the space in the warehouse again. He walked to the group of people and glanced at them. His gaze landed on the faces of the people who looked familiar to him and he asked, "You're President Gates' subordinates, right?" Those people looked at Chunan in surprise and carefully sized up the flames for a while. One of the middle-aged men's eyes moved as if he had thought of something. He wanted to speak, but it turned into a whimper. "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot." Chunan was afraid of his head and went forward to take off the cloth ball stuffed in their mouths before helping them loosen the rope. the group of people regained their freedom. The middle-aged man who reacted earlier asked Chunan in surprise, I remember you. You're young Master Dongfang's subordinate, right? I saw you last time I visited young Master Dong with the president. Chunan nodded and could not be bothered to explain that he was not Dongfang's subordinate. He looked around and asked the others, you're all from our Earth Federation? Yes, they're all from our caravan. They're subordinates of the various Chamber of Commerce like me. The middle-aged man immediately replied, did young Master Dong send you to save us? Chunan frowned slightly. From this problem, they were probably kidnapped by this group of people like him and did not know Dongfang's current situation. After thinking for a moment, he said to everyone, contact your president now and see if you can talk to him. Everyone was a little strange about Chunan's question, but their expressions changed. Clearly, they recalled that something might have happened to their boss. However, when they were kidnapped, their personal terminals had already been confiscated. They could only use Chunan's personal terminal to contact him. However, after the few of them tried, they discovered that they could not contact him either. After failing, the expression of the European middle-aged man who called himself Saxon sank. I've heard rumors before that the local gangs on planet Lepler don't plan to cooperate with us merchants of the Earth Federation. Instead, they want to find an opportunity to swallow us. These actions today might be targeted at us. The others around him also had gloomy expressions. Clearly, they had thought of this possibility. Now, not only had the other party kidnapped their subordinates, but they had even lost contact with their respective bosses. It could be seen how serious the situation was. Chunan thought for a moment and shook his head. It might not be that serious. If he was really determined to deal with your entire caravan, you would definitely be dead now. Everyone thought about it and felt that Chunan made sense. Their current problem was that they were severely lacking in information, causing them to be unable to determine the exact situation. This, little brother Chunan, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to escort us back. When we contact the caravan, especially the fleet and your series security company, it'll be much better. Be it a real battle or having to retreat, it'll be easier. Their current problem was that they were severely lacking in information, causing them to be unable to determine the exact situation. This group of people could be brought to such a distant place by their respective Chamber of Commerce bosses for an important discussion. They were all quite capable people. Although they were a little flustered when they encountered such a thing, after being saved by Chunan, they could still maintain their calm and quickly recovered. They gathered and prepared to leave this dangerous place. The men, including Saxon, even picked up the weapons dropped by the burly men on the ground and held them in their hands. Their movements looked very skilled. Seeing Chunan's stunned gaze, Saxon smiled and explained, we often go to some backward galaxies to trade. We have to master this old gunpowder weapon. The other men holding weapons also smiled and nodded in agreement. Chunan shook his head and thought to himself that this weapon was only a little threatening to ordinary people. It was meaningless to encounter a slightly stronger martial artist. However, being able to have weapons would more or less reassure this group of people. Under Chunan's protection, the group of people carefully walked out of the warehouse. As soon as they walked out of the warehouse and saw the night outside again, the group of people heaved a sigh of relief. When they were kidnapped by that group of burly men, especially when they saw two of their compatriots being shot in front of them, they thought that they were already dead. However, they did not expect Chunan to suddenly appear and save them from the most dangerous situation. Although they could not see the sun in the night sky outside and there was not even a star, it made them feel like they had seen the sun again. When they turned around to look at Chunan, their hearts were filled with gratitude. Although this young man called Chunan looked to be only around 20 years old, his martial technique was powerful and his actions were extremely stable and careful. It was really rare for him to be able to save all of them under such circumstances and even prevent any of them from being injured. From this, it could be seen that the caravan's decision to spend a large sum of money to hire the series security company to be in charge of the security of the caravan was really an extremely wise decision. Just a random young subordinate of the series security company had such an ability. The strength of the series security company could be imagined. I remember that there are two old motor vehicles parked over there. Let's use those two cars to quickly rush back to the city. Saxon pointed at a shadow on the left of the warehouse door. All right. Chunan nodded and had no objections. Now, the faster this group of people left, the better. If they were late, there would probably be changes. The group of people quickly moved in that direction without any hesitation. He had just taken 2 steps when Chunan's heart suddenly stirred. He looked up at the sky and his expression immediately changed. Chapter 608. The people beside him sensed that something was wrong. When they saw Chunan looking up at the sky, their expressions immediately changed. Although planet Lepler did not have a large enough satellite and the sun could not be seen in the night sky, and tonight was filled with dark clouds, there was not even a star. However, because of the lights of the distant city and the reflection of the surrounding light, the night sky in these suburbs was not so dark. Even if their vision was ordinary, they could easily see 2 figures floating in the night sky and looking down at everyone. Seeing everyone raise their heads, one of the figures sneered and shouted, "Heh, you guys from the Earth Federation are quite capable of actually escaping from those trash. Unfortunately, you can only escape here." Hearing the voice, everyone's hearts, which had been active because they had been saved, quickly sank again. Their expressions were even uglier than when they were tied up. They were naturally knowledgeable people who could follow their bosses here. Even if they had never cultivated martial techniques, they knew very well that since these 2 people in the sky could float in the air, they must be void break martial artists. If the main security personnel of the series security company were here, it would not be a problem to deal with 2 void break martial artists. However, other than Chunan, no one else in their group had passable martial techniques. Even if Chunan had displayed an unexpected super ability earlier, he was still too young in the end. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit. It was impossible for him to deal with the two void break martial artists. Saxon raised his head and glanced at it. His eyes darted around and he immediately made a decision. He lowered his head and leaned towards Chunan before whispering, "Little brother Chunan, find a chance to escape yourself later. We need someone to spread the news here. Apart from you, it's impossible for us to escape. Only you still have a chance." When Saxon's words entered the ears of the people beside him, their expressions dimmed. However, they also knew very well that Saxon was telling the truth. Their group was not powerful martial artists. It was impossible for them to escape from two void break martial artists. From his performance earlier, Chunan still had a chance. Under the current situation, it was impossible to expect everyone to escape. He could only hope that after Chunan escaped, he would immediately contact the powerful forces of the fleet in the Ceres security company and think of a way to save them. The few people beside him were all decisive elites and instantly understood this. One of them, a middle-aged man who looked to be less than 40 years old, waved the gun in his hand and said to the others, "In a while, we'll scatter and escape to bite Chunan sometime." "All right." The surrounding people nodded and looked at Chunan. Their only hope was Chunan. However, Chunan did not seem to understand what everyone meant. Instead, he looked at them in confusion and tilted his head. He asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? Why should I escape alone?" Saxon immediately panicked and grabbed Chunan's shoulder before quickly saying, "Little brother Chunan, is this the time for you to be loyal? If you escape, we still have hope of surviving. If you can't escape, then we have no hope at all. You must find an opportunity to escape later. I believe in your ability." Chunan still shook his head. "Why so troublesome? Can't we just kill these two fellows?" "Ah." The surrounding people were stunned. What nonsense was this kid talking about? Those were two void break martial artists in the sky, but he actually said to kill them? What could he use to kill him? Saxon wanted to persuade him again, but in the next moment, he and the surrounding people opened their mouths in surprise. The shock in their hearts completely suppressed their panic. Chunan tapped his feet and flew up in front of them. Saxon raised his head and looked at Chunan, who had already flown into the air in the blink of an eye. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated. This young man was actually a void break martial artist. Goodness, how old was he? However, in an instant, the surprise in his heart turned into worry again. So what if Chunan was a void break martial artist? After all, he was young and could already be considered talented to be able to make an initial stage void break martial artist, but there were two void break martial artists opposite him. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, the other party should not only be two initial stage void break martial artists facing such a powerful opponent. So what if Chunan was a void break martial artist? It was still impossible for him to defeat him. However, no matter how worried Saxon was, it was still useless. At this moment, Chunan had already flown into the air and was about to fight the two void break martial artists. How could he have the ability to change anything? After the two void break martial artists in the sky finished speaking, they lowered their heads and looked at the group of people below as if they were watching a joke. They had the intention to deliberately tease them and wanted to see the performance of these earthlings when they were in despair. However, a moment later, they saw a person flying up from below. This surprised them greatly, but then they reacted. Earlier, it must have been this void break martial artist of the Earth Federation who took action and saved these earthlings. Otherwise, although those subordinates were a little useless, it should not have been so easy for these people to escape. Although the appearance of a void break martial artist was surprising, they did not panic. From the speed at which this guy flew up and the fluctuations of the surrounding spatial energy, he was at most an initial stage void break martial artist, but the two of them were both second stage void break martial artists. If 2 against 1, wouldn't it be easy to take him down? Seeing Chunan fly up, the void break martial artist who had spoken earlier sneered and threw a punch at him from afar. Feeling the spatial energy in the surrounding space fluctuate, Chunan narrowed his eyes slightly. The internal breath in his body was suddenly activated with all his might, and it instantly covered all the meridians in his body, including every fine meridian. His body instantly erupted with a dazzling white light, completely illuminating the dark night sky. It was as if a small sun had suddenly appeared in the sky, causing the ground to be as bright as day. The group of people from the Earth Federation below were only surprised, but the two void break martial artists opposite were shocked. Just as white light emitted from Chunan's body, they immediately felt the spatial energy in the surrounding space fluctuate wildly, almost causing them to completely lose control of all the spatial energy. They almost could not even maintain their flight and fell. The void break martial artist who attacked threw a punch, but he discovered that the spatial energy was completely affected by Chunan. The power of this punch immediately decreased. However, he had already thrown this punch. How could it be so easy to retract it? Moreover, Chunan did not give him a chance to take it back. While the white light erupted from his body, Chunan's body had already disappeared from the night sky. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the void break martial artist and slapped him. The void break martial artist's heart shook, but he discovered that he could not dodge Chunan's attack. He simply made up his mind and the force of his fist did not decrease at all. Instead, he increased his internal breath and planned to use this punch to force Chunan back. However, Chunan did not dodge at all. Instead, his body swayed and he took the initiative to welcome it with his shoulder. Boom! When the void break martial artist punched Chunan's shoulder, his body swayed from Chunan's counterattack. The door in his chest opened and he was firmly slapped in the chest. To prevent any accidents from happening, the power of this palm strike was naturally extremely terrifying. Before that void break martial artist could even vomit blood, a huge hole was forcefully slapped in his chest by Chunan. His remaining tattered body was sent flying by Chunan's palm force and smashed into a small river beside the warehouse like a cannonball, causing a huge wave to erupt. As for that void break martial artist, he was naturally deader than dead. Chapter 609. Below, Saxon and the others were completely stunned. No matter how wishful they were, it was impossible for them to expect Chunan to kill a void break martial artist in a single exchange. This kid's strength was too ridiculous. This was not the end. After killing a person with a palm strike, Chunan easily resolved the force of that person's punch before he died. He even felt that a few blood vessels on his shoulder had been slightly damaged, but nothing else was affected. Therefore, he did not stop at all. He twisted his waist and flew towards the remaining void break martial artist, slapping out with his palm. The remaining person was already shocked by Chunan's performance. When he saw him attacking, although he relied on his powerful will to counterattack, regardless of whether it was his movement technique, external martial techniques, or even control of spatial energy, he was clearly inferior to Chunan. After dozens of rounds, he was already forced into a corner. Although he still could not understand why this young kid who looked to be around 20 years old was so strong, he knew that he might die if this continued. After exchanging a palm strike with Chunan, he immediately flew back and planned to escape. However, before he could fly far, a white light flashed and Chunan stood in front of him. The heart of the remaining void break martial artist turned cold. This kid was actually so fast. This time, he knew that he could not even escape. He could only make up his mind and activate his internal breath with all his might, deciding to fight Chunan to the death. As for the result, of course, he would die. 2 minutes later, Chunan had already forced the other party into a corner. Then, he activated the flowing cloud indefinite palm. The palm shadows that filled the sky forced the other party to be unable to defend at all. His palm penetrated the other party's defense and slapped his waist. His internal breath combined with the terrifying spatial energy to activate, and the remaining void break martial artist's body immediately seemed to have broken in half, directly splitting into two and flying out. How could he survive in this state? The light shield formed by spatial energy in front of Chunan blocked all the blood spat out by the other party. When he saw the two corpses fly out, the white light that erupted from his body because of the burning of his life gradually faded and the sky returned to the darkness of the night. Looking back at the other corpse that had already floated up from the bottom of the river, Chunan was a little surprised. Although he had immediately determined from the spatial energy fluctuations around these two void break martial artists that their strength was probably only at the standard of a second stage void break martial artist and had absolute confidence that he could kill them, he did not expect the process to be so easy. From this, it could be seen that the few battles he had experienced in order to help the Rand clan's men defend the Holy Mountain, especially the head-on battles with the two fourth-stage void break martial artists, had greatly increased his strength, understanding of martial techniques, and combat experience. If he purely calculated the strength of his internal breath, it was actually only at the initial stage void break realm. However, in terms of control of the most important spatial energy of void break martial artists, with his perfect void break and powerful data ability, he was already comparable to a third stage void break martial artist. If he activated Life Explosion, the strength of his internal breath could immediately increase to the level of a third stage void break martial artist. Although the precision of his control of spatial energy had decreased slightly, the total amount was much greater. He already had the ability to face a fourth stage void break martial artist head-on. With such strength and the other party's underestimation of his opponent, it was naturally not difficult to understand why he easily killed these two second stage void break martial artists. Chunan circulated his internal breath throughout his body and discovered that only his shoulder had been punched in the battle earlier, causing a few meridians to be slightly damaged. Now that the flame of life had flowed through, it was instantly healed. After this battle ended, it could be said that he was almost unharmed. Looking down at the people below, Chunan did not dare to hesitate and flew down. Uncle Saxon, quickly start the car. I'll warn you in the air. Why are you looking at me like that? Chunan looked at the group of people in front of him in shock and discovered that they were looking at him with extremely strange gazes. All of them seemed to be stunned. That, Saxon spoke hesitantly, little brother Chunan, are you really a subordinate of the Ceres security company? Chunan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why were they still asking such a question at a time like this? No, I never said that I was. Chunan shook his head. I'm Dongfang's friend and not a subordinate of their company. Alright, let's talk about this in the future. Let's hurry up and leave this place. If the other party sends another expert over, I might not be able to stop them. Saxon looked at Chunan in amusement before waving his hand and shouting, little brother Chunan is right. Everyone, quickly leave. We can't stay here for long. Under Saxon's lead, the group quickly walked towards the place where the two locomotives were parked. Soon, Saxon and another man had already driven two medium-sized cargo fuel locomotives out of the darkness. Chunan flew into the sky and pointed at the area of Nightclub City. He gestured for the two cars to follow him and fly towards the city. Just as he brought them across a bridge and past two streets, a few bright pillars of light suddenly lit up in the sky ahead, and there was a faint mechanical roar. Chunan was slightly shocked and hurriedly flew down to signal for the two locomotives to find a corner to hide. He closed the engine and lights at the same time and flew towards the few pillars of light in the distant sky. A moment later, Chunan's figure was deliberately exposed in the pillar of light. Both sides slowed down and stopped. Chunan narrowed his eyes and sized up the situation opposite him. he saw 2 small low-altitude shuttles and 3 old helicopters mixed together to form a small flying team. Seeing such a team, Chunan was not in a hurry to attack. The group of people who wanted to capture him and Uncle Saxon clearly hoped that their actions would be hidden and not alarm more people. Therefore, they should not have made such a huge commotion. As expected, after seeing Chunan stop in the air, a voice sounded from a small low altitude. Is the person opposite a friend of the Earth Federation? Chunan's heart stirred and he replied loudly, I'm from the Earth Federation Series Security Company. Who are you? After a moment of silence, a figure flew out and stopped in front of Chunan. Friend, we're from the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce. Do you have any news of your company's Mr. Dongfang? Chunan's expression sank. The Siliceous Chamber of Commerce was one of the 5 great factions in Nightclub City. Now that even they did not have any news of Dongfang, wouldn't he be in danger? Chapter 610. I don't have any news of him. Chunan thought for a moment and asked, since you can find this place, you must know more than me. Can you tell me what's going on? That person did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked around and asked Chunan, are you planning to save your companions from the Earth Federation? We've received news that the people of the Carcaro gang have captured a group of important subordinates of your Earth Federation Chamber of Commerce and locked them in a warehouse in the suburbs. If you're willing, you can go rescue them with us. It should be more convenient than you being alone. Chunan seriously sized up the other party. Seeing that he did not seem to be lying and that there was no need to lie, he shook his head and said, there's no need. I've already saved them and am about to bring them back to the city. Rescued. That person was stunned. You're alone. Chunan glanced at the 2 small low-altitude shuttles and 3 helicopters behind him. When he recalled that if he used these things, his speed would definitely be much faster than the 2 old fuel locomotives, he nodded and flew down with that person. As soon as he met that person, Saxon and the others immediately recognized him. Mr. Bruce, what happened? Saxon asked immediately. Seeing Saxon and the others, Bruce heaved a sigh of relief. There's no time to explain. Get on the plane first. I'll tell you on the way. A moment later, a small low-altitude shuttle and helicopter landed and carried the group in. Chunan, Saxon, Bruce, and the others took the same small low-altitude shuttle. On the way, Bruce explained what he knew to everyone. Tonight, the 5 large factions, including the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce, had originally sent representatives to discuss the final outcome with the caravan from the Earth Federation. However, halfway through the secret negotiation meeting, the various large factions lost contact with the representatives participating in the meeting. At first, the Earth Federation and the 5 great factions thought that the other party was up to no good and suspected each other. It was even to the extent that the 5 great factions nearly clashed with the personnel of the Series Security Company that the Earth Federation had stopped on the surface. However, the misunderstanding was quickly resolved. Everyone discovered that the representatives still did not contact each other. Fortunately, with the powerful forces of the 5 great factions in Nightclub City, they quickly found some clues. The team led by Bruce followed the clues and found Chunan and the others. But there's still no news of Dongfang and the others? While Chunan frowned and asked, he sent another message to Dongfang through his personal terminal, but he still could not answer. Seeing Chunan's actions, Bruce shook his head. They should be in an environment where information is blocked. We've been trying to contact them but can't. That's not right, a woman in her 30s who had been saved by Chunan suddenly said. If a group of people is in an environment blocked by information, it will form an information black hole that can be easily discovered through the Milky Way network. Didn't you investigate from this point? About that, Bruce looked a little awkward. The entire Sapphire Star Field's Milky Way network is not complete, and our planet Lepler is no exception. Moreover, the maintenance, monitoring, and various operational rights of the Sapphire Star Field's Milky Way network are now in the hands of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. No one else can come into contact with it. Hearing this explanation, everyone frowned. This was one of the reasons why the Sapphire Star Field was called the Chaotic Star Field. Because there was no unified interstellar civilization government here, many matters related to the interstellar civilization could not be managed by a unified regime. It would be extremely chaotic in many things. Take the Milky Way network as an example. If it was any other star field, it would definitely be controlled by the local interstellar civilization government. There would not be an awkward situation where only the city could access it and there was no one outside the city. Then, can you contact the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to help? The Federation woman asked again. Bruce smiled bitterly. We've previously sent a request to the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, but they said that this matter concerns the privacy of the Milky Way network and can't be easily leaked. Any disputes or battles between us are unrelated, so they rejected it. Humph. These damned Noctem people always put on such a high and mighty appearance everywhere. It's really annoying. The Federation woman cursed angrily. From her expression, she might have suffered the same humiliation at the Noctem Chamber of Commerce in the past. The others looked at each other with helpless expressions. In front of a colossus like the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, it was nothing even in the entire Earth Federation, let alone a mere Chamber of Commerce like them. The Noctem Chamber of Commerce was naturally qualified to be high and mighty and ignore everyone's requests. Just as everyone frowned and was at a loss, a voice suddenly sounded. Why don't you let me try? Everyone turned to look at Chunan in shock. Saxon asked in surprise, little brother Chunan, what do you want to try? Try to contact the Noctem Chamber of Commerce and get them to provide the location and relevant information of this information black hole and find the place where Dongfang and the others are trapped. Everyone was stunned. The Siliceous Chamber of Commerce that Bruce was in was one of the 5 local factions in Nightclub City. Even so, the Noctem Chamber of Commerce did not give him any face. On the other hand, Chunan was only a young man around 20 years old, and was a foreigner from the Earth Federation that was thousands of light years away. How could the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce pay attention to him? The Federation woman shook her head at Chunan. Let's not waste time. It's impossible for the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce to pay attention to you. Let's think of another way. If not for the fact that Chunan had just saved her life, she might have directly berated him for being whimsical or even ignorant. Chunan ignored everyone's reaction and opened his personal terminal to send a message to another person. A moment later, Director Roar, the person in charge of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce's branch in the Sapphire Star Field, Lepler Planet, appeared on the virtual screen. Hello, dear Chunan. I heard that you returned to Nightclub City yesterday. This is really a pity. I originally wanted to invite you to the council office to take a good look and discuss some things after you settled the matter of the Holy Mountain. Before Saxon and the others could react, Bruce's expression changed in surprise. Of course, he recognized this Director Roar. When he sent a help request to the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, it was this Director Roar who coldly rejected his request. Now, he revealed an extremely amiable smile to Chunan and even looked very familiar with him. He was simply a different person when facing Bruce. Bruce looked at Chunan in surprise. Who is this young boy from the Earth Federation? Chapter 6:11. Chunan simply introduced the situation to Director Roar and asked for his help in the investigation. About that, Director Roar frowned and pondered. Chunan, you should know that this concerns the privacy of the users of the Milky Way network. In principle, our Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce can casually reveal this information to others. Hearing this, the surrounding people were immediately disappointed. The Federation woman beside him glanced at Chunan and thought to herself that it was as she had expected. Even if Chunan seemed to be very familiar with Director Roar, he would not easily agree to such a thing. However, Chunan did not give up and directly interrupted Director Roar. If you can't decide, you can apply to the higher-ups and say that I requested help. The surrounding people were stunned. Where did Chunan get the confidence to say this? However, Director Roar frowned as if he had thought of something. His expression became serious again. He thought for a moment and nodded at Chunan. All right, I'll immediately report it to the higher-ups. Wait a moment. Yes. Seeing that Director Roar had hung up, the surrounding people immediately looked at Chunan in surprise. Saxon widened his eyes as if this was the first time he had seen Chunan. He carefully looked at him from head to toe and asked, Little brother Chunan, you seem to have said just now that you're not young Master Dawn's subordinate. Yes, I'm actually his friend. I happen to be on planet Lepler this time. Chunan nodded. Then you, Saxon hesitated for a moment, but he could not help but ask, who are you? How do you even know people from the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce? It's not as exaggerated as you think. Chunan smiled and shrugged. I only cooperated with the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce and got to know some people. I don't know if they're willing to help me, so I can only say that I'm trying. To be able to make Director Roar so serious, Bruce looked at Chunan and could not help but praise as he shook his head. Chunan, your identity is definitely not ordinary. At this point, he suddenly seemed to have recalled something. Right, you were actually flying in midair just now. You're a void break martial artist. Chunan could not help but roll his eyes. Please, brother, we were all flying in the sky and talking for a long time just now. Did you only realize this now? Yes, I just broke through. Chunan nodded. Bruce looked at Chunan in surprise. Little brother Chunan, although I'm not too familiar with the people of your Earth Federation, from the looks of it, you shouldn't have cultivated martial techniques for more than 20 years, right? You're actually already a void break martial artist. This is really unbelievable. Chunan smiled and did not say anything. If he told Bruce that he was still an Overlord Body Realm martial artist last year, he would definitely find it even more unbelievable. However, it was meaningless to say this now and unnecessary. Bruce turned to Saxon and asked, Mr. Saxon, Chunan must be the most outstanding young martial artist in your Earth Federation, right? This. Haha, Saxon laughed dryly, not knowing how to answer for a moment. He knew nothing about martial techniques and was not interested in the martial artists of the Federation. Although the name Chunan sounded familiar, he could not associate it with the Chunan rumored by the Federation last year. My matter is not important. It's best for you to discuss how to save her now. Seeing that Bruce still wanted to ask, Chunan hurriedly interrupted him and pulled the topic back. Yes, Mr. Chunan is right. Bruce nodded and pondered for a moment before asking, how confident are you that the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce will help? Chunan shook his head. I'm not 100% confident in this. I can only say that it's possible. Bruce sighed. If the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce is willing to help, it's much simpler. However, we have to be prepared that they won't help. He turned to Saxon and asked, Mr. Saxon, your caravan's fleet is parked in the synchronous orbit, right? Yes, do you need them to attack? That's right. We need them to perform starry surveillance and ensure that no suspicious spaceship flies out of the atmosphere during this period of time. I'm afraid that's impossible, Saxon frowned. Planet Lepler is an important transfer station to enter the Sapphire Star field. There are so many spaceships taking off and landing here. How can they monitor us? That's not a problem. With our few large gangs joining forces, we can ensure that no spaceship takes off for at least an hour. Seeing that they were discussing enthusiastically, Chunan tactfully did not approach. He knew his own limitations and knew that he was far inferior to Saxon and Bruce in terms of experience in dealing with such an incident. He would not be as thoughtful as them. All he could do was provide some support that he could. He could not guarantee that his request for help from the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce would work. Apart from that, he actually could not provide much help. Perhaps it was only his martial arts ability. No, there's something else. Chunan thought for a moment and opened his personal terminal. He did not send a message directly. Instead, he sent a message to Angie Prairie and roughly explained the current situation. Towards the end of the message, he hesitated for a moment and sent it out without directly asking for help. Although he could express his thoughts of asking for help, the decision was in Supremacy Ovaly's hands. He could not make any requests. After a while, his personal terminal lit up and Angie Prairie's reply was sent. The reply was very simple. It was only one sentence. Master said that if you were about to die, she wouldn't mind saving your life. However, since you're not dead, you'll think of a way to resolve it herself. When he saw the apologetic smile on Angie Prairie's face that he had just taken a photo of, Chunan smiled bitterly and shook his head. As he had expected, to Supremacy Ovaly, this was an extremely small matter. It was really outrageous to ask her for help for such a small matter. However, Supremacy Ovaly did not reject him entirely. The meaning of her words was clearly that if Chunan encountered an enemy he could not deal with, he could still ask her for help. No matter what, Chunan could not develop the habit of relying on her too much. This was very disadvantageous to his future growth. Just as he was thinking about these questions, the personal terminal on his wrist lit up again. Chunan returned to his senses and discovered that it was a call from Director Roar. He was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly picked it up. Chapter 6:12. Hello, Chunan. Your request has been approved by the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce. Director Roar's face appeared on the virtual screen. His expression was slightly more serious than before, but there was also a trace of respect. What's the result? Chunan immediately asked. Director Roar smiled at Chunan and did not answer, but a data transmission notification quickly appeared on his personal terminal. When he discovered that the other party who transmitted this data was not Director Roar, Chunan felt a little strange. After glancing at him, he understood and immediately chose to receive it. At this moment, Saxon, Bruce, and the others had already noticed that Director Roar had sent another message to Chunan. They leaned over. Seeing that Chunan's virtual screen was displaying the acceptance data, everyone looked at each other and revealed surprised expressions. Could it be that the Noctem Chamber of Commerce had actually agreed to Chunan's request? This transmission data seemed to be very large. Everyone waited patiently for less than 5 minutes before the data was completely transmitted. Mr. Chunan, the super small low-altitude shuttle you specially ordered from our Chamber of Commerce will be sent to you at the scheduled time. Please wait patiently, Director Roar suddenly said without rhyme or reason. Chunan was stunned. I didn't. As soon as he spoke, he instantly reacted. A smile appeared on his face and he nodded at Director Roar. Alright, I hope you can hand it over as soon as possible. Alright. Director Roar also smiled at Chunan. If you have any special requests, please ask at any time. Sure. Chunan waved at Director Roar and ended the communication. Everyone immediately surrounded him and looked at the virtual screen that Chunan and his personal terminal had opened. Bruce urged, little brother Chunan, quickly see what those data are. Chunan opened the data he had just received and discovered that there was some strange data that he could not understand. He was puzzled, but Bruce's eyes lit up. This is the relevant data report of the Milky Way network. They actually gave it to you. Bruce cried out in surprise and immediately opened his personal terminal to send a message to someone. A moment later, he had already contacted a technician from the Silicis Chamber of Commerce and gestured for Chunan to transmit this data to him. After Chunan still did as he was told, he opened another data set he had just received. It was a few videos. Opening one of them, Dongfang, Chunan, and Xiu appeared in the first scene. It was the image of the three of them stepping into the banquet hall. The next scene was the scene when Dongfang left the banquet hall with his three subordinates. The first video recorded the entire process from when Dongfang entered the banquet hall to when he left and disappeared into an inconspicuous building behind the banquet hall. In the next few videos, there were images of other groups moving separately. The last one was the image of a medium-sized low-altitude shuttle taking off from the outskirts of Nightclub City and disappearing into the wasteland. If these images were read separately, they could not be seen at all. However, if they were connected like this, it could easily allow people to understand the meaning. After Bruce read it carefully, his expression became extremely serious. It seems that Mr. Dongfang, the Chamber of Commerce representatives of your Earth Federation, and even the representatives of our few gangs have been kidnapped at this moment and transported to the wasteland. No wonder we can't find them in Nightclub City. Saxon frowned. Who can kidnap so many people at once in Nightclub City without alerting you? Bruce's expression was very ugly. It's hard to say for the time being. Let's think of a way to find them and save them. After waiting for a while, the technician from the Silicis Chamber of Commerce who Bruce had contacted sent back the data analysis results and a map, showing that the location and trajectory of the information black hole were indeed marked in that data. Bruce read it and turned to say to Saxon and the others, please contact your fleet. We might need your help together. No problem. Saxon and the others immediately dispersed and contacted the other people left in the fleet by their Chamber of Commerce. The people present were all elites of the various Chamber of Commerce and were extremely efficient. In less than 20 minutes, they had already contacted each other and quickly organized a rescue team. At this moment, Bruce had already made arrangements. He said to Saxon and the others, everyone, it's very likely that an intense firefight will happen next. In order to protect your safety, I suggest that you meet up with the security personnel of your caravan and wait for the news under their protection. Saxon and the others nodded and did not object to this arrangement. It was obvious that they had already entered the combat segment. It was useless for them to stay. There's no need for me. Chunan's voice sounded, I have enough ability to protect myself. In addition, if I'm here, I can contact the Noctem Chamber of Commerce at any time. Bruce turned to look at Chu Nan and laughed loudly. Of course. Little brother Chu Nan, you're our important combat partner. How can we let you go? After making arrangements, Bruce got Saxon and the others to take the 3 helicopters and retreat first. Then, he brought Chu Nan and the other 2 small low-altitude shuttles and quickly flew towards the northwest outskirts of Nightclub City. Little brother Chu Nan, we're the first to know the location of the enemy, so we need to set off first to inquire about the situation and the subsequent reinforcements will arrive. Are you, alright? Bruce asked Chu Nan for his opinion. Chu Nan shrugged. Dongfang is my friend. Even if you don't go, I'll rush over myself, so what do you think? Bruce laughed and patted Chu Nan's shoulder. It's really all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what happened if those guys kidnapped them. You're too polite. Chu Nan indifferently replied and focused his gaze on the location indicated on the virtual screen. He felt strange. That group of unknown enemies had kidnapped Dongfang and the others, but they actually dared to brazenly drive a medium-sized low-altitude shuttle out of Nightclub City. Wasn't they afraid that after they were discovered, it would be very easy to track down the subsequent location? An hour later, when Chu Nan saw the scene in the distant sky through the monitoring screen of the small low-altitude shuttle, he immediately understood why the other party was so fearless. Chapter 6:13. This is a trap. Bruce looked at the scene on the monitoring screen with a terrifyingly gloomy expression. A trace of fear could even be seen in his eyes. On the screen, the distant sky was densely filled with countless different low-altitude shuttles. With a casual count, there were hundreds of them. Many of the shuttles were clearly different from civilian models. It was obvious that they were equipped with extremely powerful firepower and had terrifying expressions. The most eye-catching thing was the 2 huge balls that were like mountains in this large group of low-altitude shuttles. A war fortress. Not to mention anything else, just the sight of these 2 colossi was enough to make people feel terrifying pressure. Earlier, Bruce was still commanding 2 small low-altitude shuttles to track according to the information provided by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. They had already gone hundreds of kilometers into the wasteland. It was as if such a terrifying enemy had already appeared in the sky in front of them in an instant. No one would believe that this was not a trap. Chu Nan felt a little strange. Since the other party had such powerful strength, why did he have to secretly bring Dongfang and the others out of Nightclub City? If the other party wanted to harm Dongfang and the representatives of the 5 great factions, or rather, wanted to cause some chaos, it was better to directly kill them. Why did he have to do this? From the current situation, the other party's goal was probably not only to capture Dongfang and the others, but also a larger goal. However, from the current situation, the safety of Dongfang and the others should not be a problem for the time being. This made Chu Nan feel much more at ease. No, we can't send out any communication signal. Bruce put down the communication device and his expression sank. It seems that the other party has already used a special method to completely block the communication signal in the nearby area. They don't plan to let me send any warning. Chu Nan, we can only immediately choose to break out. If we're not successful in breaking out in a while, I hope you can think of a way to escape by yourself as much as possible. With your skills as a void break martial artist, if you escape with all your might, you still have a high chance of escaping under our cover. Next, you only need to tell the others the situation here and they'll know what to do. You mean to let me escape alone? Chu Nan glanced at him. Yes. Bruce nodded solemnly. The other party is clearly prepared. It's impossible for us to be their match. There aren't even many opportunities to escape, so I hope you can grasp the opportunity well. Do you understand what I mean? Looking at Bruce's extremely serious expression, Chu Nan smiled and shook his head. Today is really interesting. Just now, Uncle Saxon and the others persuaded me to escape alone, and now, you're persuading me to escape alone. Are you so certain that I like to abandon my companions and escape myself? Hearing the meaning of Chu Nan's words, Bruce immediately became anxious. Now is not the time for you to be a hero. Now, only the 2 of us are here. I have to stay behind and be the commander, so only you have the chance to escape. If even you can't escape, the subsequent reinforcements will continue to fall into the enemy's trap. The losses will only be even more terrifying. Can't you even figure this out? I can figure it out. I just feel that I should be the one in charge of covering the retreat and you should be the ones escaping. Chu Nan shrugged. Bruce was stunned and widened his eyes. What a joke. Could it be that you want to fight such a huge fleet alone? Look carefully. There's a Poison Blade super frequency shuttle. It's specially used to deal with us void break martial artists. Don't think you can do it alone. Before Bruce could finish speaking, he discovered that his vision blurred and Chu Nan had already disappeared. In the next moment, he felt a strong wind coming from the side. The cabin door had already been opened and the wind poured in. He looked out of the arena in surprise and saw that Chu Nan's figure had already turned into a black dot that flew towards the dense fleet in the opposite sky. This fool! Bruce was stunned, then cursed angrily. If Chu Nan listened to his arrangements, he could lead 2 small low-altitude shuttles to desperately block it. Perhaps he could find a gap and let Chu Nan escape. However, this fool actually went forward himself. He had simply sent himself into the arms of the enemy. No matter how talented he was and how he had become a void break martial artist at such a young age, due to his age, his strength would definitely not be strong. With his strength as an initial stage void break martial artist at most, he might not even be able to deal with a Poison Blade super frequency shuttle. How could he go deal with an entire fleet? However, it was meaningless to be angry or curse at this moment. After cursing, Bruce immediately ordered loudly. News, charge forward immediately and unleash your full strength. Give that fool some cover and don't let him die before he touches the other party. Rahak, contact the speed limit and increase the speed to the fastest. Catch up to that fool and try to capture him. Everyone, pay attention and enter the highest alert state. Be prepared to fight at any time. After giving the order, Bruce discovered that regardless of whether it was the small low-altitude shuttle with the other Muse as the captain or the small low-altitude shuttle under his feet, there was no movement. He could not help but be stunned and say angrily, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to die?" The small shuttle pilot sitting beside him pointed at the monitoring screen in front of him in a daze. "About that, Bruce, look, is there a need to save him?" Bruce glanced at the scene on the virtual screen and could not help but be stunned. Just as he gave the order, Chunan had already flown more than 4 kilometers into the sky and was about to collide with the huge fleet opposite him. Damn, why is this kid so fast? Bruce was shocked, then even angrier. Damn, since he's so fast, why doesn't he need to escape? With his speed, won't he be able to escape easily? Looking at the scene where countless shuttles had already surrounded Chunan and many Poison Blade super-frequency shuttles were already flickering with a dangerous light, Bruce instantly made a decision. Turn around and run immediately. Ignore that idiot. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of dazzling flames suddenly erupted on the monitoring screen and instantly occupied almost the entire screen. Bruce was stunned again. He focused his gaze and discovered that this ball of flames was actually the flames emitted by the explosion of a Poison Blade super-frequency shuttle. Boom! Only then did an intense explosion sound from afar, causing the entire small low-altitude shuttle to buzz. Even the entire cabin involuntarily shook slightly, causing Bruce to lose his balance. However, at this moment, Bruce could not care less about this. Instead, he looked at the scene on the virtual screen in a daze, his mouth wide open. No way. Chapter 614. The reason why the Poison Blade super-frequency shuttle was called a sharp weapon specially used to deal with void break martial artists was because it was equipped with an extremely special energy vibration device that could cause a special high-frequency vibration in a designated space, causing the spatial energy in the entire space to be almost completely out of control. In such a space, it was impossible for void break martial artists to continue maintaining their control of spatial energy. Naturally, it was impossible for them to unleash any strength. The weaker ones could not even barely maintain their flight. There were many Poison Blade super-frequency shuttles scattered in the other party's fleet. Clearly, it was to prevent void break martial artists from forcefully rushing into the fleet with their powerful personal ability and causing chaos. It was also because he saw these Poison Blade super-frequency shuttles that Bruce immediately determined that they had no hope of resisting. Therefore, he decisively chose to escape and even felt that it was very difficult to successfully escape. However, now, not only did Chunan rush up, he even destroyed a Poison Blade super-frequency shuttle in the blink of an eye. Damn! Bruce could not help but curse, how did this kid do it? This was not the end. Before the explosion of the first low-altitude shuttle could subside, another ball of flames exploded beside it. It was a fully armed low-altitude shuttle that had also been destroyed by Chunan. The intense explosion of this low-altitude shuttle even swept in the few nearby low-altitude shuttles, instantly causing the other party's fleet to fall into chaos. Bruce, should we still escape? Rahak looked at the monitoring screen and swallowed with difficulty before suddenly asking. Bruce was stunned, then he reacted and reached out to slap Rahak's head. Nonsense, of course we have to escape. However, it's not us who have to escape. Muse, escape first. I'll stay behind to cover you. Stop talking and listen to my orders. Muse, who was on the other side of the communicator, swallowed his words. A moment later, the other small low-altitude shuttle started up again and turned around to fly in the direction it came from. Originally, many low-altitude shuttles had already flown out from the other party's fleet and planned to surround and kill their two lonely small low-altitude shuttles. Now that they were blocked by Chunan, they could not care less and allowed the small low-altitude shuttle led by Muse to break through the encirclement without much effort. Seeing that the other party had still sent out a few abnormally fast low-altitude shuttles to chase after Muse and the others, Bruce could not care less. He turned to look at the situation on the monitoring screen and was shocked. In just a short while, Chunan had actually successfully broken into the center of the other party's fleet and was not far from one of the war fortresses. Could it be that this kid still plans to attack the war fortress? Bruce shook his head and felt that this idea was too crazy. He composed himself and continued to issue a few orders. The small low-altitude shuttle under his feet twisted in the air and drew an arc as it flew towards the opposite fleet. Bruce did not expect to rely on himself to fight the entire fleet of the other party with a small low-altitude shuttle. He only hoped to attract more of the other party's attention and relieve some pressure on Chunan and the escaped Muse. As for whether it would be effective, he actually did not have much hope. At this moment, he hoped that Chunan would surprise him again. Kid, if you're powerful enough to attract the attention of the other party's entire fleet alone, I'll be convinced if I call you grandfather in the future. Chunan did not know the strange thought that appeared in Bruce's mind at this moment. His entire attention was focused on the surrounding enemies. Fighting an entire fleet alone might seem unbelievable to Bruce and the others, but to Chunan, it could be said to be very easy. With his previous experience fighting two fleets in a row, the current Chunan could be said to be disdainful of such a fleet composed of low-altitude shuttles. In his opinion, this thing was not a threat to him at all. No matter how many powerful martial techniques were equipped on the small low-altitude shuttle, they were only living targets in his eyes. As for the Poison Blade super-frequency shuttle that Bruce had specially mentioned, the only obstruction Chunan felt was that the frequency of spatial energy vibration in the surrounding space suddenly increased, far exceeding the normal level. This situation was indeed very troublesome for other void break martial artists, but to Chunan, it was simply a joke. As a martial artist who had grasped high-frequency vibration internal breath, Chunan had long extended this trait to his control of spatial energy when he sensed it. The current him could even control his internal breath to increase the vibration frequency of the surrounding spatial energy to a terrifying 15.716732 kHz. Although the frequency of spatial energy vibration in the surrounding space was very high, it was only between 4 to 7 kHz. It was still far from his limit. How could this frequency affect him? Chunan only adjusted the frequency and method of his internal breath's vibration slightly and easily absorbed the abnormal spatial energy fluctuations in the surrounding space into his control. Then, he counterattacked and easily used the high-frequency vibration spatial energy to destroy a Poison Blade super-frequency shuttle. As for the low-altitude shuttle other than the Poison Blade super-frequency shuttle, no matter how many weapons he was equipped with and how powerful his attack was, he could not even hit him, so he was naturally not a threat. In less than 3 minutes, Chunan had already entered the center of this fleet and was only inches away from the nearest war fortress. Chunan raised his head and looked at the huge creature in front of him. A thought flashed through his mind and he gave up on the thought of completely destroying this war fortress. Since these guys had captured Dongfang and the others, they should not all be thrown into a low-altitude shuttle with a huge internal space. The most likely possibility was that it was placed in a war fortress with huge internal space and extremely outstanding external defense. To Chunan, it was not difficult to destroy the war fortress, but it was a little difficult to ensure the safety of the interior and not injure Dongfang and the others who might be inside. It seems that I have to make a trip myself. Chunan looked at the huge war fortress and a thought flashed through his mind. Soon, he confirmed his next move. However, just as he planned to continue flying closer to the war fortress, he suddenly felt two terrifying auras surging out from the left and right respectively, and rushing towards him. Chunan did not panic at all. Instead, he grinned. Very good. Finally, some decent fellows came out to greet the guests. Chapter 6:15. Although he had only broken through the cosmic heaven's gate for 8 days, Chunan had already fought many void break martial artists in these short 8 days and even had a rich experience of being surrounded. Sensing that the enemy had sent 2 void break martial artists over, Chunan easily determined from the aura and the fluctuations of the surrounding spatial energy that these 2 void break martial artists were around the standard of a second stage void break martial artist. He twisted his body that was originally rushing towards the war fortress and forcefully changed his direction before turning to the right. This exceeded the expectations of everyone on the other side. They instantly shook off the void break martial artist on the left and appeared in front of the one on the right. They threw a punch. Although the other party's void break martial artist was a little surprised, it could be seen that he was a martial artist with rich combat experience. He did not panic. The spatial energy around him shook and he slapped back, bringing about a green light. It looked like his entire body was enveloped in water light. This was the unique cultivation method of this void break martial artist, Green Sky Cloud Drawing Palm. Once used, the surrounding space could be transformed into a green color and controlled. As long as one dared to touch the enemy in this green space, one would definitely be injured by the seemingly harmless green cloud. However, when Chunan threw a punch and was about to touch the green cloud, strange black gas seeped out from his fist and turned into a ball of black fog in the blink of an eye. Then, when it touched the green cloud, it seemed to have been infected by something and was quickly swallowed by the black fog. That void break martial artist only felt that he had immediately lost control of the green cloud and the power of his palm had been completely lost. He was immediately shocked and retreated. However, Chunan used the mutated goddess song cultivation method as soon as they fought because he wanted to end the battle quickly. Seeing that the black fog was effective, he activated his internal breath with all his might. His figure suddenly accelerated again, and he instantly transformed into a white light that forcefully broke through the range of the green cloud. His fist smashed into the chest of that void break martial artist. At this moment, it was already impossible for that void break martial artist to dodge. He could only raise his hand and block in front of him with all his might. Boom! With just a punch, the entire right arm of that void break martial artist broke into several pieces. The remaining force even broke the bones in his chest, and his internal organs were severely injured. His body bounced back like a cannonball and directly collided with a small low-altitude shuttle dozens of meters behind him, forcefully breaking it into 2. Chunan watched as the void break martial artist's body flew far away and disappeared behind the flames of the small low-altitude shuttle's explosion. He shook his head in disappointment. He originally wanted to deal with this guy with a punch, but he did not expect that the other party would actually erupt with powerful strength that exceeded his calculations at the critical moment, preventing him from using the force attached to this punch to directly shatter the other party's internal organs and kill him as expected. Without a method where both sides suffer, it's indeed not that easy to instantly kill such an opponent. However, Chunan was not worried. Even if that guy was not dead now, he had completely lost his combat strength. Not only was that punch terrifying to the point that the other party could not resist, it also contained the destructive aura of the mutated goddess song. Under the envelopment of that black fog, not to mention the other party, his entire right arm was definitely crippled. After glancing over, Chunan turned around and flashed again, avoiding the path of the remaining void break martial artist. He circled around from below and continued to fly towards the war fortress diagonally above. Bruce raised his eyebrows and looked even more shocked. When Chunan fought with the enemy's void break martial artist earlier, Bruce instantly recognized that the enemy's void break martial artist was clearly a subordinate of the Eternal Knight, Loken. Apart from him, Bruce had never seen a second martial artist use such a strange palm technique. His appearance here proved that the guess that Bruce had not told Chunan was very likely true. This incident was not done by an external force at all, but by some people from Nightclub City. As for these people who were behind this, it could be confirmed that they were Eternal Night. Eternal Night was one of the 5 great factions of Nightclub City. They had also sent representatives to participate in the many meetings tonight, but they suddenly set a trap and captured those representatives. Naturally, it was very difficult to guard against. Although he still could not figure out why Eternal Night did this, it was very important to confirm this information. Bruce originally planned to help Chunan restrain a portion of the other party's strength so that he could be slightly calmer, but now, he immediately changed his mind. He patted Rahak and said in a low voice, "Don't beat around the bush with those guys. Run with all your might." Rahak was stunned. Are we not going to care about that kid? He even killed a void break expert just now. Although it's a pity, we have more important things to do now and can't care about him. Alright, cut the crap and leave immediately. Rahak looked at the virtual screen in front of him with a regretful expression. The scene displayed was still the scene of the enemy fleet in the distance. It could be seen that because of Chunan's single charge, the entire fleet had fallen into chaos. However, he also knew very well that no matter how surprising Chunan's performance was and how he had even heavily injured a powerful void break martial artist, he was only one person in the end and could not really fight the entire fleet. It was useless for them to stay. If they continued to pester him, they would sooner or later be buried with Chunan. Rahak sighed in his mind. With a move of his hand, the small low-altitude shuttle under his feet immediately drew a strange arc in the air, shaking off the few low-altitude shuttles chasing after him. It flew out at high speed in the opposite direction from when it came. The direction they came from was already sealed by the enemy's low-altitude shuttles. If they still flew over, they would be walking into a trap. On the contrary, he chose the opposite direction and deliberately exceeded the other party's expectations. The other party's defense was the weakest. With his outstanding driving skills, he was confident in escaping the encirclement. However, as Rahak intensely operated the small low-altitude shuttle, he even glanced at the virtual screen. On the monitoring screen, one could see a figure flickering with white light in the distance rushing towards the center of the enemy's fleet at high speed. The target was clearly one of the war fortresses. "Kid, good luck," Rahak muttered in his mind and his hand moved. He changed the monitoring screen to scan the surrounding environment and stopped paying attention to Chunan's situation. He began to focus on operating the small low-altitude shuttle. Just as Bruce had said, their priority was to protect their lives. As for Chunan, they really could not care less. Chapter 6:16. In fact, although he was in an intense battle, Chunan still divided a small portion of his attention to pay attention to the situation of Bruce and the others. Regarding the small low-altitude shuttle led by Bruce that had been restraining them at the periphery, Chunan knew very well that they were helping, but he actually did not admire their actions. In front of the huge fleet of the enemy, their mere small low-altitude shuttle was not a threat. Even if it was a restraining effect, it was better than nothing. The other party had only sent a few low-altitude shuttles to chase them away and they were in danger. Instead, Chunan was always worried for them and was prepared to help them at any time. Therefore, when he saw that the small low-altitude shuttle had changed direction and was no longer entangled with the enemy, instead, it fled into the distance, not only was Chunan not angry at being abandoned, he even heaved a sigh of relief. Very good, these guys who were holding him back were no longer around. He could finally go all out. While the enemy's attention was attracted by the escape of Bruce and the others, Chunan's figure flashed and he attacked a few times in a row. He took advantage of 2 poison blade super-frequency shuttles and 5 small and medium-sized low-altitude shuttles, causing a large area to be enveloped by the flames and fragments of the explosion, causing it to become extremely chaotic. In this chaotic situation, Chunan was even more like a fish in water. He suddenly tried his best to contract his internal breath and completely controlled the spatial energy fluctuations around him to no more than 2 centimeters away from his body. This way, he could still continue to fly, but it would not affect the spatial energy fluctuations in the outside world much. Not only could it prevent the enemy's void break martial artist from sensing his existence with the spatial energy fluctuations, but under his precise control, even equipment could not scan him. If not for his naked eye, the current him was no different from an ordinary stone metal fragment. Then, he aimed at a large fragment of a small low-altitude shuttle that had exploded and flew over. He hit in the groove of the fragment and flew out with it in the shock wave of the explosion. The direction he flew out was in the direction of another war fortress. Previously, he had always been attacking a war fortress closer to him, making everyone think that his goal was to rush to the front of this war fortress. Now that he had suddenly changed his target, the enemy naturally did not expect it. This fragment was huge and the other low-altitude shuttles dodged while flying. In the end, Chunan successfully flew an extremely long distance in the encirclement of the enemy fleet. The fragment drew a long parabola in the air. Just as it was about to reach the top and fall, Chunan tapped his feet and flew out of the groove towards another war fortress less than 200 meters away. All the enemy's attention was still focused on the explosion fragments as they tried to find Chunan's figure. They did not expect him to appear here, so they naturally could not react in time. Chunan's speed was abnormally fast and he instantly flew less than 200 meters. Then, he stretched out his palm and indeed touched an energy shield that could not be seen with the naked eye. Heh, no wonder the Noctem Chamber of Commerce gave in to all my requests. If I continue to destroy war fortresses like this, their so-called invincible energy shield will simply be a joke. With his previous experience, Chunan only revealed his internal breath slightly and easily calculated that the energy standard of the energy shield outside this war fortress was similar to the previous few war fortresses. Then, he activated his internal breath again and adjusted it to a suitable vibration frequency, instantly causing the huge energy in the entire energy shield to vibrate. A strange 7-colored light appeared on the energy shield. After shaking a few times, it completely dissipated. Chunan's figure immediately flashed again and he flew to the outside of the war fortress without any obstruction. He slapped out and his internal breath seeped in. Soon, he determined the general situation inside the outer wall through the vibration feedback of his internal breath. Then, he flew up and chose a thinner part of the outer wall before slapping out. Boom! A hole was opened in the metal outer wall of the war fortress by Chunan's palm and he flew in. Ah! His vision darkened and lit up, and a scream suddenly sounded beside his ear. Chunan had already heard the voice inside when he was outside and was not surprised. He casually slapped the panicked young woman in front of him unconscious and looked around with a frown. The war fortress looked extremely huge from the outside. Now that he entered the interior, he felt even more shocked. He was now in a corridor. Be it left or right, he could not see the end. He could only see the end of the corner of the curved corridor in the distance. There were thick metal walls in all directions, preventing him from determining where he was. He thought for a moment and ignored everything. He recalled the war fortress he had seen outside and calculated the angle before punching the metal wall in front of him. Boom! A huge hole was punched in the 30-centimeter thick metal wall by Chunan, revealing a room that looked like a bedroom. Chunan did not stop at all. He strode into the small room and threw another punch at the wall. Boom! The wall of the small room was blown open, revealing a narrow space in front and behind, but very empty above and below. Chunan could not be bothered to care what this space was used for and threw another punch at the opposite wall. Boom! 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 Chunan threw punch after punch, and the thick or thin wall in front of him was blasted open by him. In this huge war fortress, he actually used this method to advance in a straight line towards the center of the entire war fortress. He could not determine where he had arrived at the war fortress. He could only determine from his powerful data ability that his direction had always been towards the center of the war fortress. Boom! After punching out and destroying countless walls, Chunan's vision suddenly became clear. A huge space that should not have appeared in the war fortress appeared. Looking carefully, there were dozens of people sitting scattered in this huge space. Seeing Chunan suddenly break through the wall, everyone raised their heads and looked at him in shock. Chunan's gaze swept past this group of people and quickly landed on a familiar face. He was immediately overjoyed. It seemed that his luck was really good. Chapter 6:17. Dongfang looked at Chunan in surprise. He did not expect him to appear here, let alone appear in such a manner. However, his reaction was abnormally fast. He was only stunned for a moment before immediately shaking his head at Chunan. He made a hidden gesture and glanced at him. Chunan had lived in the same dormitory as him for more than a year and was extremely familiar with him. Seeing Dongfang's actions, Chunan immediately understood that Dongfang was reminding him that this place was very dangerous and asked him to quickly retreat. However, Chunan had spent so much effort and luck to find Dongfang, so how could he escape so easily? He originally wanted to directly rush over and grab Dongfang to escape with him, but just as this thought appeared in his mind, he already felt strange fluctuations in the spatial energy in the surrounding space. It meant that at least 3 void break martial artists were quickly coming over. He calculated and quickly determined that it was impossible for him to bring Dongfang out of the encirclement of several void break realm experts alone. Therefore, he decisively gave up on this thought. Instead, he glanced at Dongfang and turned around. His body rushed to the wall on the side of the room, and his internal breath quickly increased to the 6th revolution. Then, he condensed all the spatial energy in the room into his fist, but it extremely accurately did not involve any spatial energy outside the wall. Then, he threw a punch at the wall. Everyone in the room looked at Chunan's actions in confusion and did not understand why he suddenly smashed the wall like a madman. Boom! In the next moment, Chunan's punch struck the wall and smashed a huge hole in the 13 centimeters thick metal wall. It accurately struck a martial artist who was passing through the corridor outside the wall. That martial artist immediately reacted to such a sudden and unexpected situation. Moreover, at the critical moment, he controlled spatial energy to set up an energy shield around him. Clearly, he was a void break martial artist with considerable strength. However, not only was Chunan's punch without any warning, it was also abnormally fast and its strength was extremely terrifying. Although he could react in time, he could not defend with all his might. In the end, he was still struck in the shoulder by Chunan's punch. His entire right shoulder immediately sank into a huge pit, and his entire arm seemed to have been forcefully punched into his chest. The entire right chest had completely changed in shape. Moreover, he was struck by Chunan's punch and his body involuntarily flew out. He actually collided with a huge hole in the opposite wall and fell. With just a punch, this void break martial artist with extraordinary strength had completely lost his combat strength. However, Chunan had exhausted a lot of energy in this punch. The remaining 2 void break martial artists had already surrounded him from the left and right. In the narrow space inside the war fortress, Chunan could not dodge. Moreover, he had Dongfang and the others who had been captured behind him. Chunan could not move aside and let them pass. Otherwise, it would be fine if the others fell into his control. If Dongfang was captured, Chunan would be restrained and wary. After thinking about this, he secretly apologized to Supremacy Ovally in his mind. He stood on the spot and focused on the void break martial artist who rushed over from the right. He completely ignored the other party's palm and slapped back. The void break martial artist clearly did not expect Chunan to dare to choose such an unyielding method of mutual destruction under such circumstances. Coupled with the fact that he was originally fearless, he did not change his move and fought Chunan head-on. Bang! Bang! That person slapped Chunan's chest, but his palm cleverly changed its angle at the last moment. From slapping the other party's chest to slapping his lower abdomen. At the same time, white light flickered on his body as he activated Life Explosion. Although he had just thrown such a shocking punch, the power of Chunan's palm still did not decrease. Instead, it became stronger because of the increase in life explosion. This palm slapped the other party's lower abdomen, turning it into a mess. His internal organs completely turned into paste. Countless shattered internal fragments sprayed out in all directions with blood, instantly dyeing the walls on both sides dark red. The tattered body of that void break martial artist flew out and collided with the corner of the corridor behind him. He fell to the ground with a bang and did not move. Clearly, he was already dead. On the other hand, Chunan, who had also been struck, only swayed. The two ribs in his chest cracked slightly, but it did not cause any more serious injuries. He did not even spit out a mouthful of blood. After being injured and repaired several times in the battle with a void break martial artist, Chunan already had very rich experience in receiving an attack from a low-level void break martial artist. When he was struck by this palm earlier, he used the new comprehension method to easily resolve the power of the other party's palm. Although he was still inevitably a little injured, it could almost be ignored by him. Compared to these small injuries, the attack of the remaining void break martial artist was the true problem. After doing his best to heavily injure or kill two of the other party's void break martial artists twice, Chunan no longer had the strength to deal with the attack of the last void break martial artist. Feeling the change in spatial energy in the surrounding space, Chunan could only take a deep breath and barely move his body to forcefully endure the other party's attack. Bang! A huge force came from his left shoulder. Chunan's upper body suddenly leaned back, but his lower body did not move. His body fell back as if it had been broken. While he was still falling back, the other party's void break martial artist took the opportunity to slap down again. He actually planned to take the opportunity to kill Chunan. However, Chunan had long calculated everything clearly. When that person attacked, he raised his right leg and suddenly kicked out with his right foot. It was the wind god's forest crossing leg technique. The speed of this kick was abnormally fast, and the leg technique was exquisite. Moreover, it was kicked out in such an almost impossible situation. Although that void break martial artist was prepared, he was still unable to completely dodge. The other party was clearly an extremely decisive person. When he saw that he could not dodge, he simply accelerated the descent of his palm and planned to fight Chunan to death. Chunan was overjoyed and thought to himself, if you don't come to me, I'll still have to find you. Now that you've come looking for me, thank you very much. He was not afraid at all. His right hand supported the ground, and he simply straightened his waist. He actually straightened his stomach and received the other party's palm first. At the same time, his right foot had already accurately kicked the other party's left ribs. Crack, 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 crack. Unlike the other party who still had some reservations and did not place all his strength in the descending palm strike, he saved some strength to defend against Chunan's kick. Chunan's kick completely gave up on defense and instantly condensed the internal breath condensed in all the meridians in his body before gathering it at the back of his foot. At the same time, he completely exhausted the spatial energy in the surrounding space and kicked out with a trajectory that was like a spatial crack. In the end, after that void break martial artist was kicked by Chunan, not only were the bones under his left ribs shattered, but his internal organs could no longer be intact. His body bent to the left and he flew out as if he was about to break. He smashed into a distant wall and fell without moving. Even if he did not die, he was about there. At the same time, Chunan's lower abdomen seemed to have a mountain pressing down on him. He was heavily slapped to the ground and smashed into a human-shaped pit in the metal ground. Chunan spat out a mouthful of thick blood mixed with internal organs and instantly lost control of his body. Chapter 618. Everyone in the room, including Dongfang, was already completely stunned. In just a single exchange, one of the three void break martial artists died and two were heavily injured. Chunan was also heavily injured and fell to the ground. It seemed that his life was on the line. The battle was so tragic that it simply exceeded their imagination. Dongfang was surprised and deeply puzzled. He understood Chunan and knew that he was definitely not the kind of person who would lose his mind and risk his life to fight others. Therefore, when he saw Chunan earlier, he immediately asked him to retreat because he knew very well that it was impossible for him to fight these powerful opponents alone. However, it was one thing for Chunan to choose to stay, but he actually used such an exaggerated and tragic method to fight the other party. Although the results were gratifying and he dealt with the strongest combat strength of the other party, three void break martial artists, he was also heavily injured and even looked like he was about to die. How could he help the current situation by becoming like this? Chunan should not be so stupid. Just as he was feeling puzzled, countless footsteps sounded outside the room. Several figures surrounded him. All of them looked to have solid footsteps, were agile, and were full of arrogance. Clearly, they were all experts at the internal breath realm. Their reaction was naturally slower than void break martial artists, and the speed at which they rushed over was naturally slower. When they arrived and saw the situation in front of them, they revealed surprised expressions. Then, two of them tentatively walked to Chunan, who was still lying on the ground, and carefully observed him for a while. One of the internal breath martial artists nodded at his companion and the two of them attacked at the same time. Although this guy looked very strong and had actually defeated three void break experts on his side so quickly, he was clearly already exhausted. If he did not take them down now, the credit would be theirs later. Just as the joy in their hearts rose, wisps of green aura suddenly appeared in the human-shaped pit that Chunan had smashed out. Accompanied by a white light, a ball of black gas appeared. The foot that the two of them stepped on happened to land in the black gas. They immediately felt their entire foot being enveloped by the black gas and instantly withered. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into a charcoal-like existence. The two of them were shocked and cried out in surprise as they planned to jump back. However, the black gas quickly spread out and enveloped the two of them. A moment later, the black gas faded and the two of them fell to the ground with a plop. Their entire bodies seemed to have instantly shrunk by half. Their exposed skin was completely bloodless, turning pale and lusterless, as if they had instantly turned into two dried corpses. The other internal breath martial artists and Dong Feng were shocked. What was wrong with this black gas? It was too strange. While everyone was still in shock, the green aura and white light on Shunan, who had been lying in the pit as if he would die at any moment, flourished at the same time. Then, he raised his hands and gently pressed on the ground before lightly jumping out. The group of people looked at him in a daze. A moment later, the green aura and white light on his body faded and his body appeared. However, he had already become intact and did not look like he had been heavily injured and was about to die at all. Everyone around him could not help but gasp. Coupled with the black gas that appeared on Shunan's body earlier, his current image in their hearts had become extremely strange and even carried a trace of fear. Was this guy still human? Even Dong Feng looked at Shunan in surprise. He was certain that Shunan was still Shunan, but what was going on with this kid earlier? Why did this kid seem to have changed his style after not seeing him for a few days? Shunan did not care what the others thought. With a thought, his internal breath quickly circulated in every meridian in his body. After confirming that his injuries had completely recovered, he could not help but feel a trace of joy. In the past few days, he had continuously fought powerful enemies. Although he had encountered many dangers and even been heavily injured many times, his strength had increased time and time again during the process of recovery. Putting aside the increase in his internal breath cultivation method, just his body had become even stronger after being healed time and time again. It completely broke the inherent impression that becoming an internal breath martial artist meant that his body had been successfully tempered, so it was very difficult for his body to continue increasing. From the current changes in his body, the body of a martial artist simply contained endless possibilities and development potential. When he had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, he had only received a strike from Nemata before he was heavily injured. His body was heavily damaged in various places, and it took more than half an hour to barely recover. Now, he had also received the attacks of 3 void break martial artists who were definitely not weaker than Nemata. He had even basically given up on his defense in the last move, but the injuries he suffered were much weaker than he had imagined. Moreover, he had completely recovered in less than 2 minutes. Such a terrifying resistance and recovery ability could simply allow him to always be in the most perfect state in battle and not worry about injuries. It was impossible for his opponent to be as abnormal as him. Then, if both sides suffered injuries, Chunan would definitely have the upper hand. Such an ability, coupled with the powerful recovery ability of the goddess Sun to life force, was enough to allow him to defeat opponents much stronger than him. When facing opponents of the same level or slightly stronger than him, he was almost invincible. As for these internal breath martial artists that Chunan could only look up to a year ago, Chunan sneered and stepped over the 2 dried-up internal breath martial artists on the ground. He looked at the remaining dozen or so internal breath martial artists and raised his hand. The dozen or so internal breath martial artists looked at each other and actually shouted in unison before instantly fleeing in all directions. Chunan was stunned. He thought for a moment and simply put down his hand, allowing these guys to escape. Although it was very simple to deal with these guys, it would more or less take some time and internal breath. Compared to killing, his more important mission was to save people. Moreover, internal breath was precious and could not be recovered so quickly. He had to use it sparingly. He turned around and rushed to Dong Feng's side. Is there a plan to escape? Dong Feng nodded. Yes, but wait a moment, let me confirm something. After saying that, Dong Feng wiped his head and pulled out a thin strand of hair that looked no different from hair. He rubbed this fine line with his finger and a virtual screen projection was released, displaying a complicated scene. Dong Feng lowered his head and pointed to the right. The control room of this war fortress is in that direction. If you can control this war fortress, we have hope of breaking out. After saying that, he added, the other party has already reacted and started to move. If you can't control the war fortress in 3 minutes, more enemies will rush in. At that time, you definitely won't be able to protect us. 3 minutes. Chunan smiled, then wait for me for 3 minutes. Chapter 619. The members of the Star Sea War Fortress had thought of countless scenes where the Star Sea might be attacked or even destroyed, but no one had ever thought that it would be attacked by the enemy in this way. What was even more unimaginable was that there was only one enemy. Through the monitoring screen, they saw that the kid with an especially young face slap away the Star Sea's energy shield, then punch open the outer wall and charge into it. Everyone was stunned. Even if this kid was a void break expert, how could he so easily deal with the energy shield outside? One had to know that this energy shield was said to be able to block a B-rank energy attack. If it was a martial artist, it would at least be a high-level heaven control expert. This kid was a heaven control expert. How was that possible? The series of actions after that kid entered the Sea of Stars stunned everyone again. This guy actually completely ignored the internal structure of the Star Sea and did not think of slowly finding the path. Instead, he forcefully smashed open the thick barrier inside the Star Sea like a gopher, opening a straight passageway inside. What was even more surprising was that he actually found the room where the group of people was imprisoned. This could no longer be explained by strength. Either someone in that group had sent a message, or he was extremely lucky. Alright, if this was not shocking enough, what happened next really shocked everyone, and they were even speechless. There had always been 3 powerful void break martial artists stationed inside the Star Sea to closely monitor the imprisoned important figures. Therefore, they could react immediately. However, this group of extremely powerful void break martial artists who could fly into the sky and enter the ground in the eyes of others had only fought with that kid for less than 10 seconds before they all fell. Not only did one of them die on the spot, but the remaining two were also heavily injured and were not far from death. Although that kid was also heavily injured, he quickly stood up again as if nothing had happened. Seeing the bodies of the two internal breath martial artists surrounded by black gas and turning into two dried corpses, the scene of Chunan being lifted up intact stunned everyone on the Starsea who saw the monitoring screen. In the huge main control room of the Starsea, everyone stared at the monitoring screen as if they had seen a ghost and completely lost the ability to react. This daze did not even fade when they heard a huge bang. Only when the last explosion sounded in their ears did everyone turn around in a daze and look in the direction of the loud sound. Then, everyone's eyes narrowed and endless fear appeared on their faces. Chunan, who had given them an extremely terrifying impression, kicked open the door of the main control room and stood there with a murderous aura. Plop! The legs of the two female operators closest to the door suddenly went soft and they actually collapsed to the ground. One of the female operators even cried out loud and cried at Chunan, Don't kill me, don't kill me. Chunan looked at the female operator who had clearly broken down in shock and then at the others who had also fallen into a daze in the room. He wanted to laugh. Alright, he originally thought that it would be difficult to control this war fortress in 3 minutes, but he did not expect that the fighting spirit of the other party would collapse just like that. Hey, Dongfang, there's no problem with the main control room now. What do you plan to do next? Chunan opened his personal terminal and sent a short message to Dongfang who had just established a connection. Let them open the energy shield first. Next. Costa had a gloomy expression as he looked at the trace of light that began to appear in front of the window because it was almost dawn. His mood had never been worse. Last night, when they had just lost Dongfang's contact signal, they were not too anxious, because Dongfang had already informed them in advance that the small meeting they were about to participate in required extremely high confidentiality. No one was even allowed to send out information. At first, Costa was very against it, but Dongfang insisted. Coupled with the fact that he could see that the representatives of the 5 local factions had made the same choice as Dongfang, he reluctantly agreed and sent Muluo to protect him. He had originally thought that this could at least ensure that Dongfang would escape danger, but he did not expect such a huge thing to happen. According to the new message from the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce, Dongfang and the other representatives participating in the meeting had clearly fallen into the hands of the enemy at this moment. They did not even know if they were dead or alive. The enemy had actually used this opportunity to set up an ambush and wait for them, the reinforcements, to walk into the trap. Damn, these primitive people from the Sapphire Star Field. Costa slapped the table fiercely and cursed softly. This commercial operation of the Earth Federation's caravan actually had a certain political goal. In order to ensure smooth sailing, the guards sent by the Ceres security company far exceeded the normal standards. The surface armed forces under Costa were even stronger. Now that they started moving, just the latest armed low-altitude shuttle directly drove out 300, a total of 3 entire brigades. Not to mention that Costa could also apply for the precise attack of the space fleet on the surface at any time. His combat strength definitely far exceeded the soil pillars of these Lepler planets. In front of such a powerful force, the primitive people opposite him actually wanted to set up a trap. They simply did not know the meaning of death. Costa had already made up his mind. Once he saved Dongfang, he would definitely show everyone the powerful strength of the Ceres security company and make anyone think twice before targeting them. However, all these thoughts were built on the foundation of saving Dongfang. If the worst happened and Dongfang died, it would be meaningless even if he destroyed the entire planet Lepler. However, this was the most troublesome thing. Dongfang was now in the hands of the enemy. How could he save him? Captain, we'll reach the predetermined airspace in 5 minutes. Please give the order. The voice pulled Costa out of his thoughts. He composed himself and ordered, contact the support fleet of the other Chamber of Commerce and report our location. Tell them not to attack immediately. We have to think of a way to negotiate with the other party and try to save the hostage. Other than that, detecting a high-quality reaction. A cry suddenly interrupted Costa. According to the data, it should be a TR-189 war fortress of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. A war fortress? Just a war fortress? Costa was immediately stunned. It was one thing to have a war fortress, but why was there only a war fortress? If it was a single war fortress, because its speed was slow, it would only become a target board. A large number of high-quality reactions have been detected. It's estimated to be a large number of small and medium-sized low-altitude shuttles. Before his subordinate could finish his report, a huge ball suddenly broke through the clouds in the sky ahead and slowly flew towards the fleet led by Costa. It was a lonely war fortress. Chapter 620. Just as everyone revealed surprised expressions, something that surprised them even more happened. Behind the clouds, countless low-altitude shuttles also broke through the clouds and caught up to the war fortress in front of them, surrounding it and attacking continuously. However, when these attacks smashed into the energy shield outside the war fortress, they could only cause 7 colored patterns. They could not penetrate the shield at all and cause any damage to the war fortress. Costa looked at the monitoring screen in shock, not understanding what was going on. According to the information from the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce, the enemy's trap included 2 war fortresses. Then, if one appeared in front of him at this moment, logically speaking, it was impossible for there to be anything else other than the enemy. However, what was going on with the surrounding low-altitude shuttles attacking this war fortress? Could it be that those guys had internal strife at such a time? Captain, what do we do now? The subordinate turned around and asked Costa with a strange expression. Costa frowned and thought for a moment before saying, contact the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce and ask them to confirm the identity of these guys. If these guys are... Captain, that war fortress sent an optical signal. It seems to be using the Morse code, the subordinate cried out in surprise and interrupted Costa again. Ha! Costa looked incredulous. How can a group of primitive people from the Sapphire Star field know the Morse code? Are you mistaken? No, I'm not wrong. This means, the subordinate suddenly stood up and pointed at the screen in front of him in shock. This. Your head. Costa rushed over and slapped him away before leaning closer to observe the scene on the virtual screen. On it, a huge light source was continuously flickering according to a certain pattern on the outer wall of the war fortress that was being besieged. Costa looked at it for a moment and immediately confirmed that this was indeed the ancient and original information transmission method that was the most known and famous in the regional federation, the Morse code. The meaning of this Morse code was very simple. It was only repeating a sentence. I am Dong Feng. I'm Dong Feng. Costa suddenly straightened his body and almost could not believe his eyes. There was only one possibility why this war fortress would send out such a signal. Dong Feng was currently in that war fortress. What was even more surprising was that he had actually controlled this war fortress and made it send out such a signal. Immediately order everyone to rescue that war fortress with all their might and kill all the annoying flies beside it. Costa waved his hand and immediately ordered loudly. The deputy captain beside him grabbed Costa. Captain, this might be a trap. Trap my ass. Costa was furious. What do these primitive people know about the Morse code? Dong Feng must be up there. But this is impossible. How can he control an enemy's war fortress? Costa's expression froze. Indeed, Dong Feng had clearly fallen into the hands of the enemy. Even if he had the ability to retain some resistance, how could he be powerful enough to control the other party's huge war fortress? However, this thought only flashed through Costa's mind. He said sternly, so what if it's a trap? At the very least, this means that there's news of Dong Feng. Kids, pay attention. Go. Yes. Looking at the surrounding subordinates who were full of energy and fighting spirit, the deputy captain smiled bitterly and shook his head, no longer persuading them. These guys had been holding it in for so many days. Now that they finally had a chance to fight, they were clearly unwilling to miss it. Moreover, it did not matter even if this was a trap. It was only to guard against the attack of the other party's war fortress at any time. Although the attack of the war fortress was powerful, it always took a period of time to prepare. As long as one paid attention, they could predict it and it was very easy to prevent it in advance. It was not a big threat. Moreover, was this really a trap? The deputy captain looked at the group of low-altitude shuttles surrounding the war fortress and was puzzled. If this was considered an act, wasn't it too realistic? Damn, are these guys from the Earth Federation all idiots? Seeing the huge Earth Federation fleet actually fly towards the war fortress, Bruce could not help but curse. There was clearly a war fortress on the other side. These guys from the Earth Federation actually dared to rush over. They were clearly courting death. Although Bruce could not understand why the war fortress opposite was being surrounded by a group of low-altitude shuttles, he did not know any Morse code. Of course, he would treat this as a trap set by the enemy and deliberately lure them to rush up. If it was really a trap, the fleet of the Earth Federation would definitely suffer heavy casualties later. However, what happened next made Bruce widen his eyes again. After the group of low-altitude shuttles of the Earth Federation rushed up, they shuttled back and forth in the air like a group of bees, displaying the coordination and discipline of a swarm. It was dazzling. It did not take long for them to beat down the dozens of low-altitude shuttles besieging the war fortress, leaving not a single one behind. Seeing this scene, Bruce felt a chill in his heart. As a high-level member of the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce, he more or less knew the inside story of the meeting between the 5 great factions of Nightclub City and the Earth Federation's caravan. It was said that in many commercial meetings, the representatives of the Earth Federation's Chamber of Commerce made many requests that were very overboard in the eyes of local Chamber of Commerce like them, causing a lot of resentment. As a result, many people in the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce even clamored to teach these damned Earthlings a lesson and let them understand whose territory this was. However, now that he saw the performance of this Earth Federation fleet, Bruce was surprised to discover that the other party's combat strength was much higher than he had imagined. He was certain that even if he included all the low-altitude armed forces of the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce and the other 4 factions, they were still not a match for this Earth fleet. When he recalled that there was an even larger space fleet parked in the outer space of planet Lepler, the chill in Bruce's heart deepened. These Earthlings clearly did not have good intentions. On the surface, they sent such a powerful armed force to follow this time as a long-distance guard, but in fact, they probably had the intention to attack directly if there was a disagreement. With their powerful strength, no local faction in Nightclub City could fight them. They would only be easily suppressed. If it really came to that, it would really be a disaster for the local forces, including the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce. While these thoughts spun in Bruce's mind, the 3 low-altitude shuttle brigades led by Costa had already completely eliminated the annoying flies around the war fortress and surrounded it in an organized formation. Seeing their actions, Bruce was puzzled. Even if the combat strength of this Earth fleet exceeded his imagination, what they had now was only a low-altitude shuttle after all. Even if the weapons and equipment on it were extraordinary, it was impossible for them to do anything to the war fortress. If they surrounded it like this, wouldn't they be beaten up by that war fortress? In the next moment, Bruce widened his eyes again. Seeing that the low-altitude shuttle brigade of the Earth Federation was approaching, not only did the war fortress not attack, it even took the initiative to remove the energy shield that enveloped the outside and let the low-altitude shuttle brigade approach. After a while, an entrance opened outside the war fortress and a group of people appeared near the exit. Bruce glanced over and was immediately surprised. Among this group of people, one of them was Chunan, who he had just abandoned. The other person he was more familiar with was the representative sent by the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce to participate in the small but important private meeting yesterday, Pro. Chapter 621. Seeing Costa walk out of the cabin with his people, Chunan finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although he easily controlled that war fortress and relied on the powerful energy shield of the war fortress to forcefully endure the enemy's fierce firepower attack and rush out of the encirclement, persisting until the reinforcements arrived, he was always unable to be completely at ease without truly letting Dongfang escape. Now that Costa had arrived with the reinforcements of the Ceres security company, Chunan dared to say that Dongfang had finally obtained safety. "Alright, Uncle Costa, I'll leave Dongfang and the others to you." Chunan pushed Dongfang beside him and paused for a moment before leaning towards Costa and whispering, "Don't believe these locals. The guy who caused this might be related to them." Costa glanced at the representatives of the local forces behind Dongfang and Chunan, who were still a little confused. He nodded lightly and invited Dongfang into the low-altitude shuttle behind him before gesturing for the other representatives to board another low-altitude shuttle. After arranging these people, Costa also heaved a sigh of relief. He patted Chunan and said, "Kid, I heard from that guy called Bruce from the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce that you actually rushed into the enemy's fleet alone. Now, you actually hijacked a war fortress and brought Dongfang and the others back safely. It's simply unbelievable. Tell me, how did you do it?" Chunan grinned and shook his head. "Now is not the time to say this. Uncle Costa, bring Dongfang and the others back first. I still have to go back." Costa was stunned. "Where are you going?" Chunan turned to look in the direction where he had flown over and his expression sank again. "Dongfang said that Uncle Muluo has also been captured by those guys. I have to go back and save him." "You're crazy." Costa glared and grabbed Chunan's arm. "It was not easy for you to escape with Dongfang. Do you still want to go back and court death? Our main mission now is to send Dongfang and the others back safely. As for Muluo..." A pained expression flashed across Costa's face. "He's an employee of our company. He still has this awareness." Chunan shook his head. "I'm not an employee of your company. I'm sorry, I don't have the awareness to abandon Uncle Muluo." After saying that, Costa suddenly felt an irresistible internal breath vibration on Chunan's arm and shook off his hand. Then, before he could react, Chunan's figure flashed and he disappeared in front of him. When Costa reacted and turned around, he discovered that Chunan had already flown more than 1,000 meters away and had turned into a small black dot in the distant sky. "Damn, why has this kid become so strong now?" Costa was immediately shocked. The last time he and Muluo brought their subordinates to the Purple Cloud planet to protect his family because of the attack on Chunan's family was only half a year ago. At that time, Chunan had only just become an internal breath realm martial artist. Now, not only had he broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, he was even powerful to this extent. It was simply unbelievable. Costa was stunned for a long time before he turned around and discovered that Dongfang was standing behind him. He could not help but panic. "Dongfang, isn't Chunan your friend? You actually didn't stop him. Why should we stop him?" Dongfang shrugged and smiled casually. "Apart from him, I dare say that no one else can save Muluo and the others safely." "How is this possible? He's only one person. He..." Dongfang raised his hand and pressed it on Costa's shoulder, holding back the second half of his sentence. "Don't worry, I've already seriously discussed it with Chunan on the way here. This plan is indeed the most suitable now. With Chunan's current ability, even if he can't successfully save Muluo and the others, it's not a problem for him to protect himself." "That's impossible." Costa immediately shook his head. "Even if his strength grows too quickly, he's only a void break martial artist now. How can he save people under the noses of so many enemies?" "Then how do you think he saved me and such a large group of people?" Dongfang asked with a smile. Costa was immediately speechless. Dongfang was now standing in front of him intact, fully indicating that Chunan had indeed done something unbelievable and proved that he had an extremely powerful ability. However, Costa still could not believe it. After pondering for a moment, he said to Dongfang, "How about this? Take those people from the caravan and a large group to leave first. The Skyfleet should have already sent the landing ship down at this moment. You can directly bring them back to the Space Fleet. No one here can threaten you. That way, it'll be completely over. What about you? I'll bring the remaining 2 brigades to chase after Chunan. No matter what, I can't watch him die like this." Dongfang smiled and did not refute Costa's opinion. He only waved at him. "Then go quickly. If you're late, you might not have anything to do." Costa frowned deeply and looked at Dongfang in confusion. He could not understand at all. Dongfang had mentioned many times that Chunan was his best friend. Now that this best friend had done something that was no different from courting death in Costa's opinion, it was really strange that Dongfang did not show any anxiety. However, he also knew that this was not the time to investigate this. He quickly issued a series of orders and assigned the 3 low-altitude shuttle brigades he had brought. Then, he bade farewell to Dongfang and divided them into 2 groups before leading the 2 brigades to fly in the direction Chunan had left. Seeing that they had flown far away, Dongfang smiled and shook his head. He took out the personal terminal that was like a strand of hair that he had taken out in front of Chunan and opened the virtual screen. He glanced at the still bright light dot and revealed a puzzled expression. "This kid, why does he seem to have changed into a different person after going to the holy mountain of the Ran clan?" He activated Life Explosion with all his might and a dazzling white light surrounded Chunan, allowing his body to fly quickly in the clouds at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound. He brought about a straight trajectory in the clouds and flew in the direction he had just escaped. With the super flying speed added by the life explosion, it took the War Fortress 2 hours to fly 200 kilometers. He only used 10 minutes to easily fly over. Seeing that a huge black ball could already be vaguely seen in the sky ahead, Chunin slowed down and stopped burning his life. At the same time, he retracted his aura and carefully hid his body in the clouds without revealing any traces. When he hijacked that war fortress and fled with Dongfang and the others just now, although the enemy also pursued him, they had to leave at least half of their forces to protect the remaining war fortress. In the end, they could only split half to pursue him. In the process of pursuit, Chunin had continuously left the war fortress to attack and destroyed more than half of the low-altitude shuttles sent by the enemy. In the end, only more than 30 low-altitude shuttles remained and chased all the way to the fleet of the Ceres security company led by Costa before being easily eliminated. The remaining batch of enemies and the remaining war fortress slowly advanced in this direction. It seemed that they did not plan to give up on chasing after him, which made Chunin feel a little strange. Before he caught up to the enemy, Chunin originally thought that since the other party could suppress Dongfang and the others who were protected by a void break martial artist like Uncle Muluo, his strength should be extremely powerful. However, from the beginning of the battle until now, although Chunin had already fought with several enemy void break martial artists, they were only low-level void break martial artists. Up until now, he had never encountered an enemy expert who made him feel troubled like Dakota and Kansas. Since these guys dared to do such a bold thing, they should not only have such mediocre strength. Otherwise, not to mention the help of Chunin and the Earth Federation, they could not even deal with the local forces of Nightclub City, including the Silice's Chamber of Commerce. He did not have enough strength, but he still wanted to cause trouble. Wasn't this courting death? Chapter 622. There was no point in thinking about things that he could not figure out. Chunin threw away this distracting thought and opened his personal terminal. He made a slight adjustment and a human diagram appeared on the virtual screen. Seeing that this person was currently in an extremely weak state on the human diagram but still had signs of life, Chunin was relieved. What this human diagram displayed was actually Uncle Muluo. According to Dongfang, the Ceres security company had special monitoring and communication methods for every high-level security personnel like Uncle Muluo. When he sensed that something was wrong at the banquet last night, Dongfang immediately activated the special information monitoring device on Uncle Muluo, so he could continuously detect his human condition. This monitoring device was developed by the Ceres security company itself. The signal emitted was extremely special and was not in any officially announced band signal. Although it would still be swallowed by the information black hole created by the enemy, it could not be stopped at close range and was very difficult to be discovered by the other party. When they separated earlier, Dongfang had implanted a special program into Chunin's personal terminal to make it convenient for him to investigate Uncle Muluo's situation at any time. At the same time, he could confirm his location so that it was easier to save him. Looking at the information displayed on the virtual screen and comparing the situation in reality, Chunin quickly confirmed that Uncle Muluo should be in the other war fortress. If he wanted to save him, he could only break into the war fortress like before. Of course, it was clearly impossible to enter like before. Chunin thought for a moment and raised his hand to activate his internal breath. The spatial energy in the surrounding space quickly condensed. Then, the electric charge in the surrounding clouds was crazily absorbed. At the same time, the water in the air began to condense in large amounts. A shadow quickly appeared in the originally ordinary clouds, and then it quickly spread, dyeing the entire cloud gray. It quickly turned from a white cloud to a dark cloud. This was only the beginning. This black cloud floated in the air and collided with another white cloud. In just a moment, it dyed the other white cloud gray. Then, the dark clouds spread one by one. Before long, the entire sky was covered in dark clouds. Crack! When the electric charge accumulated to a certain extent, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the clouds and instantly lit up the dim sky before dawn. With the first, there was the second, the third. Before long, several bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The sky that had seemed calm and peaceful just now was instantly filled with silver snakes. Accompanied by the heavy rain, it became sinister and terrifying. Chunin lowered his head and could not help but have a strange expression. Although this elemental power cultivation method was indeed a martial technique that controlled spatial energy to affect the surrounding environment, from the effect, it did not seem right. Especially now that he was using a high-level wind elemental power cultivation method, he did not look like a martial artist at all. He looked like a mage in a traditional fantasy novel of the Federation. However, sometimes, using this method could have special effects. For example, now, another few bolts of lightning fell and struck the sky ahead of the fleet, causing the entire fleet's footsteps to involuntarily slow down and the formation to be in chaos. At the same time, Chunin's body flew out of the clouds and circled around before quietly flying below the fleet. Looking up at the huge object above his head, Chunin lowered his head to look at the human diagram representing Uncle Muluo on the virtual screen of his personal terminal. He memorized all the data and quickly calculated it in his mind. A moment later, another bolt of lightning struck. When the lightning disappeared and the sky returned to darkness, Chunin moved. Earlier, he was still floating in the air and completely hiding his figure. Now, this action had already urged his internal breath to the strongest, but he did not activate the flame of life. Instead, he tried his best to hide his figure and precisely control the spatial energy fluctuations around him without revealing any aura. At the same time, a thin ribbon on his left hand emitted a very weak purple light and set up an invisible shield around his body, completely enveloping him. This was an information screen device that Dongfang had handed to him just now. Under the protection of this shield, any detection signal could be perfectly blocked to ensure that he could not scan Chunan's traces in all the other parties' monitoring and scanning devices. Under such double cover and Chunan's precise control of his flying location, he did not alarm anyone and quietly flew below the war fortress. Then, he suddenly activated his internal breath with all his might. He activated Life Explosion at the same time, and a dazzling white light erupted from his body. Next, there was no possibility or need to continue hiding. He could only go all out. Chunan instantly rushed into the sky and arrived below the war fortress. Then, as expected, he collided with a transparent energy shield. However, before all the other low-altitude shuttles around him could react, Chunan had already skillfully analyzed this energy shield. He slapped out and directly eliminated it. Then, he flew up and threw a punch, heavily hitting the outer wall below the war fortress. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The entire lower part of the war fortress seemed to have been smashed by a huge hammer and a huge hole exploded. As for Chunan, he used the cover of the explosion to continue flying upwards. He slapped a gap on the outside of the war fortress and rushed in. After finally rushing into the war fortress according to the plan, Chunan did not hesitate and threw another punch at the metal wall like before, forcefully opening a gap. Next, he punched again and again. Soon, he forcefully smashed a straight passageway in the war fortress. Chunan knew very well that the other party had learned his lesson from saving Dongfang and would definitely react faster this time. Therefore, he did not have much time. Therefore, every punch of his was almost the greatest force, and this passageway was especially fast to open. 10 seconds later, he had already rushed nearly 100 meters forward and was about to reach the core area of this war fortress. According to the data he had detected, Uncle Muluo should be in this area now. In the next moment, Chunan punched open another wall. The area ahead became clear, but a strong bloody smell suddenly surged into his nostrils, causing him to frown. Looking carefully, the huge room in front of him was covered in blood, dyeing the ground red. More than 10 people were lying on the ground, all motionless. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. Chunan was slightly shocked and his gaze quickly swept past before locking onto the back of a man lying on the ground in the corner. Chapter 623. This man's figure was identical to Uncle Muluo in his memory. However, looking at him now, he was almost no different from dead. Chunan's expression sank. Could it be that there was a problem with the monitoring program given by Dongfang? Or had Uncle Muluo died the moment he rushed into the war fortress? No, impossible. Chunan quickly threw away the chaotic thoughts in his mind and rushed forward to flip the person's body on the ground. It was indeed Uncle Muluo. He reached out and touched his nose, but he did not feel any breathing. He even pinched his wrist and could not sense any pulse. He's not really dead, right? Chunan's heart instantly sank, but he was still unwilling to give up. He picked up Uncle Muluo and quickly determined that many enemies had already surrounded him with the voice he heard and the aura he sensed in the surrounding space. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards a passageway that he had forcefully smashed open. Halfway through, he felt an abnormally terrifying aura sweep over from the left. Just from his aura and the surrounding spatial energy fluctuations, it could be determined that this person's strength was clearly stronger than the 3 void break martial artists he had encountered when saving Dongfang. He was even not inferior to Dakota and Kansas. Under normal circumstances, Chunan could still think of a way to deal with the other party and rely on his powerful recovery ability to slowly exhaust him to death. However, he clearly could not do this now. Moreover, with Uncle Muluo's current situation, it was impossible for him to delay. Therefore, the moment he sensed this dangerous aura, Chunan immediately made a decision. He circulated his internal breath with all his might and instantly entered the overclocking state that Angie Prairie had specially warned him not to use easily. An extremely dazzling white light suddenly erupted from his body, and his flying speed suddenly increased by nearly twice. In the blink of an eye, he had already forcefully rushed out of the war fortress. However, even so, he could not completely dodge the attack of the other party's void break expert, and his back was firmly slapped. Chunan did not counterattack and forcefully received it with his back. The force of this palm was abnormally great, and the spatial energy mobilized was even more terrifying. Even if Chunan condensed his internal breath on his back in advance and used a segmented method to resolve it, he was still unable to completely dissipate the power of this palm. Most of the palm force invaded Chunan's body without any tricks and instantly shattered his entire internal organs. However, Chunan also used the terrifying force of this palm to speed up his body again. In an instant, he transformed into a white light and rushed out of the sky where the fleet was. He disappeared into the distant sky and completely disappeared. A figure flew out of the gap created by Chunan and looked in the direction he left in surprise. Then, 2 more figures flew out and gathered beside that person. One of them asked, "Lord Mancherol, should we chase after him?" The void break martial artist called Lord Mancherol was the void break expert who had made Chunan experience how terrifying he was. He looked at the distant sky and shook his head lightly. "There's no need. That kid took my palm strike head on. It's impossible for him to survive. As for the guy he carried away, he's already dead. Ignore them. The important matter is important." Yes. The 3 of them turned around and flew towards the war fortress. Just as they were about to enter, Mancherol could not help but look back with doubt in his eyes. Why does that kid have to snatch a corpse? With his strength that can receive my palm strike, even if he's not my match under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape safely. Why should he lose his life because of this? He could not figure out this question no matter what. However, Chunan had already completely disappeared, so even if he saw him again, he would definitely be a dead man. It seemed that he could not obtain the answer. After thinking for a moment, Mancherol could only shake his head and put this question aside. After all, there were more important things to do now. Boom! A white light smashed into the ground of the wasteland, actually smashing a huge pit in the ground. Gravel and sand danced in the air, but they still could not completely hide the white light coming from the pit and the inconspicuous but green aura. In less than 20 minutes, Chunen had already flown more than 600 kilometers. In order to prevent any accidents, he did not choose the direction of Nightclub City, but the depths of the wasteland. Now, he had already observed the vicinity in the sky. He did not see any signs of human habitation. It was definitely barren. Therefore, after confirming that the enemy did not catch up, Chunan immediately chose to land and started to treat Uncle Muluo. In order to ensure that the effect of the goddess song was the strongest and the recovery effect of the flame of life was the best, Chunan did not even come into contact with the overclocking state of the flame of life. He continued to erupt with dazzling white light and urged the goddess song and flame of life. Although doing this would slightly weaken his control of spatial energy, with his powerful data ability and previous experience, he could still work hard to be perfect and let the green aura that seemed to represent endless life force crazily surge into Uncle Muluo's body. Under such a powerful treatment, if it was another heavily injured person, they would probably quickly recover. However, Uncle Muluo's current situation was already extremely bad. In fact, if anyone else saw this, they would directly judge him to be dead. Chunan's Song of Life and Flame of Life had been activated for a long time, but Uncle Muluo's situation still did not improve. In fact, because of the loss of life force, the Flame of Life did not even show any signs of healing the huge wound on his arm. Under normal circumstances, this situation meant that Uncle Muluo was actually dead now. It was impossible for him to be saved. However, Chunan still did not give up. Although the goddess Song and Flame of Life could be said to be useless, with his powerful data ability, he could still clearly compare the change in the life force transformed by the goddess Song on Uncle Muluo's body. This change was extremely small. If not for Chunan's data ability making him very sensitive, no matter how small the change was, he would definitely have ignored it. However, after discovering this change, Chunan had the confidence to persist. From the fact that every time life force flowed in and out, it would be consumed very weakly. In fact, Uncle Muluo's body was still absorbing life force, which proved that it was still possible for him to live. If he could not even absorb a little life force, he would really be dead. However, Chunan also knew very well that if he continued to replenish this extremely small life force, it would probably not be able to make up for the life force that Uncle Muluo was quickly losing. He would still die sooner or later. It seems that I still have to take a risk. Chunan quickly recalled the description of the second half of the high-level goddess Song cultivation method he had obtained from High Priest Zima. He raised his right hand and wisps of life force quickly condensed in his palm and turned into a green vortex. Chapter 624. As the green aura that represented the life force accelerated bit by bit in the vortex and spun faster and faster, the green in the center of the vortex became thicker and thicker, gradually condensing into a seemingly corporeal green ball. Feeling that the spatial energy that was spinning wildly around the vortex and the green aura that had transformed into life force had already reached a complete balance through the green ball in the center, Chunan stopped urging his internal breath and maintained the vortex and ball. Then, he carefully held his palm and slowly moved it above Uncle Muluo's chest. Then, he looked at the heart of Uncle Muluo's chest, flipped his hand, and slapped down. The green vortex and ball that represented a powerful life force were directly slapped into Uncle Muluo's body by Chunan's palm and spun wildly in his heart. Uncle Muluo's body suddenly shook as if he had been suddenly electrocuted, but he still did not react. Chunan pressed his palm on his chest and confirmed that the green vortex and ball were still spinning. After maintaining this for a while, he slowly retracted his hand. This green vortex and the green ball that had almost condensed into a solid state actually represented a special cultivation method in the high-level cultivation method of the goddess Song life spiral. According to the description of the high-level cultivation method of the goddess Song, under extreme circumstances, this life spiral could be used as a substitute to maintain the most basic life force cycle in the human body and prevent life force from flowing out. Uncle Muluo's greatest problem was that he was too weak and his life force was draining at an abnormally fast speed. Chunan could not maintain it with an ordinary goddess Song cultivation method, so he could only try. However, this cultivation method was not especially detailed in the high-level cultivation method given by High Priest Zima. It was even incomplete. Chunan only barely tried according to the description and his understanding. Moreover, the description of the cultivation method clearly said that once this cultivation method failed, it would instantly devour the other party's life force and kill him. There was no possibility of saving him. However, Chunan had no choice. If he did not take the risk to try, Uncle Muluo would still die if he continued like this. If he took the risk, he had a trace of hope of surviving. Looking at the traces of green aura coming out of Uncle Muluo's chest and circling around it, Chunan sighed softly. Uncle Muluo, it's up to you now. He had already done everything he could. Next, it would depend on whether Uncle Muluo's life force was tenacious enough. In the end, although Chunan had grasped cultivation methods like the Song of the Goddess and the Flame of Life, he was not a god and it was impossible for him to revive a dead person. After confirming that the situation in Uncle Muluo's body had not changed for the time being, Chunan sat down cross-legged. He circulated his internal breath and activated the Flame of Life to injure himself. In fact, compared to Uncle Muluo, his current situation was not much better. In order to escape immediately, he forcefully received a palm strike from the enemy who definitely had the strength of a 4th-stage Void Break Realm expert. In order to protect Uncle Muluo, who was in his arms, he did not dare to let the palm strike pass through his chest at all and could only take it all. The power of this palm was extremely terrifying. Even with Chunan's current body that had been tempered countless times and far exceeded the tempering of ordinary void break martial artists, it was impossible for him to forcefully endure it. Under that palm just now, a large portion of the meridians in his upper body had already been severely damaged, and his internal organs had been shattered by the palm force. If it was anyone else, not to mention escaping hundreds of kilometers like him, it would be already not bad if they did not die on the spot. The reason why Chunan could still persist was completely because of the enhancement of the flame of life. At the same time, he forcefully circulated the flame of life to barely maintain it. In order to save Uncle Muluo, he still did not have the time to care for himself. Now that he was finally free to treat himself, Chunan discovered how serious his injuries were. Fortunately, this was different from saving Uncle Muluo. He knew the situation in his body better, so it was naturally easier to treat him. The goddess song and flame of life were activated at the same time. Green aura and white light surrounded his body and the injuries in his body quickly healed. However, because he had exhausted a large amount of internal breath to treat Uncle Muluo just now, his recovery speed was much slower than usual. After nearly half an hour, Chunan felt that the injuries in his body had completely recovered and his life force had been replenished. He became energetic again. When he opened his eyes and looked to the side, the smile on Chunan's face, which had just completely recovered from his injuries, immediately faded. Compared to when he started to treat himself half an hour ago, the current Uncle Muluo did not change at all. The green aura spiral on his chest was still maintained, but the life force aura he felt did not increase at all. From this point, Chunan's attempt undoubtedly failed. This also proved that Uncle Muluo's life had probably come to an end. Chunan silently looked at Uncle Muluo's lifeless face and recalled the time when he and Costa led their subordinates to protect their families. Although Uncle Muluo had a dull personality and usually did not speak much, his protection of Chuzaoxi could be said to be meticulous, causing Chunan to not need to worry about her at all. When he was free, Uncle Muluo would take the time to guide Chunan's martial techniques. The reason why Chunan could improve so quickly during that period of time was because of Uncle Muluo's extremely detailed guidance. After spending more than a month together, Chunan and Chuzaoxi almost treated this taciturn uncle as their family. Now, Uncle Muluo was going to die. Uncle Muluo, if you die, I'll definitely kill all those guys to avenge you. Damn it. Chunan suddenly stood up and slapped his forehead before cursing softly. Damn, Uncle Muluo is not dead yet. How can I give up? You fool. After cursing himself, Chunan took a deep breath and forcefully pulled himself out of the mixed emotions of melancholy and anger. He forced himself to calm down and countless data circulated wildly in his mind. He instantly entered the completely mechanical thinking state that LV had once evaluated as an emotionless robot. When he saved Uncle Muluo earlier, the various precise data in his body quickly flowed through Chunan's brain, which was equivalent to an AI. Chunan stretched out his hand and pressed on his chest. A trace of internal breath flowed out and persisted in the situation in his body again. After comparing the data, Chunan immediately discovered that although the life spiral did not allow Uncle Muluo to obtain an obvious improvement, it still caused a small change in the area near his chest and heart. Moreover, it was still in a good direction. It seems that one life spiral is not enough. Various thoughts spun in Chunan's mind and a crazy thought suddenly appeared. Chapter 625. After careful consideration, Chunan gritted his teeth. Damn, Uncle Muluo is going to die anyway. What's there to be afraid of? Chunan raised his hand and activated the goddess song with all his might. Threads of green aura gathered and quickly formed a life spiral in his palm. After a while, when the spiral was formed, Chunan flipped his hand and slapped the lower part of Uncle Muluo's chest, near his lower abdomen, and pressed the life spiral in. Uncle Muluo seemed to have been electrocuted again as his body trembled. Chunan did not stop at all. He condensed his life aura again and formed another life spiral before slapping Uncle Muluo's right thigh. Slap, slap, slap. Life spirals appeared in Chunan's palm and were slapped into various parts of Uncle Muluo's body. With every slap, his body seemed to have been electrocuted. If it was another scene, Chunan would be like those doctors in the hospital who were using electric shock to save a dying patient. However, Uncle Muluo's situation was undoubtedly much more dangerous than that patient. After repeating this 27 times, Chunan had already slapped 27 life spirals into Uncle Muluo's body. At this moment, Uncle Muluo was completely enveloped by the green aura emitted by the 27 life spirals from head to toe. Under Chunan's precise calculations, every part of his body was affected by the life spiral and did not miss anything. After doing this, Chunan retracted his hand and felt that his internal breath had mostly been exhausted. He heaved a sigh of relief and focused his gaze on Uncle Muluo. This time, he had really used his last resort. The rest was really up to fate. What surprised Chunan was that under the joint effect of the 27 life spirals, the life force in Uncle Muluo's body finally became completely balanced. He could also clearly see that the trace of green aura that represented life force was slowly being absorbed by his body. Clearly, not only was the loss of life force in his body stopped, the situation was also reversed. After a while, Uncle Muluo's body suddenly shook again, as if he was trembling. Then, his eyelids shook twice and he slowly opened them. He was awake. Chunan was immediately overjoyed. He pounced over and pressed a hand on Uncle Muluo's chest. He was not in a hurry to activate the flame of life. Instead, he circulated the goddess song cultivation method and quickly discovered that the life force in Uncle Muluo's body had indeed recovered much more than before and was quickly growing with the help of the life spiral. Although it was still much inferior to ordinary people, it was completely different from the situation of a dead person just now. Chunan. Uncle Muluo even had the strength to open his mouth and speak. Why are you here? I. Don't speak first. Chunan instructed and gestured for Uncle Muluo to shut up and rest. Then, he continued to urge the goddess Song to help Uncle Muluo adjust the circulation of life force in his body and combine the life force automatically absorbed by the 27 life spirals to help him absorb it faster. Now that the situation in Uncle Muluo's body had improved and was no longer as bad as before, the speed at which he absorbed life force had clearly increased. Before long, Chunan confirmed through the data that Uncle Muluo had escaped the most dangerous situation and could finally heave a sigh of relief. Then, he began to urge the flame of life to treat the serious injuries in his body. Concerned that the effect of the flame of life was actually to consume life force, Chunan did not dare to use his full strength when he first used it. Instead, he slowly evaluated the absorption of life force in Uncle Muluo's body and helped him heal. At first, regardless of whether it was life force absorption or self-healing, the speed at which Uncle Muluo absorbed life force was very slow. However, as his injuries gradually improved, the speed at which he absorbed life force also became faster, and the speed at which he absorbed life force continued to increase. This cycle continued for less than 10 minutes before the situation in Uncle Muluo's body clearly improved. After more than 10 minutes, his injuries had completely recovered, and his life force had been perfectly replenished. His entire body had completely recovered. Feeling that his body was filled with strength again, and even the wound on his arm had completely disappeared, Uncle Muluo exerted a little strength in his waist and sat up. He looked at his hands in disbelief, then clenched his fists tightly and closed his eyes. His internal breath instantly circulated throughout his body. Feeling that the meridians in his body actually did not show any signs of damage, and instead seemed to be smoother than when he circulated his internal breath, Uncle Muluo opened his eyes again, jumped up, and instantly flew into the air. Chunan looked at Uncle Muluo, who was flying around in the sky in amusement. He thought to himself that he was simply like a new void break martial artist who had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. He was so excited because it was the first time he had grasped physical flight. However, he could understand Uncle Muluo's mood. Previously, even he had felt that Uncle Muluo was dead for sure and had almost given up. Before he was heavily injured, he had probably thought that he was dead for sure and had never expected to survive. Now, he had completely unexpectedly improved and even recovered to his original state. Even a calm person like Uncle Muluo could not help but show a little excitement. After flying twice, Uncle Muluo landed in front of Chunan with an expression of surprise and doubt. Chunan, did you save me just now? How did you do it? I've grasped some special cultivation methods now. Of course, this is mainly because your life force is tenacious. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to save you, Chunan replied vaguely. Seeing that Chunan was unwilling to answer, Uncle Muluo did not ask further. He looked around and asked, "You saved me. Where's Dongfeng? Do you know how he is now?" "I've already saved him. He's already gathered with Uncle Costa and the others. He should be safe." Chunan raised his wrist and revealed the monitoring device in his hand. "Look, this is what Dongfeng gave me just now. Without it, it won't be so easy for me to find you." Uncle Muluo glanced at it and nodded. "Since Dongfeng is fine, it's fine. Tell me about the situation now." "Okay." Chunan roughly explained the current situation to Uncle Muluo. After hearing this, he pondered for a moment and said seriously, "We have to rush back immediately. With Dongfeng's personality, he definitely won't let those enemies go so easily. I have to go back and help." At this point, Uncle Muluo waved his arm and smiled at Chunan. "Your cultivation method is really magical. Not only have my injuries healed, but my mind is also very good. I can completely enter the battle at any time." Chunan laughed and thought to himself that he had forcefully slapped 27 life spirals into Uncle Muluo. Now that his life force was ridiculously exuberant, how could he not be energetic? "Let's go see Dongfeng together. I can help a little." "Yes." Uncle Muluo nodded in agreement. Just as the two of them were about to set off, the personal terminal on Chunan's wrist suddenly emitted a strange notification. Chunan lowered his head in surprise and discovered that his personal terminal had been connected to the Milky Way network. Strange, this is the wasteland. Just as Chunan was feeling puzzled, his personal terminal suddenly notified him that he had received more than 10 messages and several missed calls. Looking carefully, Chunan's face immediately turned ashen. "Damn, I actually forgot about this." Chapter 626. So they abandoned you and ran away? Dongfeng looked at the ugly Chunan in amusement. Should I say that you didn't perform well in the academy so you weren't valued, or is Star Cloud Academy too inhumane? Chunan's face darkened and he said angrily, "Isn't it all because I wanted to save you that I delayed the matter? What nonsense are you saying now? Now, not only is my trial results directly cancelled, I even have to be punished. Teacher Galostin is too ruthless. Didn't I just miss the gathering time? Do you have to be so heartless as to abandon me?" The dozen or so messages and missed calls he had suddenly received were all from Star Cloud Academy. The last message was sent to Chunan by Galostin. In the message, Galostin expressed that because Chunan had violated the rules of the trial many times in the previous trial and had taken the initiative to miss the gathering time, he could not follow the trial team to Leviathan to the next stage of the trial. Therefore, his trial was announced to be stopped. All the trial results were cancelled and he was given a demerit according to the Academy's rules. Chunan only reacted when he saw these messages. Last night was originally the time for the students of Star Cloud Academy to gather and set off, but he missed it because of an emergency. Looking at Dongfeng, who was still gloating, Chunan gritted his teeth. If not for this guy insisting on dragging him to some banquet, he would not have encountered these things and would not have missed the gathering time. However, on second thought, if he had not encountered these things, how could he have saved Dongfeng and Uncle Muluo? If not for him, Dongfang and Uncle Muluo would probably be dead now. If the two of them really died because of this, the regret in his heart would definitely far exceed missing the gathering time now and being unable to continue participating in the trial. Thinking of it this way, this was his luck, and also Dongfang and Uncle Muluo's luck. Alright, Chunan, I won't say anything unnecessary like thank you. Dongfang patted Chunan's shoulder and comforted him. If Star Cloud Academy will still find trouble with you, at most, you can stop studying there. If you want to continue improving in martial arts, I can at most ask Dad to ask that star-grade martial artist uncle to guide you. If not, I'll risk starting martial arts again and let him take the two of us in as his disciples to cultivate with you. Will that do? Chunan rolled his eyes at him. Save it. You've never been interested in martial arts. It's not like I don't know. As for the guidance of a star-grade martial artist, I don't care. Keep it for yourself. Oh. Dongfang widened his eyes. Kid, do you think you can look down on other star-grade martial artists now that you know supremacy ovally? Let me tell you, that uncle of mine is also a star-grade martial artist. Just a casual sentence from him is enough to enlighten you, let alone take you in as a disciple. Do you dare to look down on him? It's not that I don't fancy it, but even a star-grade martial artist is not very helpful to my current increase. Chunan shook his head and thought to himself that with the help of his powerful data ability and various strange encounters, the path of martial arts was getting stranger and stranger. He was certain that the various martial techniques he had grasped were not something ordinary martial artists could understand and master. Every martial technique he grasped could always evolve into a different form, and it could even become a brand new pattern completely different from the original martial technique. The most obvious example was the Goddess Song. In the inheritance of the Rand clan, the Goddess Song cultivation method was only a cultivation method that increased one's life force, but now, it had been turned into a strange cultivation method by Chunan that could transform and replenish life force. The mutated cultivation method could even directly devour life force. No matter how one looked at it, it was much stranger than the original. Chunan firmly believed that if he wanted to continue improving in the path of martial arts, he could only rely on his continuous cultivation and comprehension. The guidance of a star-grade martial artist might be helpful, but it was definitely not the most important. If he forced Dongfang to pay too much because of this, it would be too boring. Moreover, ever since Mu Yutong, Chunan did not have the ecstasy of becoming a disciple of a star-grade martial artist. Instead, he was very resistant. He was also confident in becoming a truly powerful martial artist alone. Seeing that Chunan was really not interested, Dongfang was surprised. When he recalled that when the two of them were in Star Cloud Academy last year, Chunan had expressed that he was not very interested in becoming Mu Yutong's disciple. Dongfang felt that his good friend was really different. Of course, this was Chunan's decision and he would not force him to do anything. Alright, I won't say anything else. What do you plan to do this time? Did Star Cloud Academy make things clear? Is there any possibility of remedying it? If I send a spaceship to transport you to planet Leviathan and catch up to them, will I let you participate in the trial again? I don't think so. Chunan shook his head. Teacher Golostan sent me an official notice. It's impossible to change it casually. Chunan sighed. He knew very well that it was impossible for Teacher Golostan to change his mind day and night. That would lose his prestige in the hearts of the students. To be honest, Chunan was not too interested in continuing to participate in the trial. Now that Angie Prairie had already left, if he continued the trial, he would at most be with Mondeo and the others. To be honest, the strength of Mondeo and the others were already too inferior to him. If they participated in the trial together, he definitely had to consider their strength and could not participate in the trial, which was too difficult. Then, it would not be meaningful to his training. Therefore, even if he participated in the next trial, it was very meaningless to him. The only pity was that he could not obtain the student points for this trial. However, this was also good. At most, he would focus on studying the martial techniques in the martial arts database after returning to the academy and increase his points as soon as possible to exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. After figuring this out, Chunan instantly felt that Golostan's decision was not that difficult to accept. He glanced at Dongfang and thought for a moment before smiling. Actually, if we're talking about the trial, isn't your place a very good trial opportunity? Although Dongfang and Uncle Muluo had been saved, it was clearly impossible for this matter to end like this. If he stayed, he would undoubtedly gain much precious experience by fighting powerful enemies. That was much better than participating in a peaceful trial like the academy. Dongfang looked at Chunan with a strange expression. You really want to get involved? What? I can't. Dongfang was silent for a moment before shaking his head. He opened his personal terminal and a document appeared on the virtual screen. It's fine if you want to participate, but sign this contract first. Chapter 627. Even after flying far away with Uncle Muluo on a medium-sized low-altitude shuttle, Chunan was still a little stunned. For some reason, how did he suddenly become a specially hired first-level security guard of the Ceres Security Company? After being in a daze for a while, Chunan could not help but turn to ask Uncle Muluo beside him. Uncle Muluo, you're listening to Dongfang's orders because this kid usually fooled you like this, right? Even a common taciturn person like Uncle Muluo could not help but laugh when he saw Chunan's expression. He shook his head. Dongfang didn't lie to you, right? He asked you to sign this contract for your own good. According to the contract, after the operation is successful, you will obtain a good commission. Moreover, if you suffer any damage or even lose your life in this operation, the company will give you the corresponding compensation. No matter how you look at it, it's much better than you helping for nothing. However, I originally only planned to help him on account of my friend and spar with the other party's experts to train myself. Now that I've signed this contract, won't I become that kid's subordinate? At this point, Chunan frowned and cursed softly. Damn, I feel unhappy when I think of having to listen to this kid's orders. I really shouldn't have been fooled by him. Uncle Muluo said with a serious expression, no, Dongfang is not responsible for first-line combat command. Strictly speaking, your current superior is me. You should listen to my orders. Chunan looked at Uncle Muluo in surprise. When he saw his serious expression, he could not help but have a headache. With Uncle Muluo's personality, he might really take this seriously. Didn't that mean that he could not move casually? Damn, he should not have listened to Dongfang's bluff and caused so much trouble. Perhaps sensing Chunan's thoughts, Uncle Muluo smiled. You don't have to worry. You're a specially hired first-level security guard. I won't give you too many orders and will only remind you when necessary not to affect the overall operation. As long as you cooperate with us, it's fine. Chunan shrugged helplessly. It can't be helped. Who asked me to be tricked by Dongfang into this? Alright, Uncle Muluo, what should we do now? Uncle Muluo glanced at the virtual screen in front of him and pondered. According to the latest information, the enemy is still retreating at a fixed speed to the northwest at 37.91 degrees. According to their trajectory, we deduced that they should have set up an ambush ahead and seem to plan to fight us head-on. There's an ambush. Chunan was immediately surprised. Are those guys crazy? Could it be that they really plan to fight our Earth Federation's fleet and those gangs on this planet? Where does their confidence come from? After saving Uncle Muluo and seeing Dongfang again, those enemies chose to retreat because they had already paid the price of losing a war fortress and nearly 100 armed low-altitude shuttles. At that time, Dongfang did not have enough strength and did not choose to pursue them. However, the other party's retreating fleet did not escape in a hurry. Instead, it could even be said that they were still in an orderly manner and swaggered towards the wasteland as if they were not worried about being chased. Now, the latest information showed that they actually wanted to set up an ambush. This was really unbelievable. Not to mention the entire fleet and 5 combined low-altitude shuttle brigades of the Ceres Security Company brought by Dongfang, even the subordinates of the 5 local factions, including the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce, were very powerful. How could any other faction on planet Lepler defeat his mother? Uncle Muluo shook his head. There's insufficient information and we can't determine it. However, according to the other party's actions, they might have a base in the depths of the wasteland. Perhaps there's a powerful force hidden that we don't know about. You can't find anything with the satellite. Chunan pointed upwards. After being attacked, Dongfang had indeed ordered the space fleet of the Ceres Security Company to launch a reconnaissance satellite. It was currently orbiting in synchronous orbit above this wasteland. The reason why the trajectory of the other party's fleet's retreat was clearly detected was this satellite. If the other party had a base hidden in the depths of the wasteland, there was no reason for the reconnaissance satellite to not see it. This satellite is a portable model. Its power is not enough to detect the underground target, Uncle Muluo explained. Moreover, if the other party has prepared a special method to block the signal, the satellite can't detect it either. According to this, the other party is very prepared. No matter how I look at it, he shouldn't have suddenly come from another planet. Chunan touched his chin and considered for a moment before suddenly asking, is it the Angelo Chamber of Commerce? Uncle Muluo glanced at Chunan and shook his head. Both are possible. Both are possible. Chunan was stunned. Then why are you still working with these guys? Hurry up and run. This is also the suggestion our Ceres Security Company made to the caravan, but the caravan representative doesn't agree. Uncle Muluo sighed. Those merchants won't give up this possible chance to earn big money. You have to be alive to earn it. Chunan rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of Dongfang. He immediately felt that Dongfang might be thinking the same as the merchants in the Earth's caravan and was unwilling to give up this opportunity. This kid even planned to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with the Rand clansmen and use them to do something. When he thought of the Rand clan, Chunan felt that he could not give up so easily. Uncle Muluo, I'll go over there to cultivate for a while. If you need me, call me. Chunan instructed Uncle Muluo and sat in a corner of the low-altitude shuttle before starting to cultivate. Previously, he had encountered danger several times in the process of saving Dongfang and Uncle Muluo. Although the serious injuries he had suffered had already been completely healed by him with the flame of life and the large amount of life force he had lost had been replenished through the goddess song, the exhaustion of his internal breath still had to be completely recovered by cultivating with all his might. Now that the battle was imminent, he had to hurry up and adjust himself to his best state. As soon as he sat down, Chunan immediately focused his mind. The internal breath in his dantian circulated and filled all the meridians in his body in the blink of an eye. The modified 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique was activated. His internal breath quickly circulated in all the meridians including every fine meridian and quickly strengthened. Not far away, Uncle Muluo and another first-level security guard, a void break expert, turned around at the same time and looked in Chunan's direction with surprise. Although Chunan was only cultivating his internal breath cultivation method and adjusting it, the spatial energy in the space around him naturally circulated. This was originally a phenomenon that every void break martial artist would show when adjusting their internal breath, so it was not strange. However, the circulation of spatial energy in the surrounding space far exceeded their common sense. Chapter 628. When ordinary void break martial artists adjusted their internal breath, because of their special comprehension and control of spatial energy, their internal breath would naturally affect the surrounding spatial energy, allowing it to circulate with their internal breath. This phenomenon was even more obvious in lower-level void break martial artists. This was because low-level void break martial artists had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate and did not have a deep understanding of the connection between spatial energy and internal breath. Their control was insufficient, so it was very easy for such a situation to happen. As his comprehension of spatial energy gradually increased, high-level void break martial artists would try their best to avoid this situation, especially when there were outsiders. This was because experienced experts could easily deduce the circulation pattern of this void break martial artist's internal breath cultivation method through the flow of the surrounding spatial energy. From there, they could master the core cultivation method that was extremely important to a martial artist. At first, when Uncle Muluo sensed this, he thought that Chunan should have just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, so he did not realize this problem and prepared to remind him. However, he did not expect that when he really sensed the circulation of spatial energy around Chunan, there was only surprise left. If such a situation happened to ordinary low-level void break martial artists, the speed at which the spatial energy circulated around them was proportional to the speed at which their internal breath circulated. The faster his internal breath circulated in his meridians, the faster the spatial energy circulated. However, Chunan was too fast. At this moment, Uncle Muluo and the other void break martial artist clearly sensed that in the small space around Chunan, the spatial energy was simply spinning around him at a high speed as if it had gone crazy. It almost made people think that the space had suddenly collapsed, causing the spatial energy to enter a berserk state. What surprised them even more was that under such circumstances, the circulation pattern of spatial energy should normally be fixed, because the internal breath cultivation method of the martial artist who was cultivating at this moment was fixed. The spatial energy naturally triggered would also circulate according to a certain trajectory. However, the spatial energy around Chunan did not have a so-called fixed pattern. It was crazily circulating without any pattern. No matter how one looked at it, this was exactly the same as losing control of his internal breath after going berserk, causing spatial energy to erupt. Uncle Muluo raised his eyebrows and took a step forward. Just as he raised his hand, he forcefully pressed it down. He forced himself to calm down and calmly shouted, "Chunan, wake up." The more special the situation was, the more he could not casually interrupt Chunan. Otherwise, it would easily put him in an even more dangerous situation. Of course, if the internal breath in Chunan's body was completely chaotic and he could not control it, he would still help even if he risked heavily injuring him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Chunan immediately opened his eyes and looked at Uncle Muluo in confusion. "What? There's a situation so quickly." Uncle Muluo and the void break martial artist beside him looked at each other, the surprise in their eyes becoming stronger. Just as Chunan opened his mouth to speak, the spatial energy around his body was still in a violent state. However, Chunan's eyes were clearly clear and his expression was natural. There was no sign of pain, proving that he should be in a good state. "No, there's nothing going on for the time being." Uncle Muluo frowned slightly and asked hesitantly, "On the other hand, Chunan, are you alright?" "Me? I'm fine. What's wrong?" Chunan looked at Uncle Muluo in confusion and did not understand why he asked this. "Ah, it's good that you're fine." Uncle Muluo could only wave his hand awkwardly and stop asking. It was impossible for him to directly ask about the abnormal reason for the surrounding spatial energy because it involved Chunan's cultivation method. No matter how good his relationship with Chunan was, it was not suitable for him to ask directly, not to mention that there were others around. Chunan was even more puzzled, but when he saw that Uncle Muluo indeed did not have the intention to continue asking, he closed his eyes and cultivated again. Feeling the spatial energy around Chunan instantly become even more violent, Uncle Muluo recalled that Chunan had forcefully saved Dongfang and the others from the enemy's formation alone. His gaze towards Chunan immediately became extremely strange. This kid was really too surprising. Chunan did not have the time to pay attention to what Uncle Muluo and the other void break martial artists were thinking. The moment he opened his eyes and saw Uncle Muluo, he suddenly had a new inspiration. Previously, when he forcefully pulled Uncle Muluo out of the hands of the Reaper, he took the risk to use the life spiral that he had not even tried once before. Moreover, he used 27 at once before finally saving him. When he used it at that time, he did not think too much about it. When he saw Uncle Muluo just now, he recalled the situation and discovered that this life spiral was actually very valuable. Firstly, the life spiral was strictly speaking a practical cultivation method for the goddess song cultivation method. It was to condense the life force absorbed through the goddess song cultivation method through a special spiral method. It even caused the green aura that represented life force to almost condense into reality. Then, not only could such a highly condensed life force spiral leave Chunan's support and exist for a period of time, it could even allow Uncle Muluo, who was almost equivalent to a dead person, to absorb some and avoid direct death. After Chunan forcefully slapped a total of 27 life spirals into Uncle Muluo's body, he relied on the life force of these 27 life spirals to slowly be dragged back from the cliff and regain his life. Although the high-level cultivation method he had obtained from High Priest Zima did not say it explicitly, Chunan was certain that a normal life spiral was definitely not as crazy as his. The other use he thought of now was clearly unrelated to the high-level goddess song cultivation method. Chunan flipped his right palm and his internal breath circulated before flowing into his palm and quickly forming a spiral. Then, the goddess song cultivation method was activated. Threads of green aura gathered and quickly formed a life spiral in his palm. Uncle Muluo, who had been paying attention to Chunan, immediately discovered his actions. Seeing the green life spiral, Uncle Muluo could not help but touch his chest. When he woke up at that time, he could clearly sense the life spiral on his chest and clearly experienced the nourishment of exuberant life force from it. All his impressions were deep. However, what did Chunan want to do with this? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the traces of green aura that gathered at the center of the spiral suddenly turned from green to black. The green life spiral in his palm was also dyed black bit by bit. Chapter 629. Uncle Muluo was shocked again. Previously, Chunan had explained to him that the green spiral on his chest represented a special life cultivation method. The reason why it was green was because it represented the aura of life. However, the color of Chunan's spiral suddenly changed from green to black. Could it be that something had happened to Chunan's cultivation method? When he recalled that the spatial energy around Chunan had always been in a similar violent state, Uncle Muluo was even more worried. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he could not help but shout, "Chunan, are you alright?" Chunan looked up at Uncle Muluo in confusion. "I'm fine. What's wrong?" Uncle Muluo seriously looked at Chunan's expression and did not discover any abnormalities. He could only wave his hand in confusion. "It's fine, it's good that you're fine." Chunan frowned and could not understand what Uncle Muluo was doing. He had interrupted his cultivation twice. Looking down and seeing the life spiral that had already changed color in his palm, he came to a realization. He nodded and smiled at Uncle Muluo. "You think there's a problem with my cultivation, right? It's fine, don't worry. I'm doing an experiment now. I'll be fine in a while." Test. Uncle Muluo looked at Chunan in surprise. Did this kid mean that he was experimenting with his cultivation method? Was his talent really that high? He actually dared to casually change the cultivation method without the guidance of any teacher. What experiment was he doing? "Chunan, you should be as careful as possible. Altering the cultivation method is not a joke. Don't cause any problems." Uncle Muluo could not help but worry. The other void break martial artist also looked at Chunan in surprise. If not for the fact that Dongfang and Uncle Muluo had personally guaranteed and personally sensed Chunan's control of spatial energy, he would not even believe that he was already a void break martial artist. After all, he was too young. Now, he actually said that he was experimenting with his cultivation method? Was he sure he was not courting death? Looking at the strange expressions on their faces, Chunan thought for a moment and did not know how to explain. He could only pretend to be confident and say to Uncle Muluo, "Don't worry, it's fine. I often do such experiments. It's not a big deal." Uncle Muluo and the void break martial artists beside him were even more surprised. If what this kid said was true, his talent was really too terrifying. Uncle Muluo wanted to remind him again, but when he recalled the cultivation method Chunan had grasped, he did not know how to remind him. After thinking about it, he could only say be careful and had nothing else to say. Chunan casually replied. Seeing that Uncle Muluo did not ask further, he heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally focus on verifying his thoughts. While dealing with Uncle Muluo just now, he had not been idle. The green life spiral in his palm was still being tainted by the black aura bit by bit and gradually turned black. After dealing with Uncle Muluo, the originally green life spiral had completely turned black from the inside out. At first glance, it looked like a black cloud spinning at high speed. The reason why it turned from green to black was naturally because Chunan had deliberately guided the transformation process of spatial energy and changed the spatial energy that was originally transformed into life force to transform into the death energy that devoured life force. However, this was the first time Chunan had transformed the death aura while maintaining his life force. Moreover, he deliberately controlled the death aura to slowly dye the life spiral black. This process looked very stable as if the ink was slowly dyed black in a green life spiral, but in fact, it was extremely difficult. If he wanted to maintain these two states at the same time, he had to cleverly maintain every bit of spatial energy successfully. If there was a slight mistake, it would affect each other and directly cause failure, causing the spatial energy to truly lose control and even hurt Chunan. Fortunately, with his powerful data ability, Chunan was extremely precise in controlling even a trace of spatial energy, so there was no problem. Now, the black one. This could no longer be called a life spiral. It could only be called a death spiral. After the death spiral was formed, Chunan recalled that after the life spiral left his control, it could still last for a period of time. Then, this death spiral was completely condensed according to the method of the life spiral. Moreover, it was essentially built on the foundation of the goddess Song cultivation method. Could he do this? He did as he thought. Chunan looked around and wanted to casually grab one of the security personnel of the series security company beside him to experiment, but this was clearly not realistic. He could only helplessly stretch out his left hand and divert a portion of his mind to accurately pull out his internal breath from all the meridians on his left hand, causing his left hand to be completely unaffected by his internal breath and protected by spatial energy. Then, he clapped his hands and forcefully slapped the death spiral into his left palm. Before this, every time Chunan used the mutated goddess Song cultivation method and mobilized the death aura, it would only affect the enemy. The effect was extremely obvious, but he had never experienced it. Now that he had deliberately thrown it at himself, he immediately felt the terrifying effect of this death aura. Almost the moment the death aura touched his left hand that was not protected by internal breath or spatial energy, Chunan acutely felt the life force in his palm being crazily swallowed. The originally full and thick palm of his left hand lost its luster and withered at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was as if all the water had been extracted and completely lost its color. It became extremely gray like a piece of dead meat. The wrist that was connected to the palm and a portion of the exposed forearm skin still maintained a soft luster. It looked very different and strange. Uncle Muluo's eyebrows jumped. He could not help but open his mouth, but he forcefully swallowed the shout that had already reached his throat. Chunan felt the pain of his left hand being devoured and even his cells were about to die. he frowned and endured it. At the same time, he mobilized his internal breath and strictly controlled the death aura under his wrist, only allowing it to affect the palm. Seeing that his palm was about to completely die, Chunen circulated the goddess song cultivation method and injected a trace of life force into his left palm, barely maintaining it. Death energy and life force continuously resisted in his palm, and the raw flesh in his left palm continuously repeated the pain of being swallowed. After Chunen gritted his teeth and persisted for a minute, the death aura spiral that he slapped into his palm gradually weakened and completely disappeared half a minute later. Looking at his left hand that had almost turned into a chicken claw, not only did Chunen not look depressed or painful, he even revealed a smile. This experiment was actually successful. Then, he could try some in-depth experiments next. Chapter 630. He circulated the goddess song cultivation method again and threads of green aura entered Chunan's left hand. His withered palm quickly became plump and shiny again, and soon, it completely returned to its original state. Beside him, Uncle Mu Luo and the other void break martial artist widened their eyes and looked at this strange situation. They simply felt that they were watching a special performance. Was it so easy for a person's palm to turn from normal to withered and then from withered to normal? What strange cultivation method was Chunen cultivating? The two of them were very curious, but they knew that this was not the time to ask. They could only maintain their silence and continue to watch Chunan's next actions. After his left hand completely recovered, Chunen retracted his hand and closed his eyes again, concentrating all his energy on the meridians in his body. Internal breath surged from his dantian and soon filled every meridian in his body. With a thought, wisps of internal breath condensed in a few main meridians and secondary meridians in his chest, forming a small cycle. The spatial energy around him was triggered by his internal breath and gradually gathered in his chest. Then, it gradually condensed into a spiral that continuously circled at high speed in his chest. The formation of this spiral was very similar to the life spiral, but under Chunan's deliberate control, the spatial energy condensed was not transformed into life force and death energy. Instead, it maintained the original state of spatial energy and was only a simple spatial energy spiral. After the spiral was formed, Chunan continued to maintain it for a while before dissipating his internal breath. As expected, even without the influence of his internal breath, the spiral still maintained for a period of time before dissipating. With a thought, Chunan condensed another spatial energy spiral in his chest. He discovered that if he wanted to continue maintaining this spiral, he only needed to mobilize a small amount of internal breath. From the point of control of spatial energy, the internal breath paid for this method was undoubtedly the most optimized plan he had grasped at the moment. This life spiral is really widely used. Chunan smiled in his mind and thought for a moment before diverting his attention to control another portion of his internal breath to form a spatial energy spiral in his lower abdomen. This way, the two spatial energy spirals in his chest and lower abdomen basically enveloped his upper body. However, this was not enough. Chunan focused and separated another portion of his mind to form a smaller spatial energy spiral on his right arm. However, his attempt to form a spatial energy spiral on his right arm and forearm failed. The reason for his failure was very simple. He could not do four things at once. With the support of his powerful data ability, Chunan's current brain could completely support the simultaneous operation of multiple threads. In other words, he could multitask. However, controlling the spatial energy to form a complete spiral and maintain it required a high concentration and a large amount of brain power. Even the current him could not maintain so many spatial energy spirals at the same time. Previously, he had slapped 27 life spirals on Uncle Mu Luo because he did not have to worry about them after slapping one, allowing the life spiral to automatically circulate and replenish his life force. Now, it was another matter if he wanted to maintain them at the same time. Of course, with Chunan's powerful data ability, it was not impossible for him to persist in doing this. However, his control of these spatial energy spirals would be much worse. Not only would he not reach his ideal state, but he might also even be in danger, let alone maintain this state in battle. This won't do. Can there be other ways to resolve this problem? Chunan frowned and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a moment, he opened his left hand and condensed a small spatial energy spiral in his left palm, enveloping it. Before long, because the center of the spatial energy spiral was highly condensed, the space inside changed slightly. Chunan felt the abnormality in his left hand and his heart suddenly stirred. That's right. If dozens can't be maintained at the same time, just use one large one. Chunan stood up excitedly and opened his hands. He spread his feet and stood in a posture. Then, after carefully calculating and confirming that the location of his lower abdomen's dantian was actually the center, he did not hesitate to activate his internal breath and quickly circulated with his dantian as the center. A large amount of spatial energy quickly condensed in the surrounding space. It first formed a small spatial energy spiral at his dantian, then gradually expanded. Soon, the spiral of spatial energy was so large that it enveloped his entire body. However, this was still not enough. Chunan originally wanted to continue expanding, but he suddenly thought of a problem. He opened his eyes and said to the surprised Uncle Mu Luo, "Uncle Mu Luo, I'll go out for a while. I'll be back in a while." Before he could answer, Chunan had already opened the door of the low-altitude shuttle and flew out. Chunan did not fly too far. After he flew out, he left the low-altitude shuttle he had just taken and left the low-altitude shuttle brigade of the Ceres security company led by Uncle Mu Luo. He soared into the sky and passed through a layer of clouds to arrive above the clouds. After confirming that nothing in the surroundings would be affected, Chunan took a deep breath and mobilized his internal breath with all his might. Soon, the huge spatial energy spiral around his dantian formed again, and it was much larger than before. The core location of this huge spatial energy spiral was also huge and actually enveloped Chunan's entire body. A huge amount of spatial energy was attracted and continuously spun wildly around Chunan's body. Just like the life spiral, at the core of the spiral, spatial energy condensed through a special pattern. Be it the density or purity, it far exceeded normal space. At first, Chunan was a little uncomfortable with this special space and even felt a trace of suffocation. However, after quickly analyzing the special data of this space, he immediately adjusted the frequency and pattern of his internal breath to maintain the synchronization with the spatial energy in this space. Therefore, he instantly felt his entire body become clear as if he had fused into this special space. This was because the spatial energy in this space was especially condensed. Chunan only casually moved his internal breath and felt that he could easily mobilize an extremely huge amount of spatial energy. Moreover, it became extremely easy to use his internal breath to fuse with spatial energy. With a thought, the internal breath in his entire body easily fused perfectly with the surrounding spatial energy. Feeling this special situation, Chunan's heart stirred. He sat cross-legged in the air and began to cultivate the 9 revolutions technique. His internal breath continuously circulated along his meridians, and the huge spatial energy in the surrounding space fused and circulated together. With every cycle, Chunan felt that all his meridians had been purified by the internal breath that had been fused with spatial energy. After cultivating like this for a while, Chunan was pleasantly surprised to discover that the small difference in meridians caused by having to cultivate the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique and the other 34 internal breath cultivation methods had completely been erased. When his internal breath flowed through these meridians, there was no obstruction at all. The meridians in his entire body completely fused into one at this moment. Soon, his internal breath quickly circulated in all the meridians in his body and connected to the huge spatial energy around him. Then, his internal breath entered the 2nd revolution, and the spatial energy around him naturally entered the 2nd revolution. Then, he circulated his 3rd revolution internal breath and spatial energy. 4th revolution. 5th revolution. When his internal breath completed the 6th revolution in his body, the spatial energy also followed suit and became extremely huge and terrifying. Chunan opened his eyes and slowly exhaled, his face and eyes revealing uncontrollable joy. The 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique was finally completed. Chapter 631. After a while, the huge spatial energy spiral surrounding Chunan's body gradually dissipated and the space around him returned to normal. However, when Chunan's internal breath circulated, he could still clearly sense the perfect fusion of his internal breath and spatial energy. He could easily drive the spatial energy to enter a high circulation state. Haha, I didn't expect to obtain such a huge gain from an experiment. After confirming that he had truly mastered the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique, Chunan could not help but laugh heartily. Looking around, Chunan waved his right hand and casually slapped down. The 6th revolution internal breath carried a powerful 6th revolution spatial energy out of his right hand. The space below seemed to have been shattered by this palm, and the thick cloud layer not far away was instantly shattered, breaking open a huge hole. Chunan laughed loudly. His figure moved and he rushed down from the hole towards the Ceres security company's fleet. As soon as he passed through the clouds, Chunan suddenly saw countless black dots in the distant sky from the corner of his eye and they were quickly approaching. Chunan frowned and immediately opened his personal terminal. Uncle Muluo, it seems to be the enemy. Yes, I've already discovered it. These guys don't seem to have the intention to hide. Uncle Muluo sneered. Chunan, Dongfang said that you're flying very fast. Please investigate the situation first. After a pause, he added, be careful. You only need to look at the situation before coming back. Don't easily choose to fight the enemy. Alright, listen up. Chunan nodded, but he did not fly towards the black dots. Instead, he turned around and flew into the sky from the huge hole in the cloud. When he was above the clouds again, Chunan activated the flame of life. His entire body shone with white light and he flew towards the distant sky at high speed. After mastering the 6th level of the 9 revolutions technique, not only did Chunan's internal breath circulate more smoothly and quickly in his body, but his control of spatial energy was also more skilled. However, the greatest change was still the increase in his control of spatial energy. The current him only needed to mobilize half of his internal breath to control the exact same spatial energy. Moreover, he could easily use his internal breath to mobilize spatial energy to enter a high circulation state. The upper limit of spatial energy he could mobilize was undoubtedly several times stronger than before. Due to the excitement brought about by his recent breakthrough, after Chunan activated the life explosion technique, he simply mobilized spatial energy to enter the higher circulation and wanted to try what he could do if he entered the limit. However, as soon as he entered the 3rd revolution, Chunan discovered that he had already flown more than 5 kilometers. If he continued, he would surpass the enemies he had discovered. Tisk, I haven't used my full strength. Chunan curled his lips in satisfaction and put away the flame of life. His body sank and entered the clouds below. He did not directly pierce through the clouds. Instead, he arrived at the edge of the cloud and restrained his aura. He hit at the edge of the cloud and looked at the huge fleet flying past in the sky directly below him. Chunan glanced at it and immediately determined that the various low-altitude shuttles in this fleet were more than 90% similar to the low-altitude shuttles in the fleet he had fought previously. From this, he could determine that they should be the previous enemies. However, he did not see the 2 war fortresses that he had not completely destroyed in this fleet. It seemed that either he had to drag them back to repair them, or the enemy felt that the speed of the war fortresses was too slow and not suitable for such a low-altitude fast battle, so they did not bring them out at all. Chunan opened his personal terminal and recorded the situation of the fleet below before sending it to Uncle Muluo. Uncle Muluo, can we start the battle now? Let me go. My hands are itchy now. Chunan asked excitedly. Uncle Muluo immediately shook his head and rejected. No, a void break martial artist is our most precious combat strength. We can't waste it in the battle with the other party's low-altitude shuttle. How's your current situation? If it's safe, continue to monitor and wait for my next order. Alright, Chunan sighed helplessly and weakly agreed. Because he had just broken through, his hands were really itchy. He really wanted to immediately test how much his current strength had increased through the battle with the enemy, but this was Uncle Muluo's order, so he could not openly disobey. Damn, it'd have been good that I didn't sign that damned contract with Dongfeng. Chunan cursed in a low voice, but he knew that he was just saying something after the fact. One had to know that the reason why he chose to sign that temporary employment contract at that time was not only because of Dongfeng's deception. The eye-catching commission of 100,000 Federation coins was a very important factor. Since Uncle Muluo had ordered, Chunan could only obediently stay in the clouds and continue to monitor from above. At the same time, he provided a high-altitude reconnaissance vision for the fleet of the Ceres Security Company. The two fleets quickly approached each other, and a huge battle erupted. Regarding the Ceres Security Company, Chunan had heard of its illustrious reputation many times when he was in the Earth Federation. He knew that its strength was extraordinary. Not only did it have many powerful experts working for it, but the armed forces under it were even comparable to the regular army of the Federation and had a rather high reputation. Therefore, when he learned that Dongfeng was actually the son of a certain important figure in the Ceres Security Company, Chunan was really shocked. However, even so, Chunan had only come into contact with the actual strength of the Ceres Security Company. As for the military armed forces, this was the first time he had seen them with his own eyes. When he saw this, he immediately discovered that it was indeed true. Although the various low-altitude shuttles in the two fleets looked similar, with more than 100, as soon as the battle began, the fleet of the Ceres Security Company displayed powerful mobility and tacit understanding. From the sky, it could clearly be seen that the low-altitude shuttles in the Ceres Security Company's fleet were like bees. They maintained an extremely good formation and circled around. The interweaving of firepower was almost perfect, and the cover between them was extremely good. On the other hand, the enemy's fleet only rushed over in a mess. Although the firepower looked very ferocious, it was obvious that they were fighting wildly. There was no cooperation or tacit understanding. In the end, they were easily dodged by the fleet of the Ceres Security Company and were perfectly divided. Before long, the low-altitude shuttles on the enemy's side exploded and burned one after another, falling. On the other hand, the Ceres Security Company's side was only a low-altitude shuttle that was struck, but it could still maintain its flight state and safely retreat to the back. Chunan looked at it for a while and could not help but smile bitterly. At this rate, is there a need for me to appear? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, several figures suddenly flew out from the enemy's formation. Chunan immediately jolted. It should be my turn to attack now, right? Chapter 632. However, until he personally saw several figures fly out from the fleet of the Ceres Security Company, it was obvious that they had sent out equivalent void break martial artists to fight. Looking at the nearly 20 void break martial artists fighting on both sides, Chunan still did not receive Uncle Muluo's order to attack. After waiting patiently for a while, Chunan finally could not help but choose to answer Uncle Muluo's short frequency call. Uncle Muluo, it's time for me to go, right? Look, we're at a disadvantage now. With me, we can definitely turn the tables and beat these guys back. Chunan was not talking nonsense. The Ceres Security Company had 3 fewer void break martial artists than the other party. Coupled with the fact that there were no especially outstanding void break martial artists among them, they were naturally completely suppressed by the other party. The situation did not look good. Unexpectedly, Uncle Muluo still shook his head and rejected Chunan's suggestion. No, don't attack. Chunan was immediately disappointed. However, what Uncle Muluo said next excited him again. There's something more important for you to do. Find a place to put the monitoring device and come back first. Remember not to attract the other party's attention. Alright. Chunan simply agreed and put down the super small floating detection beacon near the clouds. Then, he flew back above the clouds and used only 10 seconds to circle back to the back of the Ceres Security Company's fleet. Then, he quietly returned to the low-altitude shuttle where Uncle Muluo was. When he entered the cabin, he saw that the other void break martial artist who had been beside Uncle Muluo was no longer there. Clearly, he had gone out to participate in the battle. When he saw Chunan enter, Uncle Muluo waved at him and gestured for him to come to his side. He pointed at the 2 void break martial artists fighting displayed on the virtual screen in front of him and asked, Chunan, you healed my injuries previously, right? I remember that you didn't even use any medicine. Chunan looked at him strangely and nodded. That's right. Didn't I tell you before that I grasped a special cultivation method and learned it from Supremacy Ovally? Chunan only revealed the flame of life to them but not the goddess Song cultivation method. This was because compared to Supremacy Ovally, who was familiar to the flame of life and the people of the Earth Federation, the goddess Song cultivation method was very difficult to understand. Not many people in the Rand clan understood it. Then if someone else is injured, can you help treat them? Uncle Muluo asked again. No problem. Chunan patted his chest and said confidently, as long as they don't die directly, I can treat any injuries. That's good. Uncle Muluo seemed to be relieved. Wait here. I'll send the injured over in a while. Help treat him. Ah. Chunan was stunned, but Uncle Muluo had already flown out of the cabin door. A moment later, on the virtual screen, Uncle Mu Luo flew into the battle and fought intensely with the enemy void break martial artists. This, am I just going to watch? Chunan was bored and fell into a daze. Looking at the intense battle displayed on the virtual screen, he really wanted to rush out and join the battle. However, Uncle Mu Luo's order was very clear. He could not openly violate it and could only force himself to stay obediently. The battle was not fixed. After Uncle Mu Luo participated, the battle between the two sides immediately became much more intense. Before long, a void break martial artist from the series security company fought with an enemy void break martial artist, and the two of them were heavily injured. Although they were saved with the help of their respective classes, from the situation of the two of them being injured, it was obvious that they could not continue fighting. Clearly, this void break martial artist belonging to the series security company was even more heavily injured, so he had no choice but to send a void break martial artist to carry him out of the battle. A moment later, the void break martial artist holding his companion flew in from the open cabin door. He raised his head to look at Chunan and a trace of suspicion that he did not deliberately hide flashed through his eyes. He asked, "You're Chunan. You can treat his injuries. Put him down." Chunan ignored his suspicion. After all, he was too young and it was unbelievable for him to use his cultivation method to treat others. It was normal for him to not believe it. That void break martial artist hesitantly placed his companion on the ground and immediately turned around to fly out. Due to the sudden loss of two people, the situation of the void break martial artists of the series security company who were fighting in front was tight. He could not continue to waste time here. After he left, Chunan waved his hand and stopped the others from approaching. He squatted down and glanced at the situation of the void break martial artist on the ground. He discovered that he should have been slapped in the chest by the enemy. Clearly, two of his ribs were broken and his internal organs were greatly damaged. Under normal circumstances, if such a serious injury was not immediately sent to an advanced hospital for treatment, it was almost impossible to even survive, let alone continue to participate in the battle. However, in Chunan's opinion, this was really a piece of cake. He stretched out a hand and pressed it on that person's chest. The flame of life activated, and his entire body shone with white light. As soon as he activated it, he immediately felt that after obtaining the breakthrough just now, his control of internal breath and spatial energy was even more comfortable and relaxed. Even if he activated the flame of life, it would almost not have any obvious effect on his control of internal breath and spatial energy. Coupled with more precise and powerful control, the effect of the flame of life had clearly increased. Therefore, white light flashed and the injuries on that person's chest quickly healed. In less than 5 minutes, that person's bones had already recovered and his internal organs were brand new. At the same time, Chunan used the goddess song cultivation method to replenish his exhausted life force, causing him to instantly recover to the most perfect state. That void break martial artist sat up and touched his chest in surprise. Then, he jumped up and down twice. He closed his eyes and circulated his internal breath. After confirming that even the severely damaged meridians in his body had recovered, he could not help but reveal an unbelievable expression. What's going on? He glared at Chunan. How did you do it? Chunan shrugged and pointed outside the cabin. Now is not the time to explain this. They're still waiting for your support. The void break martial artist immediately reacted. Just as he turned around and rushed out of the cabin door suddenly opened. The void break martial artist from before flew in with an injured companion. At a glance, he was shocked to see that this void break martial artist was actually intact and even standing in front of him in high spirits. You're done. Yes, I'm already done. That person laughed and patted his chest. Without saying anything, he snatched it from him and flew out of the cabin. The void break martial artist from before blankly watched that person fly far away before realizing it. He turned around and looked at Chunan in shock. You. Alright, don't waste time. Quickly put him down. It'll be fine in a while. Chunan immediately interrupted him. Oh, okay, only then did the void break martial artist react and hurriedly put his companion down carefully. Before he left, he could not help but turn around and see that Chunan's hand was emitting a white and green light that enveloped his companion. Immediately after, he saw the terrifying injuries on his companion's body immediately recover at a visible speed. Oh my god! A cry of surprise escaped his mouth. Chapter 633. With Chunan's help, the injured void break martial artist who had just been sent over quickly recovered and joined the battle again. Soon, injured void break martial artists were sent back one after another. Then, they were treated by Chunan and he turned around to continue fighting. Unlike the void break martial artists here who could quickly recover their combat strength even if they were heavily injured, the enemy's void break martial artists could only obediently leave after being injured. It was impossible for them to return in a short period of time. Therefore, as they advanced and retreated, it did not take long for the enemy's void break martial artists to continuously decrease because of their injuries. However, there was not a single void break martial artist missing from the series security company's side. Moreover, they had always been in good condition, so the combat strength of both sides naturally quickly changed. At first, the series security company completely had the upper hand in the battle between the fleets, but the battle between void break martial artists was at a disadvantage, causing them to be constantly restrained and unable to completely resolve the battle. Now, the battle between void break martial artists had also reversed the situation and quickly obtained the absolute advantage. The entire battle immediately became very clear. Before long, there were not many void break martial artists left who could still fight. They could not hold on anymore and turned around to escape in the direction of the enemy fleet that was also left. However, it was not that easy to escape. The low-altitude shuttle of the Ceres Security Company had long surrounded the enemy through various interventions. After an intense battle, the Ceres Security Company paid the price of losing 4 low-altitude shuttles and completely ended the battle. Apart from the 3 mere low-altitude shuttles, only 5 void-break martial artists had escaped. The other low-altitude shuttles were destroyed on the spot, and a total of 7 void-break martial artists were killed on the spot. Such a loss was undoubtedly extremely heavy. It was one thing for low-altitude shuttles, but every void-break martial artist was an extremely precious resource. If any one of them died, it was definitely an unacceptable loss to the enemy, let alone 7 of them being killed at once. After the battle ended, Uncle Muluo flew back surrounded by a group of void-break martial artists from the Ceres Security Company and entered the low-altitude shuttle Chunan was in. Haha, little brother Chunan, you're really too magical. As soon as a void-break martial artist entered the cabin, he rushed over and grabbed Chunan's hand before praising excitedly, if not for you, we would be in danger this time. Ha, it's not dangerous, but it's definitely not that easy. The other void-break martial artist looked at Chunan in admiration. With you around, we don't have to worry about being injured. It's simply too satisfying to fight. That's right, that's right. Did you discover that? Just now, we let go and fought with those guys opposite us. In the end, they were extremely afraid. I'm simply dying of laughter. Haha, I discovered it. We can risk our lives, but they don't dare. After all, they don't have another little brother Chunan. Haha. Facing everyone's praise, Chunan did not look happy at all. Instead, he frowned and sighed deeply. You guys had a good time fighting, but I didn't attack at all. It wasn't satisfying at all. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. One of them said to Chunan, about that. Little brother Chunan, since you have such an ability, it's better for you to stay behind and treat our injuries. Look, if not for you, not to mention killing so many people, we might not have been able to defeat the other party. After all, the other party sent out such an expert in a row. Even if we join forces with you, we might not have been able to defeat them. On the contrary, it's more useful for you to help us treat our injuries from behind and make us have no worries. That's right, little brother Chunan. Your role behind is much greater than directly attacking. There's no need to rush up. Hearing everyone's persuasion, Chunan helplessly sighed again. He actually knew very well that the effect of him being in charge of healing was greater. However, he had just broken through after all and really wanted to obtain the chance to fight to verify it. However, he was pressed behind by Uncle Muluo and could not attack directly, so he was naturally very unwilling. Uncle Muluo patted Chunan's shoulder and said seriously, the important thing now is to fight experts in the future. If you're willing, after this matter is over, these people and I can spar with you. Seeing Uncle Muluo point over, the surrounding void-break martial artists of the Ceres Security Company immediately patted their chests and promised Chunan that they could spar with him at any time. They could even ask him directly about his cultivation method and guarantee that they would tell him everything. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, Chunan could only temporarily put away his thoughts and obediently agree. Uncle Muluo was not wrong. Now was the important matter, and it was not the time for him to show off. Just as they were about to ask Uncle Muluo what the next step was, a communication suddenly sounded, causing the expressions of everyone who were happy about their victory to sink. This fleet of the Ceres Security Company was not the only armed force mobilized. In order to attack the enemy, the 5 great factions of Nightclub City sent out their own armed forces and headed towards the wasteland in different directions. However, the news that came now was that every armed force had been intercepted by the enemy. Apart from the fleet of the Ceres Security Company, the fleets of the other large factions were actually in danger. This communication just now was actually their distress signal. Where did these guys come from? Why do they have such powerful strength? A void-break martial artist frowned deeply with a puzzled expression. They only sent hundreds of armed low-altitude shuttles on our side and even sent a total of 12 void-break martial artists. They actually still have the ability to stop others. Isn't this too ridiculous? This was also everyone's doubt. Now, it was certain that these enemies who suddenly appeared were definitely not the local forces of planet Lepler, because it was impossible for any local force on the planet to have such powerful strength. However, if they were from other places, why did the 5 great factions in Nightclub City not receive any news? What was even more strange was why they suddenly attacked the 5 local forces of the Earth Federation and Nightclub City. What was their goal? Uncle Muluo frowned and thought for a moment before waving his hand. Now is not the time to consider this. According to the news just now, the fleet of the Silicis Chamber of Commerce is the closest to us. We'll immediately rush to the rescue. Yes. The other void-break martial artists of the surrounding Ceres Security Company received the order in unison. Uncle Muluo looked at Chunan again. Chunan, how are you? Can you still hold on? Chunan shrugged. If you're asking if I can help treat others, there's no problem. That's good. Uncle Muluo waved his hand. Let's go. Chapter 634. Boom. Hearing another loud bang outside, Bruce's already gloomy expression sank even more. His heart shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The situation was already extremely bad. Not only had more than half of the armed low-altitude shuttle brigade sent by the entire Silicis Chamber of Commerce's guards been lost, but even the 7 void-break martial artists who had set off together, including him, were all injured. 2 of them were even heavily injured and had completely lost their combat ability. Even Bruce himself had been punched in the chest in the intense battle with the enemy just now. Now, he could clearly feel the pain in his chest. The circulation of his meridians was extremely difficult, and even his internal breath could not circulate normally. Although he could still barely endure this, his combat strength had already decreased greatly compared to his peak. he was probably not even 50% comparable. Lord Bruce, let's retreat. A subordinate suddenly turned around and asked Bruce with a pale face. Retreat. Bruce smiled bitterly and coughed violently again. Blood spat out from the corner of his mouth. Where can we retreat to? He glanced at the sky outside through the window of the low-altitude shuttle. From time to time, he could see the armed low-altitude shuttle belonging to the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce explode into a ball of flames in the air. In the sky not far away, several void break martial artists were fighting. The remaining 3 void break martial artists of the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce were currently facing the encirclement of the 6 enemy void break martial artists. They were already in a dilemma and could not fight back at all. From the current situation, they probably could not last more than 10 minutes. If he could maintain a balance in the combat strength of a void break martial artist, or rather, he was only slightly at a disadvantage, then retreating was not a problem. However, their own void break martial artists were completely suppressed now. If they chose to retreat at this moment, the enemy fleet would closely pursue them. Coupled with the help of the void break martial artists, it was impossible for them to run far. Their only hope of survival could probably only rely on reinforcements. Bruce tilted his head and looked at the farther sky, but he could not help but sigh again. Although there was no message from the fleet of the Earth Federation in the large number of distress messages he had just received, Bruce did not think they had the ability to save him. Since the enemy could divide such a powerful force to intercept their Siliceous Chamber of Commerce's fleet so accurately, they would definitely send an even stronger force to deal with the Earth Federation's fleet. Since they could not resist, those people from the Earth Federation would definitely be powerless to resist. Thinking of this, Bruce took a deep breath and adjusted the internal breath in his body. He forcefully suppressed the pain in his chest and barely stood up. Lord Bruce, you, seeing him stand up, the subordinate beside him immediately said in surprise. Bruce said in a low voice, pass down the order. After I and the other lords tangle with the other party's experts, you'll find a chance to escape. Remember, you only have one chance. If you miss it, there's no hope of survival. The subordinate was immediately shocked. Lord, could it be that you? Bruce did not give them any room to doubt. After saying this, he opened the cabin door and flew out. A strong wind with a trace of chill assaulted him. As Bruce flew towards the battle between the two sides' void break martial artists, he raised his head to look at the dazzling star above him and smiled bitterly. This was probably the last time he bathed in the light of the star. Just as he was about to speed up to support his remaining companions, he suddenly discovered that there were countless black dots vaguely flying in this direction at high speed in the distant sky. In just a moment, those black spots turned into black shadows. On careful look, it was clearly a large group of low-altitude shuttles of various styles. Bruce was first shocked. If these low-altitude shuttle clusters were the enemy's reinforcements, that would be too bad. Then, he was immediately relieved. In any case, their situation was already bad enough. No matter how bad it was, what could they do? At most, they would die. There was no difference. When he saw the fleet of low-altitude shuttles flying close, Bruce looked carefully and was immediately overjoyed. This sudden fleet was actually the fleet of the Earth Federation. That group of Earthlings had received a distress signal? Could it be that they were not intercepted and attacked by the enemy? Or had they already defeated the enemy and rushed over to save him? Countless questions flashed through Bruce's mind. The thought of death in his mind was instantly thrown away and he perked up again. No matter what, with the help of these Earthlings, they would at least not be completely wiped out. In the distance, the 3 void break martial artists of the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce who were still fighting did not have the time to notice the arrival of the reinforcements. Instead, the few void break martial artists of the enemy noticed and immediately strengthened their attacks. Clearly, they planned to deal with them before the fleet of the Earth Federation arrived. Bruce glanced at it and hurriedly mobilized his internal breath again, planning to provide support first. However, just as he moved, an eye-catching white light suddenly lit up in the distant fleet of the Earth Federation. Then, in a few breaths, it had already flown more than 5 kilometers between the Earth Federation's fleet and here. Like a bolt of lightning, it arrived beside the two sides of the battle and threw a punch at an enemy void break martial artist. Although the few void break martial artists were shocked by his speed, as an expert of the void break realm, their reaction was not slow and they immediately counterattacked. However, that person's reaction was even faster. Almost at the same time as the enemy void break martial artist reacted, there was a change in his hand. He transformed his fist into a palm and in the blink of an eye, palm shadows flew everywhere, actually enveloping a large area of the surrounding space and directly threatening the 3 enemy void break martial artists. Bruce's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this void break martial artist of the Earth Federation too arrogant? He actually wanted to fight 3 alone. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened and his mouth widened. The shock on his face was much stronger than before. As the palm print flew, although the 3 void break martial artists enveloped by the palm force made an appropriate counterattack, none of them could completely dodge. With 3 muffled bangs, one of the 3 void break martial artists flew to the ground like a meteor. The other 2 flew back and were actually sent flying by that person's palm. Bruce looked at the figure who was still enveloped in white light in shock and could not believe his eyes. He had fought those void break martial artists just now and knew that their strength was between the 2nd and 3rd stage void break martial artists. Although they were not especially strong, they were definitely not weak. These 3 experts were actually heavily injured in a single move despite fighting 3 against 1? Could this guy from the Earth Federation be a heaven control expert? Chapter 635. While the others were stunned by his sudden lightning attack and did not react for a moment, Chunan quickly retreated and pulled away. Although the attack earlier had defeated the 3 Void Break martial artists, it was not as if Chunan was fine. In order to cause a sufficiently powerful result in an instant, he forgot Supremacy Ovalie's instructions again and adopted a method that both sides suffered. Although he struck out with 3 palms and sent the 3 Void Break martial artists flying, he also firmly endured the attacks of the 3 of them. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that compared to before, after breaking through, his resistance to attacks had become much stronger. Although the strength of the 3 Void Break martial artists was probably between the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage Void Break realm, if it was in the past, he would definitely be heavily injured if Chunan forcefully endured the attacks of the 3 of them. However, now, he only felt his meridians being shaken and slightly damaged. Such an injury was not even a light injury to him. He only circulated his internal breath slightly and activated the Flame of Life. He easily recovered from this injury and looked up at the remaining 3 Void Break martial artists. Just as he was about to attack, the 3 Void Break martial artists moved in unison. They did not attack like Chunan had imagined and flew into the distance. They actually fled without any hesitation. Damn, I finally got the chance to attack. How can I let you escape like this? Chunan cursed as his body was wrapped in the white light brought about by the Flame of Life. His figure moved and transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed through the sky. He instantly caught up to the 3 of them and slapped them. The 3 of them were clearly very surprised that Chunan could catch up to them so quickly. They panicked for a moment before counterattacking. Looking at the other party's counterattacks, Chunan's heart stirred. He ignored the attacks of the other 2 and stared at the palm of the Void Break martial artist in the middle. With a move of his wrist, the internal breath in his body circulated wildly and instantly completed the 3rd revolution. At the same time, he guided the spatial energy in the surrounding space to complete the 3rd revolution and slapped the other party's palm. Boom! When their palms collided, the entire palm and right arm of the Void Break martial artist in the middle of the other party instantly turned into dust that filled the sky and disappeared. Even his right shoulder was forcefully missing. His entire body was sent flying by a terrifying force, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a black dot in the distant sky and disappeared from sight. At the same time, the attacks of the other 2 Void Break martial artists had already struck Chunan. However, to their surprise, the attack that they originally thought would at least heavily injure Chunan did not seem to affect him at all. Chunan's body only swayed twice and a blush flashed across his face. There was no other abnormality. Looking at the 2 people who could not help but reveal frightened expressions, Chunan shook his head at them and curled his lips with a dissatisfied expression. They're too weak. I can't test it. Previously, resisting the attacks of the 3 of them only made Chunan lose a little weight. Now that he was prepared in advance and received the attacks of these 2 enemies, Chunan did not even have a light injury. Although the strength of the remaining 2 fellows was inferior to the previous few, they were still Void Break martial artists. Logically speaking, they should not be so weak. Chunan looked at them and thought to himself that he had been so serious just now. It was simply as uncomfortable as punching the air with all his might. Could it be that his current strength could really crush these initial stage or even 2nd stage Void Break martial artists? While Chunan was still thinking about his strength, the remaining 2 Void Break martial artists had already attacked him. However, regardless of whether it was external martial techniques, internal breath cultivation methods, or even control of spatial energy, they were clearly inferior to Chunan. He deliberately fought with them for a while and after confirming that his judgment was not wrong, he seriously attacked. In less than 2 moves, he had already heavily injured the 2 of them, but he did not directly kill them. After coming into contact with the other party's resistance, Chunan carried one in each hand and flew back with them. At this moment, the fleet of the Earth Federation had already successfully rendezvoused with the fleet of the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce and had long wiped out the entire enemy-armed low-altitude shuttle fleet. The Void Break martial artists of the Ceres Security Company led by Uncle Muluo were floating in the air with a few Void Break martial artists of the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce and discussing something. Seeing Chunan fly back with the 2 of them, everyone turned to look with extremely strange expressions. Bruce glanced at Chunan in surprise. Little brother Chunan, although I could tell that your strength must be extraordinary, I didn't expect you, you're actually so strong. One had to know that the 6 Void Break martial artists of the enemy previously had completely suppressed the Void Break martial artists on their side and were even heavily injured. It could be seen that their strength was not weak. However, he did not expect that Chunan would easily deal with all the other party's experts alone. He even captured 2 alive. There are still many things that surprise you about this kid, Uncle Muluo replied with a smile. Then, he said to Chunan seriously, Chunan, you've already violated the relevant rules of our company by not listening to my orders and fighting alone. According to the contract, I'll report your performance and punish you accordingly. Chunan rolled his eyes. Earlier, when he saw that the Void Break martial artists of the Siliceous Chamber of Commerce were in danger from afar, Chunan could no longer suppress his desire to attack. He greeted Uncle Muluo and flew over alone. To be honest, this method was indeed against orders. When Uncle Muluo said that he wanted to punish him, he had nothing to refute. After throwing the 2 enemy Void Break martial artists to Uncle Muluo, Chunan flew to Bruce's side and pressed his hand on his chest. My internal organs are severely damaged and a few bones are broken. It's not a big problem. Uncle Bruce, wait a moment. I'll be fine soon. Bruce looked at Chunan in surprise, not knowing what he was doing. A moment later, threads of green aura and white light seeped out of Chunan's palm that was pressed on his chest. Bruce immediately felt the pain in his chest much better. Then, he clearly felt that his internal organs and bones were getting better bit by bit. In the end, in less than 5 minutes, the broken bones in his chest had actually completely reconnected and grown back, and his internal organs no longer felt any pain. He gasped in shock and looked at Chunan to ask, Chunan, how did you do this? Chunan chuckled and could not be bothered to explain. He only gestured for Bruce to circulate his internal breath. Bruce still circulated his internal breath. He was even more surprised to discover that his severely damaged meridians had actually completely recovered. The current him was no different from being completely unharmed. No, there was still a difference. Apart from his insufficient internal breath, his mind was much better than usual. Chunan, what's going on? Bruce could not help but ask. Now is not the time to worry about this. Chunan waved his hand and rejected his question. Instead, he looked around. Some of you should be injured. Where are you? I'll treat them. Bruce blankly pointed at a low-altitude shuttle not far behind him. The other two heavily injured void break martial artists were placed inside. Chunan flew over without a word, leaving Bruce looking at his back in shock. Alright, ignore that kid for now. He has too many secrets. Uncle Muluo patted Bruce's shoulder and pointed at the two void break martial artists Chunan had thrown over. Let's find a place to interrogate them first. I keep feeling that the enemy this time is very abnormal. Bruce took a deep breath and retracted his thoughts from Chunan. He looked at the two fellows who were still unconscious and nodded. He said in a low voice, it's indeed very abnormal because I see the shadow of the United States of Meleda on them. Hearing this, the expressions of Uncle Muluo and the surrounding void break martial artists of the Earth Federation changed. Chapter 636. Among all the countries in the Orion Arm, the Declan Empire was undoubtedly the strongest. Moreover, it was so powerful that it was almost impossible for other countries to compare. However, if they put aside the Declan Empire and discussed which other countries were the strongest, at least half of the people would think that the United States of Meleda was the strongest. This territory stretched from the outside of the spiral arm to the location near the Silver Heart. It covered a country more than 3,000 light-years away. It was one of the rare countries on the Orion Arm that focused on high-tech development. The strength of its martial artists was not weak at all. Currently, there were already 108 star-grade martial artists who were clearly known in the United States of Meleda. Even compared to the other large country known for its martial artist strength, the Mortier Alliance, they were not much inferior. Compared to the United States of Meleda, the strength of a small country like the Earth Federation outside the spiral arm was undoubtedly far inferior. Now that they heard Bruce say that he actually saw the shadow of the United States of Meleda on the enemy, Uncle Muluo and the others were naturally surprised. How can you tell? Uncle Muluo asked after thinking for a moment. Bruce turned to look in the direction where the three remaining low-altitude shuttles had retreated with a strange expression. Our Chamber of Commerce has done some business on the border of the United States of Meleda in the past. I once had some conflict with their border guards and am relatively familiar with the regular army of the United States of Meleda. If I'm not wrong, many of the armed low-altitude shuttles in that fleet are the military models of the previous generation of the United States of Meleda Army. The expressions of the few void break martial artists from the Silicis Chamber of Commerce did not change, but the expressions of the people from the Ceres Security Company were slightly strange. Although Bruce did not say it clearly, they knew very well that the business he spoke of was some shady business that was similar to smuggling. Otherwise, why would he fight with the border guards of the United States of Meleda? Uncle Muluo frowned. Just this alone can't determine that these enemies are related to the United States of Meleda. Perhaps they bought these weapons that have been eliminated by the military of the United States of Meleda from other channels. Yes, that's possible. However, Bruce smiled bitterly. Armor can be bought, but formations and attack patterns can't. Although the performance of that fleet just now was not good, their formation and attack pattern are definitely identical to the low-altitude shuttle brigade of the United States of Meleda. Hearing the last sentence, Uncle Muluo and the surrounding void break martial artists of the Earth Federation fell silent. Indeed, if even the formation and attack pattern of the low-altitude shuttle brigade were the same, it was difficult to say that they were directly bought. This could only prove one thing. The enemy they encountered now was definitely related to the United States of Meleda. Moreover, it was very likely that it was a force directly trained and secretly funded by the United States of Meleda. As for the goal, the bitter smile on Bruce's face deepened. It's not the first time the United States of Meleda has done this. They have always had designs on the Sapphire Star field. The first person they want to control is naturally our planet Lepler. However, in the past, they would at most do some small things, but this time, they're so ruthless. At this point, Bruce looked at Uncle Muluo and the others strangely. Could it be that the sudden change in style of the United States of Meleda was because of the appearance of these Earthlings? Thinking about it this way, it made sense. This caravan from the Earth Federation had come here to seek cooperation. In the eyes of the United States of Meleda, it was very likely that the Earth Federation wanted to interfere in the Sapphire Star field. That was simply like fighting for control of this star field with the United States of Meleda. The United States of Meleda naturally could not tolerate it. However, this way, the facts hidden behind this conflict were too terrifying. Although the Earth Federation was more than 1,000 light-years away from the Sapphire Star field and it was impossible for them to really invest much strength here, if this place really became the battlefield of two countries, it would definitely be a huge disaster for the Sapphire Star field. Uncle Muluo did not notice the change in expression on Bruce's face. After hearing his answer, he pondered for a moment and said to Bruce seriously, Mr. Bruce, in view of the unknown situation of the enemy, we've decided to pause the pursuit plan and retreat to Nightclub City. What about you? Bruce looked around and smiled bitterly. Even if I want to do something else, I can't. Yes, good. There's no time to lose. Let's go save the fleets of the other chambers of commerce first and retreat together. Okay. After the leaders of both sides finished discussing, Chunan had already treated the injured void break martial artists of the Silice's Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, the two fleets gathered and set off together. Knowing that Uncle Mu Luo and Bruce had actually decided to retreat, Chunan was a little disappointed. He had finally perfected his cultivation method this time and was just thinking of fighting a huge battle and enjoying himself, but from the beginning to the end, he had only killed a few low-level void break martial artists. Although he had easily suppressed it and verified that his strength had indeed increased compared to before, because he had not encountered a true expert, he felt that it was not enough. However, he had signed a contract with the series security company after all, so it was not good for him to publicly violate Uncle Mu Luo's orders. He could only obediently retreat with him. Of course, it was not completely impossible to fight. Next, when the two fleets went to save the fleets sent by the other large factions, they still encountered some void break martial artists sent by the enemy. This time, Uncle Mu Luo did not deliberately order Chunan to stay behind and directly let him participate. However, they had gathered the void break martial artists from both sides. In total, there were nearly 20 of them. Their numbers had already surpassed the enemy by a lot. Coupled with the already void break martial artists in the rescued fleet, they easily defeated the enemy and did not need Chunan to do anything. Moreover, when he saw that the enemy's void break martial artists were all low-level void break martial artists and no true experts appeared, Chunan was not too interested and simply focused on healing the injured. It had to be said that his work was effective. Under his hard work, no matter how injured the injured people in the few fleets were, as long as they did not die on the spot, Chunan could quickly save them. After this trip, more than 30 people escaped death under Chunan's hands, including 6 void break martial artists. This was because countless people had recovered from their serious injuries. In the end, when the Alliance fleet gathered and returned, Chunan, who had not done much, obtained the highest reputation in everyone's hearts. Almost everyone looked at him with gratitude and surprise. What magical cultivation method did this young kid learn? He could actually do such a magical thing? With all kinds of strange emotions, the fleet returned safely. As soon as they entered the range of Nightclub City, the fleets of the 5 great factions dispersed. The fleet of the Ceres Security Company also returned to the temporary camp outside the city. Only Uncle Mu Luo brought his 2 subordinates and Chunan to find Dongfang. As soon as he saw Dongfang, Chunan punched his chest without holding back. Damn, are you kidding me? Chapter 637. Dongfang blinked with an innocent expression. What did I do? Tell me the truth. Did you secretly tell Uncle Mu Luo to specially order me not to directly participate in the battle? Chunan continued to ask. Dongfang looked at Uncle Mu Luo who was behind. Did I say that? Uncle Mu Luo glanced at Chunan who turned around and shook his head. No, he never said that. Really? Chunan raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Really? Chunan narrowed his eyes and seriously looked at Uncle Mu Luo and Dongfang for a while. When he saw that their expressions did not change, he could only helplessly give up asking. Dongfang did not even blink when he lied, but with Uncle Mu Luo's personality, he should not be such a person who lied in front of others. Chunan, why are you venting your anger on me if you're not satisfied with Uncle Mu Luo's arrangements? Dongfang looked at Chunan in amusement. Could it be that you think the battle just now was too easy and not satisfying? It's not easy, but it's true that it's not satisfying. Chunan curled his lips with a dissatisfied expression. Those guys did not even send out a true expert. It's completely meaningless to me. Oh. Dongfang looked at Uncle Mu Luo. Could it be that the enemy is so weak? Then why did you retreat? No, the enemy is not weak, but Uncle Mu Luo looked at Chunan with a strange expression. Chunan is too strong. This kid is too strong. Dongfang glanced at Chunan in surprise. When he recalled that Chunan had single-handedly saved him and that group of people from the enemy's encirclement, he could not help but nod. Indeed, this kid seems to have taken some medicine recently. I don't know how he broke through the cosmic heaven's gate, but his strength suddenly increased so quickly. It's really unbelievable. I was also forced. Chunan shrugged. I've encountered too many things in the past few days. If I didn't increase my strength quickly, I would have died long ago. Is that so? Dongfang looked at Chunan and did not continue to harp on this problem. He asked Uncle Mu Luo, previously, you told me that there was another reason why you chose to retreat. What's the reason? The expression on Uncle Mu Luo's face immediately became serious. A very bad news. The enemy this time might. In the next few days, Chunan's life was completely different from the nervous and exciting life on planet Lepler. He completely relaxed. After learning from Uncle Mu Luo that the enemy this time was actually the shadow of the United States of Meleda, Dongfang told Chunan that the development of this matter had far exceeded his expectations. If he wanted to truly resolve it, their strength was definitely far from enough. They could only find another way and it was definitely not something that could be resolved in a short period of time. Therefore, Dongfang hoped that Chunan would immediately leave Planet Lepler and return to Star Cloud Academy to continue his studies, but he rejected it. Chunan felt that since Dongfang was still in trouble, he could not leave as a friend. With his current strength, staying behind was a huge help to Dongfang. Moreover, he had originally decided to wait for Star Cloud Academy's trial team to return from Leviathan on Planet Lepler before returning to the Earth Federation with them. According to the plan, their trial would take at least 10 days. If Chunan continued to stay here for 10 days, there would at least be some progress in Dongfang's matters. Even if he sent other reinforcements from the Earth Federation, they should be able to arrive. At that time, Chunan did not need to worry about Dongfang and it would not be too late to leave. Although Dongfang did not agree with Chunan's actions, he had been his roommate for more than a year and knew his temper very well. He knew that it was very difficult to change his mind, so he gave up persuading him. Moreover, as Chunan had said, he was indeed a very important help. Not to mention a martial artist's strength, just his ability to quickly treat injuries would be extremely helpful. Therefore, Chunan continued to stay on planet Lepler. However, because Dongfang had been busy contacting everyone these few days and did not need any help with martial arts, he was completely free. Of course, being free did not mean that he had nothing to do. Although it was not convenient for him to casually leave Nightclub City because he had to consider Dongfang, he was not completely idle even in the city. When he was free, he found Xiao and her clansmen and imparted to them the high-level elemental power cultivation method he had obtained from High Priest Zima. When he obtained these cultivation methods from High Priest Zima, he had already clearly asked if he could impart these cultivation methods to other Rand clansmen. In fact, he mainly wanted to impart them to Xiao. High Priest Zima expressed that the high-level elemental power series cultivation method could be casually imparted to other Rand clansmen, but the Goddess Song cultivation method was relatively special and could only be imparted to candidates like the tribe priest. Of course, this was not wrong. After all, only Xiao was the successor of the high priest in her tribe. She had already cultivated a portion of the Goddess Song cultivation method, so it was natural for Chunan to impart the high-level Goddess Song cultivation method to her. In the past few days, not only did Chunan teach the high-level elemental power cultivation method to the high priest and the other Rand clansmen, but he also grabbed Xiao and underwent high-intensity training for a few days in a row, hoping that she could master these high-level cultivation methods before he left. Otherwise, after he left planet Lepler, he could forget about learning these high-level cultivation methods. He could only go to the Holy Mountain. What made Chunan happy was that Xiao was indeed worthy of being the successor chosen by the high priest. Her talent in cultivating martial techniques was extremely outstanding. Coupled with her experience in cultivating the Earth-type elemental power cultivation method and the initial stage Goddess Song cultivation method, as well as Chunan's powerful understanding of these two cultivation methods, it allowed her to learn quickly. In just a few days, Xiao had basically grasped all the elemental power cultivation methods and could use a few high-level elemental power cultivation methods. As for the Goddess Song cultivation method, Chunan did not let her completely cultivate according to the cultivation method preserved by the Holy Mountain. Instead, he directly taught her the cultivation method he had comprehended. Her progress was also fast. Now, she could already grasp the initial technique to directly transform spatial energy into life force. Although this was not enough for her to casually inject life force into people like Chunan, at the very least, it could ensure that her life force could maintain its strongest state at any time. To Xiao, the most important change was that under Chunan's guidance, her understanding and control of spatial energy quickly deepened. At this speed, Chunan believed that it would not be long before she had hope of touching the cosmic heaven's gate or even breaking through in one go. Chapter 638. Apart from guiding Xiao's martial technique, when he was free, Chunan would also bring her to do something else. For example, shopping. At noon another day, Chunan and Xiao walked into a mega mall in the center of Nightclub City. In the morning, under Chunan's guidance, Xiao learned the use of another high-level elemental power cultivation method. Moreover, she had obtained some breakthroughs in the Goddess Song cultivation method and the effect of transforming spatial energy had increased. Chunan was very satisfied with her performance, so he decided to bring her out and treat her to a meal as a reward. Xiao refused at first, but since Chunan insisted, she could only obediently follow. "Heh, Xiao, what do you want to eat?" Chunan looked at Xiao, who was looking around curiously in amusement. He thought to himself that although she had already lived in Nightclub City for a few days and said that she was already used to life here and would not be as nervous as before, this was probably the first time she had gone shopping. Ah! Hearing Chunan's question, Xiao was shocked before realizing, anything is fine. I can't eat anything. Chunan sighed in his mind. Xiao was definitely not talking nonsense. She and her clansmen lived in the wilderness with extremely poor resources. They could really eat anything. In fact, Chunan had even personally seen Xiao biting a leaf with relish. He even expressed that this leaf was much more delicious than any leaf she had eaten in the wasteland. Then I'll find a random place, Chunan said. Xiao nodded repeatedly. Although there was obvious desire in her eyes, she definitely did not make any requests. Chunan knew that there was no need to ask for her opinion at this moment. Only after letting her try would he understand which tasted better. After looking around and choosing a good restaurant, Chunan was about to bring Xiao over when his gaze suddenly landed on her wrist. He turned around and changed direction. "Let's go. I'll bring you to buy something first." Xiao followed behind Chunan in confusion. She walked around the mall and entered a media equipment store. "Do you have the latest personal terminal? It's suitable for girls." When he saw the shop assistant coming up, Chunan directly asked. The shop assistant glanced at Xiao, who was behind Chunan, and his eyes lit up. Then, he revealed an ambiguous smile and nodded. Yes. I wonder what color and style this guest likes." Xiao's expression immediately shrunk and she hid behind Chunan. Chunan was a little helpless. Xiao had previously said that she had lived in Nightclub City for a few days and had long adapted to the environment. From her appearance, it would be strange if she adapted. "Alright, take out a few of the most popular ones first and let her choose them herself." Chunan waved his hand at the shop assistant. "Alright." The staff turned around and flipped around. Soon, he took out a few personal terminals of the most style and color and placed them in front of Chunan. Chunan reached out and pulled Xiao out. He pointed at the personal terminals and said to her, "Pick one yourself." Xiao looked at the personal terminal on the stage in surprise and pointed at herself. "Is it for me?" "Yes. I see that you often stare at the personal terminal on my arm. You should have always wanted one, right?" Chu Nan nodded. Xiao blushed and wanted to explain and deny it, but looking at those personal terminals, she could not say no. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head. I don't have money. It's fine, this is my gift to you. Chu Nan smiled. But it's very expensive. It's not expensive. A personal terminal is something that everyone in modern society has. If you want to live in Nightclub City for a long time, this thing has to be used. Alright, choose one. Xiao looked at those personal terminals and hesitated for a long time before reaching out at lightning speed. She picked up a light yellow personal terminal and handed it to Chu Nan as if she was presenting a treasure. I'll choose it. Are you sure? Aren't you going to choose again? Xiao immediately shook her head like a rattle, as if she would disappear if she picked the personal terminal in her hand again. Seeing her like this, Chu Nan could not help but smile. He turned around and asked the shop assistant to pay the bill. He did not plan to package the personal terminal. Instead, he helped Xiao wear it on her wrist and helped her make the initial adjustments, teaching her how to use her personal terminal to send and receive communication requests. As for the other functions of his personal terminal, there were too many. Chu Nan did not have the time to slowly teach it, so he could only leave it to her to slowly figure it out. However, even if she had only learned the simplest function, Xiao was still as excited as a child. She kept looking down at the personal terminal on her wrist and continuously mobilized and closed the virtual screen, playing happily. Looking at her happy expression, Chu Nan suddenly recalled Chu Zioxi, who was nearly 2,000 light years away. In the past, when he first brought Chu Zioxi to the mall and bought her a birthday gift, she was as excited as Xiao. After Chu Zioxi lost that birthday gift, she was even sad for a few days. If I break Xiao's personal terminal now, will she cry too? When he thought of Chu Zioxi's crying appearance, Chu Nan could not help but have a malicious thought. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a figure suddenly walked out from the corner ahead and arrived in front of Xiao. Under normal circumstances, with Xiao's skills, she could naturally easily dodge it. However, at this moment, she was playing with the personal terminal on her wrist with her head lowered and excitedly focused. Coupled with Chu Nan beside her, she completely relaxed her guard and did not have the time to react. In the end, she collided with the figure. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Although Xiao did not take any precautions, her current strength was equivalent to a 4th stage internal breath realm martial artist after all. Just her physical strength was far from what ordinary people could compare to. After colliding with that person, she did not react, but that figure let out a sharp cry and her entire body was sent flying. She happened to collide with a person who appeared from the corner and the two of them immediately rolled. Hearing the voice, Chu Nan immediately cried out in his mind. This guy who was sent flying was actually a woman. Moreover, from the looks of it, she did not know any martial techniques. If she was sent flying by Xiao, she might be heavily injured. Just as he was about to move and quickly catch up to help the two of them up, two burly men suddenly darted out from the corner. One of them reached out to help the two people on the ground up, and the other person did not say a word and threw a punch at Xiao. Chapter 639. Chu Nan was furious. Although Xiao had lowered her head and bumped into the wrong person when she walked, the other party was also responsible for rushing out from the corner. However, these two burly men directly fought without a word. It was simply too unreasonable. However, he was not worried and did not have the intention to attack. Although the burly man who attacked threw a punch with a strong force, he did not reveal any internal breath. Clearly, he was at most an overlord body realm martial artist, so how could he be Xiao's match? As expected, Xiao did not react because she was immersed in the joy of obtaining a new personal terminal. Now that she was accidentally woken up, it was naturally impossible for her to be easily struck. Her body swayed and she had already dodged the burly man's punch. She grabbed the burly man's arm and pulled, throwing him to the side. He collided with the wall and fell to the ground with a muffled bang. Chu Nan nodded in satisfaction. Xiao's attack was clean and precise. Not only was her movements agile, but what comforted him was that she did not directly attack when faced with an attack. Instead, she adopted a relatively gentle method to deal with it. It seemed that her claim that she was already used to life in Nightclub City these few days was not completely bragging. The other burly man had just helped the two people who had been knocked down. When he saw that his companion had actually been knocked down, he was immediately stunned. He knew that although Xiao looked to be a thin and weak girl, her martial technique was clearly not weak. He hesitated for a moment and did not dare to help. Instead, he protected the two of them behind him. Idiot! What are you waiting for? Hurry up and capture her. He did not want to attack, but the woman who had been sent flying behind him screamed. The burly man frowned. Clearly, he did not dare to resist the woman's order and could only brace himself to rush towards Xiao. He had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly discovered that his vision was blurred. A figure suddenly blocked in front of him, and then he felt a gentle but irresistible force forcefully block his body and even push him back 2 steps. Chu Nan glanced at the shocked burly man and ignored him. Instead, he turned to the 2 people protected by him. This man and woman looked very young, but the clothes and videos on their bodies could be seen to be expensive. They could even bring 2 bodyguards out at any time. It could be seen that their background was extraordinary. At this moment, the 2 of them looked a little miserable because they had been knocked to the ground. When they saw Chu Nan looking over, the young man immediately pointed at Xiao and asked, "Kid, are you with this girl?" Chu Nan bowed slightly. "I'm really sorry, my companion accidentally collided with you just now." After saying that, he waved at Xiao and shouted at her to apologize. Although Xiao was a little unwilling, she still obediently listened to Chu Nan's instructions and bowed to apologize. However, those 2 people did not appreciate it at all. The young woman pointed at Xiao and said sternly, "Do you think you can resolve it just by apologizing? She actually dared to send me flying with so much force just now. I must teach her a lesson." Chunan frowned slightly, but he still suppressed the impatience in his heart and stood up to look at the young woman. "It's our fault for scaring you. If you're injured, I'm willing to compensate you." Compensation. The young woman's voice raised even more. "Can you afford to compensate? With just the two of you lowly commoners, how?" The young man beside her suddenly pulled the young woman and stopped her from saying the second half of her sentence. The young woman looked at him in surprise, but the young man ignored her. Instead, he carefully looked at Chunan and Xiao beside him and waved at the two burly men who had already gotten up. "Let's go." After saying that, he actually did not say anything and forcefully pulled the young woman away. Soon, she disappeared around the corner. The surrounding crowd originally planned to watch the commotion, but they did not expect that the young man would actually leave just like that. They all sighed in disappointment and dispersed. Chunan was also a little puzzled. He had originally thought that the young man and woman had extraordinary backgrounds and that the woman was so arrogant and despotic. Today, this matter would definitely cause a commotion according to the traditional method. He was already prepared to be forced to attack and repel the other party helplessly. He did not expect that the young man was completely different from his female companion. He actually did not follow the routine and simply retreated. "Ha, a guy who knows when to advance and retreat." Chunan shook his head and waved at Xiao. "Alright, let's go eat." Xiao looked in the direction where those people had left and hesitated for a moment before obediently following Chunan. After a while, the two of them returned to the restaurant that Chunan had booked and found an empty seat to sit down. There was still some time before the food was served. Xiao opened the personal terminal on her arm and continued to fiddle with it. Looking at her happy expression, Chunan smiled and opened his personal terminal to send a communication request to Angie Prairie. The call was quickly picked up and Angie Prairie's face appeared on the virtual screen. She waved at Chunan and revealed a surprised expression. "Hey, Chunan, why do you seem to be in a restaurant? I brought Xiao out to eat and bought her a personal terminal." Chunan adjusted the direction of the virtual screen and aimed at Xiao, who was still playing with her personal terminal with her head lowered. Xiao heard the commotion and looked up to see that it was Angie Prairie. She immediately raised her wrist proudly and waved the personal terminal on her wrist at her, looking proud. "That's great, Xiao, you finally have a personal terminal. You can contact me directly in the future." Angie Prairie immediately began to teach Xiao how to fiddle with her personal terminal and exchange personal numbers with her. Then, the two of them successfully created a communication. Soon, Angie Prairie appeared on Xiao's personal terminal's virtual screen. When placed together with Chunan's virtual screen, it was as if there were two Angie Prairies at the same time, causing Xiao to be amused. Angie Prairie and Xiao chatted for a while more about how to use their personal terminals. She suddenly turned to Chunan and asked, "Right, why are you suddenly looking for me? You can't be telling me that you bought personal terminals for Xiao, right?" Just as Chunan was about to speak, a figure suddenly flashed through the virtual screen. It was Supremacy Ovally. She glanced at Chunan with an unfriendly expression and looked at Xiao on the other side. She sneered and asked, "Kid, did you buy this personal terminal for Xiao?" "That's right," Chunan replied honestly. "Xiao and her clansmen might have to live in Nightclub City in the future. It's very inconvenient to not have a personal terminal, so I bought one for her." "You mean this is your gift to her?" Supremacy Ovally raised her voice slightly. Chunan sensed a trace of danger from Supremacy Ovaly's tone, but he could not understand what was going on and could only nod in a daze. "Kid, you've never given Angie Prairie a gift, right?" Supremacy Ovally suddenly raised her voice with a trace of questioning. "Ha!" Chunan looked at Supremacy Ovally in confusion. Angie Prairie was also stunned. "Ha, my ass." Supremacy Ovally suddenly became angry. "You've never given Angie Prairie a gift before. You actually gave it to another girl first and even brought her out to treat her to a meal. Are you asking for a beating?" Chapter 640. Chunan looked at Supremacy Ovally in a daze. No matter how slow he was, he could tell that Supremacy Ovally was simply defending Angie Prairie. As for why she was feeling indignant, Chunan's expression immediately became extremely strange. "About that, Supremacy, I only brought Xiao out for a meal and helped her buy a personal terminal. I don't mean anything else." "Humph, after eating and giving a gift, is the next step to pull her to a room and sleep with her? Don't think I don't know the tricks of you young people now." Supremacy Ovally sneered. Chunan slapped his forehead and did not know whether to laugh or cry. This Supremacy Ovally usually had the attitude of a senior expert at any time, causing people to only look up to her. Why did she become like those old ladies who were worried about their daughter when it came to Angie Prairie and him? Moreover, she really spoke without any reservations. She actually said things like get a room and get into bed in front of the three of them. "Master, don't worry. Chunan won't do those things. He's still a virgin," Angie Prairie suddenly said. Chunan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Like master, like disciple. They spoke without any reservations. On the other hand, Xiao blinked and looked at the strange Chunan in confusion. She then looked at Angie Prairie and Supremacy Ovally on the virtual screen and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by getting a room and sleeping together? What do you mean by a virgin?" Chunan glanced around and discovered that many people in the nearby restaurant were already looking over in surprise. Clearly, they had heard their conversation, and many of them looked at Chunan with extremely strange gazes. "Alright, this is not something a child like you should know. Don't ask anymore, continue playing." Chunan pressed Xiao back into her seat in a sorry state and said to Supremacy Ovally, "Supremacy, don't misunderstand. I don't have any unnecessary thoughts about Shio. Coincidentally, I contacted Angie Prairie this time because I wanted to ask her how the discussion with the Sand Eagle was going. It's even better that you're here. Can you tell me what their reaction is? Kid, changing the topic is to hide something. Do you really not have any thoughts about Shio? Supremacy Overly did not seem to plan to let go of Chunan. Chunan could only obediently raise his hands. I swear, I don't have any thoughts. Alright, seeing that you haven't attacked Shio yet, I'll believe you for now. Supremacy Overly nodded, and her expression softened. It's basically settled on Sand Eagle's side. The rest are all details. I don't need to participate anymore. Therefore, I'm already planning to leave Planet Lepler with Angie Prairie in the next 2 days and bring her back to Cultivate. What about you? When do you plan to leave? I previously told Angie Prairie that I want to leave with my classmates when they return, Chunan replied before suddenly recalling a question. Right, Supremacy, I've never asked Angie Prairie if you have a fixed residence with her. Where is it? What do you want to know? Supremacy Overly narrowed her eyes slightly. Could it be that you have some thoughts? No. I don't have any thoughts, not at all. Chunan waved his hand. I'm just asking. If you don't have any thoughts, don't ask. I'll tell you when you have other motives. Alright. Chunan smiled bitterly and nodded. He thought to himself that it was really difficult to talk to Supremacy Overly. He did not know when he would violate her taboo. However, there was no need to ask Supremacy Overly about this. At most, he would find a chance to ask Angie Prairie. Speaking of Sand Eagle, a large faction has appeared in the wasteland of Nightclub City. Do you have any news? Or have the people of Sand Eagle received any news? Chunan asked again. I heard a little. I seem to have had a conflict with Sand Eagle's people once or twice. Sand Eagle even suffered a little at their hands. What do you know? Supremacy Overly asked. Chunan roughly explained what had happened after Dongfang was attacked. After Supremacy Overly heard this, her expression became serious. If the United States of Melita really interferes, this matter will not be that simple. Your friend called Dongfang is right. This matter is not something you people can deal with. In the end, you might implicate the Federation. Kid, I don't have the mood to care about these things. You better not interfere blindly. Do you understand? Feeling the concern in Supremacy Overly's tone, Chunan smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll be obedient and not interfere. It's good that you know. Is there anything else? That's all. Actually, I just want to say that if you leave before me, can you tell me? I'll send you off. There's no need. Supremacy Overly waved her hand. It's too boring to be wishy-washy. Angie Prairie and I will leave. I don't need you to send us off. Could it be that you weren't wishy-washy just now? Chunan cursed in his mind, but he still put on a disappointed expression and nodded obediently. Alright, Angie Prairie, contact me more when you're free in the future. I might not see you for a few months. Angie Prairie smiled at Chunan and waved her fists. Just wait. When I return, I'll be stronger than you. Haha, I'll wait. After hanging up, the food was already brought over. Chunan gestured for Shio to put down her personal terminal and fill her stomach. Looking at Shio choosing between the delicious food and the fun personal terminal, Chunan could not help but laugh. The current Shio still retained the innocence of someone who had just entered modern society, but after a period of time, she would probably not be like this. It was not difficult for her to change personally, but it was not so easy for the entire Rand clan to change. If the Holy Mountain wanted to cooperate with Sand Eagle, it was not something that could be done in a day. It was inevitable that Supremacy Overly would be impatient to stay here. After she left, it was unknown if the cooperation between the Holy Mountain and the Sand Eagle could still proceed smoothly. Moreover, there was such a powerful force on planet Lepler now, and it had already clashed with the Sand Eagle. If an accident happened to the Sand Eagle, what would happen to the Holy Mountain? After thinking for a moment, Chunan suddenly smiled and shook his head. He was really thinking too much. He had already done enough for the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan. He could not care less about what would happen to the Holy Mountain and the entire Rand clan. In the end, the fate of a race still had to be decided by themselves. If the Rand clan knew how to change at the right time, there was hope. If they were still as stubborn and autistic as before, they would sooner or later be destroyed. As for the opportunity to change this, speaking of which, it was on this Shio who was eating and playing with her personal terminal like a girl with deep internet addiction. Chapter 641. After eating and drinking his fill, Chunan returned to the small courtyard where Shio and the others lived. Just as he was about to continue his afternoon cultivation, Dongfang suddenly sent Chunan a message. Half an hour later, Dongfang drove the latest mini low-altitude shuttle and picked Chunan up. After entering the cabin, Chunan was stunned. Why are you alone? Because it's not suitable to bring many people this time, Dongfang replied with a smile. He looked at Chunan and pondered for a moment before asking, Chunan, answer me honestly. In terms of escaping ability, shouldn't you be much stronger than Uncle Muluo and the others? What the heck is this question? Chunan glanced at him in confusion, but he still nodded and replied, of course. If you want to talk about other aspects, I don't dare to say that I'm definitely stronger than Uncle Muluo. However, in terms of escaping, I can confidently say that the three of them combined can't compare to me. What if you escape with someone? For example, me? Dongfang asked again. Chunan looked at him in confusion and asked with a frown, tell me, what's going on? Actually, it's very simple. Dongfang shrugged. This time, I'm going to hold a private meeting with those guys to negotiate. It's fine if the discussion is good, but if it fails, I can only immediately escape. Chunan frowned. Since you know it's so dangerous, why don't you bring more people with you? No, this is the condition proposed by the other party. Only I can go alone. Otherwise, they won't give me a chance to negotiate. Dongfang sighed. Chu Nan was immediately shocked. Are you crazy? The other party is clearly toying with you by proposing such a condition. You still dare to go like this? Do you really want to die? Dongfang smiled bitterly and shook his head. It can't be helped. I've thought of countless ways to obtain such an opportunity in the past few days. If I miss it, this matter will basically be over. You're talking about the establishment of a commercial relationship between the caravan and Planet Lepler, right? Chunan frowned deeply and still felt that Dongfang's choice was very ridiculous. Even if it doesn't succeed, that's the business of those merchants and not your series security company, right? Moreover, it shouldn't be your turn to appear. What about the others? The creation of this caravan is very related to our series security company. In fact, Dongfang frowned and waved his hand forcefully. There's no meaning in explaining this. In short, I have to go today. However, in view of the conditions proposed by the other party, it's impossible for me to bring many people. In order to save my life, I can only ask you for help. How about it? Chunan, are you willing to go? Nonsense. Chunan cursed. Even if you don't find me, can I not go when I know you're in danger? I should say that if you don't come to find me, I'll definitely curse you when I find out later. Do you believe me? I believe you. Of course I believe you. Dongfang laughed. If it's possible, I naturally don't want you to take this risk. However, from the situation where you saved me and Uncle Muluo, your strength is probably much stronger than I imagined. Apart from you, I really can't find anyone suitable in this matter. Alright, stop talking so much. If you want to leave, hurry up. Chunan slapped Dongfang and gestured for him to set off. As long as the other party doesn't use a heaven control martial artist, I'm confident that I can escape with you. If there's really no other way, I'll at most throw you away and escape myself. This way, I'll at least have a chance to redeem you or take revenge for you when I become stronger in the future. As for hoping that I'll be buried with you, don't even think about it. Dongfang was not angry at Chunan's straightforwardness at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, that's great. I like your personality. Yes, you must remember that if the situation is really critical, don't do anything meaningless. Nonsense. Hurry up and leave. Chunan rolled his eyes and urged. Okay. Dongfang shouted and the ultra-small low-altitude shuttle was activated. It instantly tore through the sky and headed at high speed towards the wasteland northwest of Nightclub City. Seeing the ultra-small low-altitude shuttle disappear into the sky, the figures of Uncle Muluo and a few Void Break martial artists of the series security company appeared. One of the Void Break martial artists looked into the distance worriedly and sighed, only letting little brother Chunan follow alone. This. Uncle Muluo said in a low voice, we all know Chunan's strength very well. Apart from him, who else is confident in bringing Dongfang out of the enemy's encirclement? The other Void Break martial artists were silent. If they were surrounded by ordinary people, they were naturally confident that they could do this. However, the enemy this time clearly had many Void Break martial artists. They did not even have the confidence to escape from the encirclement of a group of Void Break martial artists alone, let alone bring Dongfang with them. On the other hand, Chunan had fully displayed his super ability in his previous actions. Most importantly, he also had the magical ability to treat others. This way, even if Dongfang encountered any danger, he had a higher chance of protecting his life. Therefore, no matter how they looked at it, Chunan was more suitable than them. If not for the fact that he knew this very well, Dongfang would not have been willing to bring Chunan along. Alright, since the other party is willing to sit down and negotiate, there's the hope of a peaceful solution. We only need to believe in Dongfang and Chunan's ability and wait for their good news. Uncle Muluo waved his hand and interrupted his companion's thoughts. However, when he looked up at the distant sky, his eyes still revealed an unconcealed worry. Chunan, the success or failure of this matter and the lives of the two of you depend on you. The super small low-altitude shuttle Dongfang was driving was the same as the one the Noctem Chamber of Commerce had given Chunan. It was the latest and its speed was naturally abnormally fast. In just 2 hours, the super small low-altitude shuttle flew more than 1,500 kilometers with Chunan and Dongfang. After Chunan set off, he quickly discovered that the direction they were flying in was clearly the direction where they had chased the enemy with Uncle Muluo and the 5 factions of Nightclub City. As expected, after flying for an hour, they had already passed the area where they had fought the enemy last time. However, Dongfang still did not slow down. He still drove the super small low-altitude shuttle forward. Chunan was not surprised. This was because, on the way here, Dongfang had already explained to him the goal of this trip. In fact, it was to head to the base built by those enemies in the wasteland last time and directly negotiate with them face to face. Chunan was very surprised. The two groups of people were clearly still fighting to the death a few days ago and had even erupted in an intense battle. In the end, only a few days had passed and they could actually sit down and negotiate. It had to be said that Dongfang's ability was really incredible. He was actually able to accurately find the enemy in such a short few days and contact him. He even obtained a chance to negotiate. Although there was danger, as Dongfang had said, this opportunity represented endless possibilities. Chapter 642. 5 low-altitude shuttles are approaching. Chunan pointed at the virtual screen in front of him and reminded Dongfang. It should be the other party's people. Dongfang glanced at it and stood up to make way. Come, it's your turn to drive. Stop and don't move when you get close. You don't have to say anything after seeing the other party's people. Leave everything to me. Okay. Chunan sat in the driver's seat. Due to his experience driving the super small low-altitude shuttle given to him by the Notem Chamber of Commerce, he seemed to be very skilled and did not look like a newbie. Dongfang glanced at Chunan in surprise and did not ask further. Instead, he lined up his belongings and clothes and waited patiently. Before long, the 5 low-altitude shuttles opposite him approached. Under Dongfang's signal, Chunan saw the super small low-altitude shuttle stop and the 5 low-altitude shuttles surrounded it. Dongfang opened his personal terminal and operated it for a while before letting Chunan follow the 5 low-altitude shuttles in the direction they came from. Before long, a large building complex suddenly appeared in the wasteland ahead. It occupied an extremely large area, and at first glance, one would think that a small city had suddenly appeared here. Heh, these guys from the United States of Meleda are really willing to spend money. No wonder their attitude is so unyielding. Dongfang glanced down through the window of the ultra-small low-altitude shuttle and praised softly. Are you sure these are all from the United States of Meleda? Chunan asked in surprise. No, on the surface, they don't have the identity of the United States of Meleda, but in fact, the person behind them is indeed the United States of Meleda. Chunan frowned and said in surprise, if the United States of Meleda is really interested in planet Lepler, can't they just send troops to occupy it? Why do they have to go through so much trouble? That won't do. The reason why the Sapphire Star Field is like this is because its geographical location is special and is related to many galaxies. If the United States of Meleda dares to directly send troops to occupy it, it will definitely cause many other countries to rebound. It might even attract the attention of the Perseus arm. The United States of Meleda won't be so stupid to do such an unprofitable thing. When he recalled that the Sapphire Star Field had the only stargate on the outside of the Orion arm that led directly to the Perseus arm, Chunan immediately understood Dongfang's words. The main reason why the Sapphire Star Field became the chaotic star field was because no faction on the outside of the Orion arm could completely control it. The United States of Meleda was not the Declan Empire, so they naturally did not dare to easily do such a thing that might anger the public. Instead of occupying it with great fanfare, it was easier to actually obtain control through this method. Of course, this method was also flawed. On the surface, he had to put aside his relationship with the United States of Meleda. Many things were not that convenient. The reason why Dongfang could find a chance to negotiate with these people was clearly because he had made use of this. Surrounded by the 5 low-altitude shuttles, Chunan piloted the super small low-altitude shuttle to land on a helipad outside the small city in the wasteland below. Then, he walked out of the cabin with Dongfang. Seeing that several burly men were holding him up with weapons, Dongfang immediately raised his hands and maintained a brilliant smile. Chunan followed suit and raised his hands in a posture that he would not resist. The other party sent 2 people to search Dongfang and Chunan in detail. Only then did one of them, a middle-aged man who did not look so strong and did not have the obvious military aura of the surrounding burly men, ask, Dongfang, right? Didn't I say that you were the only one allowed? Dongfang smiled and pointed at Chunan. He's in charge of driving. Don't look at me like this, I don't know how to fly a shuttle. The middle-aged man nodded, agreeing with Dongfang's explanation. Then, he waved his hand. Let's go. Chunan wanted to follow, but he was immediately blocked by 2 burly men. You're not allowed to move. Wait here obediently. The middle-aged man berated Chunan before urging Dongfang, hurry up, the leader is waiting. Some important information is on him. If he doesn't follow, I'm afraid there'll be a problem. Dongfang pointed at Chunan. The middle-aged man frowned and sneered. How can you put important information on your subordinates? Are you lying to me? How can that be? Dongfang shrugged. This information is very important. I don't dare to keep it alone, so I divided a portion and placed it on him. Only when the 2 of them are together can it be completely combined. This is also a safe method, right? The middle-aged man frowned. Clearly, he did not believe Dongfang's nonsense, but from his attitude, he was clearly unwilling to leave his subordinates here. After thinking for a moment, he walked to the side and opened his personal terminal. He contacted someone opposite him for a while and walked back. Alright, the leader specially approved him to go with you. However, remember, don't think of playing any tricks. Otherwise, you're courting death. Dongfang laughed. Mr. Dorwell, you're really filtering it. There are only 2 of us in total. Even if we want to play tricks, what can we do? The middle-aged man called Dorwell nodded without comment. In fact, the leader agreed to let Dongfang bring another person over because he felt that there would be no problem with it. Even if this subordinate of Dongfang seemed to have cultivated some martial techniques, his internal breath was not obvious and the spatial energy around him was not abnormal. At most, he was a low-level internal breath martial artist or even an overlord body martial artist. He was useless. He looked so young. It was impossible for him to be a super expert who could conceal his energy completely. Under Dorwell's lead, the 2 of them got into an old fuel locomotive and quickly drove towards the center of the small city. The road was bumpy, but Dongfang did not stay idle. He took this opportunity to chat with Dorwell. Although it was obvious that Dorwell did not want to say much, Dongfang's conversation technique was extremely good. In the end, he still chatted with him. When they got out of the car, the originally nervous atmosphere between the 2 of them had actually greatly eased. They were as enthusiastic and familiar as 2 old acquaintances. Chunan had long understood Dongfang's ability in this aspect. In the past, when he was in West Cloud Academy, this kid had successfully convinced countless people with his glib tongue. Now that he saw it again, he was still deeply impressed. The fuel locomotive carried everyone to a building that was clearly larger than the surrounding area in the center of the small city. Dorwell and Dongfang got out first. Chunan followed and heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he was immediately stunned. Chapter 643. No wonder this voice sounded familiar. The person who made this sound was actually the young man who had collided with Shio at noon. At this moment, the young woman who had been sent flying by Shio was standing beside him, looking around in boredom. When Chunan's gaze swept over, the young woman happened to look over curiously. Clearly, she wanted to see who these new people were, but she did not expect Chunan to walk out of the car and was immediately stunned. Oh no! Just as Chunan shouted in his mind, the young woman indeed pointed at him and screamed, "It's actually you!" The young man who was talking to someone beside him frowned and stopped his conversation. He turned around and was clearly stunned when he saw Chunan. Dorwell and Dongfang, who were talking, were also stunned and looked at the two of them in confusion. They saw that their gazes were focused on Chunan and looked at him in confusion. After glaring at Chunan, the young woman rolled her eyes and walked straight towards him. She stretched out a finger and pointed at his nose before shouting, "Brat, I thought you were some important figure, but I didn't expect you to be only a follower. You actually dared to be arrogant in front of me just now? Now that we're here, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant." Chunan frowned with a headache. This young woman clearly came from an extraordinary background, but her upbringing was really not good. Earlier, she had been pulled away by that young man. He had probably seen that the two bodyguards could not do anything to Chunan and Shio and was afraid of suffering a loss, so he chose to temporarily retreat. He did not expect that they would actually collide again. At this moment, the young man narrowed his eyes and looked at Chunan with a leisurely smile. Clearly, he was fearless. What Chunan had a headache about was not encountering these two troublesome fellows, but whether encountering them would affect the serious matter that Dongfang wanted to do. After thinking for a moment, he could only lower his head slightly and say to the young woman, "I sincerely apologize for what happened just now. I just said that if you're dissatisfied, you can let me propose compensation, as long as I... Who cares about your compensation?" The young woman interrupted Chunan with a sharp voice, "There's only one possibility if you want me to spare you. Kneel down now and apologize properly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chunan smiled and raised his head to look into the young woman's eyes. This guy clearly did not plan to settle the matter peacefully and wanted to rely on who knew where to find trouble with Chunan. No matter how humble he was, it was meaningless. Dongfang and Dorwell reacted at this moment. Dongfang frowned and did not interrupt. Instead, he looked at Dorwell beside him. Dorwell also frowned. He paused for a moment and walked to the young woman, but he bowed first. "Honorable Miss Teresa, may I ask what misunderstanding you have with Mr. Chunan?" "Misunderstanding? Did he just..." The young woman called Teresa sneered and exaggerated what had happened at noon. In her description, Chunan had simply become a villain who relied on his martial strength to bully a weak woman like her. If she had not reacted quickly, he might have even done something worse than a beast. Hearing her distort the truth, Chunan could only look at the sky speechlessly. From Dorwell's attitude towards this Miss Teresa, it could be seen that this guy and that young man probably had an extraordinary relationship with these guys here. It was definitely not something he and Dongfang could compare to. Clearly, it was impossible for Dorwell and these people here to consider this from his point of view, let alone support him. Therefore, the moment he saw Dorwell bow to Teresa, Chunan was already mentally prepared to escape with Dongfang. Although he felt very apologetic for destroying Dongfang's matter because of his own matter, it was much better than being humiliated here. At that moment, Chunan had already memorized all the surrounding terrain and environment. His brain, which was equivalent to an AI, quickly circulated and formulated a detailed escape route. However, after Dorwell seriously listened to Teresa's long description of black and white, he did not directly give a disadvantageous order to Chunan as Chunan had expected. Instead, he thought seriously for a moment and smiled apologetically at her. "Honorable Miss Teresa, I believe this is only a misunderstanding. Since this Mr. Chunan has already apologized to you, can you forgive him? He and this gentleman are our important guests this time. I hope you can consider it." Dongfang smiled, but Chunan and Teresa were stunned. "You want me to forgive him?" Teresa pointed at Chunan and shouted, "Impossible. Unless he kneels down and apologizes to me now, it's impossible for me to forgive him." Dorwell frowned and turned to look at Chunan. "Mr. Chunan, you... Impossible." The person who planned to kill Dorwell was not Chunan, but Dongfang. He still maintained his smile, but his gaze when looking at Teresa revealed a dangerous glint. "Mr. Dorwell, the greatest taboo for our Earth Federation is to kneel to others. This is different from some of the rules of your United States of Meleda. If you insist on making Chunan kneel, I think we can only postpone this negotiation today." Dorwell's expression immediately changed. Although they had the absolute initiative in this negotiation today, through these few days of contact and understanding, they also knew more about the fleet led by Dongfang from the Earth Federation. They already knew quite a bit about the series security company behind them without needing to investigate. They knew that this was a very powerful company and could even partially represent the will of the Earth Federation. If the negotiation completely collapsed because of this, it would definitely not be good for their plan. Compared to the benefits of the cooperation proposed by Dongfang previously, they had already easily let go of the losses they had suffered during the battle. How could they give up here because of an insignificant problem? After these thoughts instantly flashed through his mind, Dorwell took a deep breath. He did not look at Dongfang, Chunan, or Teresa. Instead, he looked at the young man in the distance who was smiling and putting on a show. "Baron Caesarion, can you persuade Miss Teresa?" "Baron." When he heard this title, Dongfang's eyelids twitched. He looked at the young man in the distance and his gaze instantly became serious. Chapter 644. 1,300 years ago, the United States of Meleda was actually the same as the Declan Empire. It was also an empire. However, in a huge change 1,300 years ago, after a long war between the Sasha Empire and the Deccan Empire, the former United States of Meleta was finally defeated and the entire empire fell apart. In the end, it barely tidied up a portion of its territory and people. After hundreds of years of evolution, it finally became the current United States of Meleta. Compared to the previous Sasha Empire, the United States of Meleta was greatly weakened in terms of territory and national strength. There was no possibility of competing with the Deccan Empire. However, because of the influence of the Sasha Empire, some ancient traditions were still preserved. Among them, some of the noble families of the Sasha Empire still enjoyed the title of nobility. Speaking of which, this was really not compatible with the title of the United States. However, the citizens of the United States of Meleta could still accept it and even respect these noble families. It could only be said that there were many systems in the Milky Way, and there were all kinds of strange things. Of course, because they had experienced countless major changes, the families who could still maintain their noble titles in the United States of Meleta were all families with great influence. Although this was only a baron, he looked young and was very likely from an ancient noble family in the United States of Meleta. The faction represented behind him was extraordinary. Therefore, when he heard Dorwell call this guy Baron, not only did Dongfang's gaze become serious, but Chunan also felt an even greater headache. If this guy was as unreasonable as this Teresa, then other than escaping with Dongfang today, there was no other possibility. Dorwell, you just said that these two are your important guests. Baron Caesarian's gaze turned from Chunan to Dongfang with a surprised expression. Yes, Baron, Dorwell immediately replied respectfully. Baron Caesarian nodded lightly and asked Dongfang, you said that you're from the Earth Federation? Then, you're the guys who fought with Duke Lerman's subordinates. A smile appeared on Dongfang's face again. He bowed slightly to Baron Caesarian and nodded. We've already reached an understanding with General Duke Lerman. We came today to discuss the next cooperation. Oh. Baron Caesarian raised his eyebrows and seriously sized up Dongfang. Then, he smiled and said, you don't look old, but you're quite capable. You must not be an ordinary person in the Earth Federation, right? You're too kind, Dongfang said modestly. This kid called Chunan is your subordinate? Baron Caesarian asked again. Yes. Regarding his and his companion's collision with the Baron and Miss Teresa, I sincerely apologize. If you're willing to accept our compensation, I'll do my best. Compensation. Baron Caesarian sneered. What good can you fellows from a small country like the Earth Federation have to compensate? There's no need to apologize. This has nothing to do with you. Hearing that Baron Caesarian did not plan to let the matter rest, Dongfang frowned slightly and stood up to look at him. Then, Baron, how do you plan to resolve this matter? If we let him off just like that, Teresa will definitely be unwilling. How about this? Your subordinate should know some martial techniques. Let him come out and fight my subordinate. If he can win, I'll forgive him. If he loses, he'll bear the consequences. Baron Caesarian pointed at a middle-aged man who had been standing behind him and looking ordinary. Dongfang glanced at the middle-aged man and threw a questioning gaze at Chunan. Chunan sneered in his mind. He could clearly sense that the spatial energy around the middle-aged man's body had always been slowly circulating according to a special strangeness and frequency. Clearly, his control of spatial energy had already reached a level where it was perfectly synchronized with his internal breath, proving that he should at least be a third-stage void break martial artist. The standard he had displayed in front of Baron Caesarian and Teresa was only at the internal breath realm. Now, this Baron Caesarian spoke casually, but he let him fight a third-stage void break or even stronger martial artist. Clearly, he had ill intentions. However, so what if he was a third-stage void break martial artist or even stronger? Chunan had already been able to defeat peak fourth-stage void break martial artists like Dakota and Kansas. Now that he had obtained a major breakthrough and his 9 revolutions technique had been perfected, how could he be afraid of any void break martial artist? He nodded at Dongfang and took a step forward to look straight at Baron Caesarian. Baron, as long as I defeat your subordinate, will this matter be over? Baron Caesarian smiled mockingly and nodded. That's right, as long as you can win. Okay. Chunan raised his hand and bowed to the middle-aged man. Please enlighten me. The middle-aged man was still silent. When Baron Caesarian pulled Teresa to the side and Dongfang, Dorwell, and the others retreated, leaving a large empty space for the two of them, he bowed to Chunan and his figure flashed as he threw a punch. As soon as the fist force rose, Chunan's eyes immediately narrowed and anger arose in his heart. The middle-aged man's punches were extremely ferocious and instantly gathered a large amount of spatial energy. It was enough to prove that his strength was as extraordinary as Chunan had expected. However, this was not the reason for Chunan's anger. What really angered him was that from this punch, the other party clearly wanted to kill him with a punch. Chunan glanced at Baron Caesarian who was smiling in the distance and grunted. This guy had only gotten into a conflict with Xiao in the mall. At that time, he thought that he was a smart person and knew when to retreat. He did not expect that he would actually want to kill him now that he felt that he had a void break martial artist to rely on. This middle-aged man attacked with a killing move. Clearly, he had instructed him to do so. Humph, you want to kill me? Don't overestimate your ability. Anger arose in Chunan's heart as he watched the middle-aged man punch. He did not dodge at all and looked as if he was frightened. However, when the middle-aged man's fist was already in front of him, the force of his fist still did not weaken. Obviously, he wanted to kill Chunan with a punch, but he suddenly raised his hand and threw a punch at lightning speed. This punch did not seem to be anything special, but it arrived first and accurately struck the middle-aged man's fist. Boom! A loud bang sounded, causing the ears of the surrounding people to buzz. A huge air wave rolled out, causing the surrounding people to lose their balance and retreat. Then, a figure shot out from the dust that filled the sky and heavily collided with the wall of the small courtyard, collapsing the thick wall and causing a rumbling sound. Apart from Dongfang, the others were shocked. When that subordinate of Baron Caesarion threw a punch earlier, it was obvious that he had already revealed the powerful influence of a void break martial artist. Everyone thought that Chu Nan was dead. From the current situation, the direction that the figure separated was clearly the opposite of Chu Nan's combat strength. Could it be that the person who was sent flying was not Chu Nan but the subordinate of Baron Caesarion? Just as everyone was feeling surprised, another wave of air arose and blew away the dust that filled the sky, revealing the figure that was still standing. It was Chu Nan. Chapter 645. Everyone looked at Chu Nan in shock. Baron Caesarion originally had a relaxed and mocking smile on his face and was prepared to watch a good show. He had already informed Piro earlier and told him not to have any reservations and to attack casually. Although killing this kid might bring some trouble, he did not care. Who asked this kid to be so rude to him and Teresa? Moreover, if he killed him, it would directly ruin the peace negotiation between these two fellows from the Earth Federation and General Duclerman. It was also beneficial to his goal in coming this time. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. However, Chu Nan had actually sent Piro flying in a single exchange. This was really beyond Baron Caesarion's expectations. Piro was a third-stage void break martial artist. This kid called Chu Nan looked so young, but he was actually able to send Piro flying. How was this possible? Chu Nan lowered his head to look at his right fist and was shocked. He had attacked with anger in that punch just now. It was the first time he had mobilized his internal breath and fused spatial energy to the high circulation level at the same time after mastering his cultivation method, reaching the fourth revolution. The power combined was actually far beyond his imagination. Originally, with his strength, he could only face a third-stage void break martial artist head-on when he activated the effect of life explosion. Now, according to the collision just now, he could clearly determine that this guy opposite him definitely had the strength of a third-stage void break martial artist, but he was sent flying by his punch in the collision. He did not even activate the life explosion effect. From this, it could be seen that not to mention the increase in other aspects after mastering the cultivation method, just the power contained in his fist technique in battle had increased greatly. He even had the ability to send a third-stage void break martial artist flying through a head-on collision. In the distance, the collapsed wall suddenly rumbled and a figure suddenly flew out. It was Piro who had been sent flying by Chu Nan's punch. At this moment, he looked extremely miserable with dust and sand on his body and a trace of embarrassment on his face. After seeing Chu Nan, he did not say a word and slapped him in the air. He had suffered a huge loss because he had underestimated his opponent just now. Now that he could tell that the strength of this kid in front of him far exceeded his imagination, he naturally did not dare to have any thoughts of underestimating his opponent. Not only was this palm technique exquisite, but it also fully mobilized spatial energy. The power was much higher than the previous punch. Heh, this is more like it. Facing such a powerful palm strike, Chu Nan did not panic at all. Instead, he grinned and took a step forward. He exerted strength with his feet and his body flew up. When he took this step, the internal breath in his body had already circulated in all his meridians at high speed and quickly completed a cycle. At the same time, it guided the spatial energy around him to complete a synchronous spiral. When his left foot landed on the ground, his internal breath circulated again and the second revolution was completed. When his body soared into the air, he had already completed the third cycle of spatial energy around him. A special spatial energy spiral had already taken shape. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided in the air. Chu Nan's body completed the fourth revolution, and his spatial energy completed the fourth revolution at the same time. He also slapped out with his palm and it transformed into palm shadows that filled the sky. In these palm shadows that filled the sky, every palm shadow directly caused the surrounding spatial energy to quickly change, accelerating the production of the spatial energy spiral. Piro's heart shook. Just from the abnormal spatial energy around him, he knew that the power of Chu Nan's palm was extraordinary. He did not dare to be negligent and activated his body aura with all his might. His figure swayed and his palm flew, triggering the surrounding spatial energy to transform into a golden wheel that slapped towards Chu Nan. This palm strike had already used the golden light revolution palm technique that he was most proud of, showing that he did not dare to underestimate Chu Nan. However, Chu Nan suddenly retracted the palm shadows that filled the sky and transformed them into a palm. It actually struck Piro's palm without any deviation and did not give him any chance to react. When he threw this palm strike, Chu Nan's body had already circulated the spatial energy for another cycle and completed the fifth revolution. Bang! A loud bang sounded in the sky. Piro and Chu Nan's palms collided. At first, it did not seem to be a problem, but a moment later, his palm suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, his entire right arm trembled together with his entire body. He suddenly spat out blood from his nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth at the same time. Even all the exposed skin on his body seeped with traces of blood. In the blink of an eye, his entire body had already turned into a bloody person. Then, as if he had just been sent flying by a great force, his body first soared into the sky. After reaching the peak, he fell freely, drawing a not-so-large arc and falling. Boom! Piro's body smashed into the ground in the distance with a huge falling force, forcefully smashing a pit in the relatively thick mudstone road. He even bounced up before falling and stopping. In an instant, the surrounding ground was completely dyed red. Everyone blankly looked at the dead Piro in the distance and could not help but look up at Chu Nan, who was still floating in midair. This young kid was actually really a void break martial artist. He was even stronger than Piro. Chunan lowered his head to look at Piro, who was almost soaked in blood, and recalled the situation when he attacked. In the palm strike just now, he had simultaneously jumped his internal breath and spatial energy to the 5th revolution. The power was even more obvious than when he was at the 4th revolution. From the various statistics, he was even certain that the power of this palm was comparable to a peak 4th stage void break martial artist. It was naturally impossible for a 3rd stage void break martial artist like Piro to forcefully receive it. However, the true power of this palm strike was not just its power. Instead, it was because he had completed the spatial energy spiral. Coupled with his 5th revolution internal breath and spatial energy, the power he displayed was not only powerful but also permanent. When the two of them collided with this palm strike, at first, Piro could barely receive it, but in just a moment, the spatial energy and internal breath mobilized by Piro's palm were completely defeated by Chunan's spatial energy spiral and took the opportunity to invade his body. In the end, it completely caused his internal breath to counterattack his body, causing all the meridians in his body to be severely damaged. Not only did he vomit blood from his 7 orifices, even every pore seeped with blood because of the damage to the fine meridians, causing him to be in such a miserable state. Of course, as a 3rd stage void break martial artist, Piro's life force was naturally much stronger than ordinary people and martial artists. Even if he was heavily injured, it did not mean that he was already dead. With his powerful vision, Chunan could clearly see that Piro's nose was still slightly moving. Clearly, he was still breathing. Just as Chunan was hesitating about whether to slap him again, he suddenly saw Dongfang raise his arm and wave at him. Chapter 646. You should be able to save him, right? Dongfang frowned as he looked at Piro, who was lying in a pool of blood in the distance, and asked Chunan. Chunan glanced at Dongfang and was not surprised. What? Are you afraid that killing him will cause trouble? In fact, the reason why Chunan hesitated earlier was because he had thought of this problem. After all, he and Dongfang were here to negotiate. If he killed this subordinate of Baron Caesarion like this, it would probably cause some problems. He might directly ruin the negotiation opportunity that Dongfang had painstakingly obtained. Yes, for the time being, don't kill anyone if you can. Dongfang looked at the shocked Baron Caesarion opposite him and sneered. He shook his head. This guy is insensible, but we can't be insensible. Alright, I'll go revive him now. Chunan shrugged and turned to fly towards Piro. Seeing Chunan's actions, Baron Caesarion's eyebrows jumped and he could not help but take a step forward, but he forcefully stopped. Teresa screamed and shouted at Chunan, What do you want? Dorwell was beside Dongfang just now. When Dongfang and Chunan spoke, they did not deliberately lower their voices and their conversation entered his ears. Although he could not help but frown when he heard Dongfang reprimanding Baron Caesarion, he was even more curious about what Dongfang and Chunan meant. Save Piro? In his current state, it was impossible to save him unless he was immediately sent to the top hospital. There was no hospital of this level on planet Lepler, so he was basically dead. When he saw Piro's miserable state earlier, Dorwell had actually sentenced him to death in his mind. Just as he was thinking about how to resolve this matter, he heard Chunan say that he could save him. It really surprised him. How could this guy save Piro? He was not a god. Chunan completely ignored Teresa's shouts. His figure flashed and he appeared beside Piro before slapping down. Of course, this palm strike did not take Piro's life. As his palm landed, the goddess song and the flame of life were activated at the same time. The green light that represented life force and the milky white light that represented recovery seeped out of his palm and into Piro's body. In the blink of an eye, it had stopped the bleeding in his entire body. Before long, the meridians in Piro's body gradually recovered and woke up with a large amount of life force. He opened his eyes and weakly looked at Chunan with unconcealed surprise. Alright, lie down properly. You won't die. Chunan retracted his hand and did not continue to inject life force into Piro. Although experiments had proven that if he used the goddess song cultivation method to inject enough life force into Piro's body, it could even allow his bone marrow to quickly produce blood cells under the stimulation of life force and recover the lost blood, it would consume a lot of Chunan's energy. There was no need to use it on an enemy like Piro. Seeing that Piro had actually opened his eyes again and even stood up, although he looked very weak, he was clearly not in any danger of dying. Everyone was stunned. Teresa stopped screaming and covered her mouth as she widened her eyes to look at Chunan in disbelief. Even Baron Caesarion had a look of disbelief. He looked at Piro and then at Chunan. His eyes flickered and he was momentarily speechless. Dorwell looked at Chunan deeply and was also shocked. He had actually never minded Dongfang and Chunan's arrival because they were only fellows from an inconspicuous small country like the Earth Federation after all. The reason why General Duclerman agreed to give them a chance to discuss was only because the conditions they proposed were good enough. Now that he saw that the other party had actually brought such a young kid with such shocking martial technique, strength and unbelievable ability, he had to re-evaluate the other party's overall strength. Chunan did not care so much. After seeing Piro stand up, he walked to Teresa and glanced at her. She was immediately frightened and retreated. He sneered and turned to look at Baron Caesarion. Baron, now that I've defeated this subordinate of yours, can we end this matter like this? Baron Caesarion's expression was ugly. Previously, in Nightclub City, he had chosen to retreat because he estimated that the 2 bodyguards he had brought were not strong enough and were afraid to suffer a loss. Now that he had brought a powerful subordinate with the strength of a 3rd stage void break realm, he originally thought that he could teach this kid a lesson. He did not expect that Piro would be defeated so easily and was even almost insta-killed. Compared to before in the mall, this situation only made him feel even more embarrassed. However, he had already made up his mind, so how could he go back on his words in front of so many people? He could only nod reluctantly with a black face. Alright, you win this time. After saying that, he did not even look at Piro before turning around and walking into the building. Teresa was stunned. She hurriedly glanced at him and followed. Seeing the backs of the two of them leave, Dorwell smiled bitterly and asked Dongfang, "Mr. Dongfang, this kind of thing that happened today is really unexpected. Why don't I tell the general and discuss it another day?" "How can that be?" Dongfang immediately shook his head. "It's not easy for the general to give us a chance to sit down and discuss. How can I give up so easily? But Baron Caesarion is also here. Look." Chunan was certain that if not for the fact that Dongfang could speak well and quickly build a good relationship with him, he would definitely not put on such a considerate attitude. However, Dongfang still shook his head and said with a firm expression, "It's fine. The Baron only has a misunderstanding with us. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I believe this won't affect the friendship between the Baron and us." Friendship. Dorwell's face twitched, and he thought to himself that this earthling was simply more shameless than he had imagined. To think that he could say that there was any friendship between him and Baron Caesarion. However, since Dongfang insisted, he naturally would not stop him. In any case, the final decision was still in the hands of the general. He could at most give a reference. "In that case, please follow me." At this point, Chunan could not follow in like before. Dongfang gestured for Chunan to wait outside and followed Dorwell to the door. Just as the two of them were about to walk through the door, a dignified but cold voice suddenly sounded. "Dorwell, killed him." Chapter 647. Chunan's expression changed and he instantly arrived beside Dongfang. He raised his right hand and slapped Dorwell. "Chunan, show mercy." At the same time, Dongfang cried out. Of course, Dorwell could tell that the person who suddenly spoke was General Du Clermont. He did not expect the general to suddenly give this order, nor did he expect Chunan's reaction and actions to be so fast. Almost the moment he heard the order, Chunan had already arrived beside him and slapped him. In his hurry, he could only tilt his body and try to dodge Chunan's attack. However, since Chunan had already attacked, he had naturally calculated all of Dorwell's subsequent reactions. When this palm landed, no matter how much he tried to dodge, his defense was still broken and he slapped his shoulder. The internal breath in his palm was spat out, and the spatial energy moved with it. Immediately, Dorwell felt as if his body was pressed down by a mountain and he could not move at all. Chunan sneered and turned to look at Dongfang. Seeing that Chunan did not kill him, Dongfang heaved a sigh of relief and shouted into the door, "General, killing us might be a small matter to you, but it will destroy some of the conditions we finally reached an agreement. I'm afraid there's no benefit. Please consider it seriously and give me another chance." A cold snort sounded from inside. "Baron Caesarion's father has been a good friend of mine for many years. If you want your subordinate to humiliate him in public, you're clearly looking down on me. With such an attitude, do you still dare to talk about cooperation with me? What a joke." Hearing this, Dongfang and Chunan looked at each other and rolled their eyes. He thought that Baron Caesarion had hurriedly run in because he was embarrassed to continue facing Chunan. It turned out that he had gone in to complain first. "This guy is really useless." Chunan shook his head and muttered before his mood relaxed. This General Du Clermont seemed to have an intense reaction and claimed that he wanted to kill the two of them to avenge Baron Caesarion. However, if he really had this intention, he would not have wanted to put on such a posture before the two of them entered. The best way was clearly to wait for them to enter before setting up an ambush and slowly dealing with them. What he did now proved that he did not plan to kill the two of them at all. He was only doing this to give Baron Caesarion face. When he thought of this, Chunan let go of Dorwell's hand and assumed the posture of watching a show. Dongfang cleared his throat and continued to shout, "General, it's only a misunderstanding between us and the Baron. The Baron was magnanimous just now and has already forgiven my subordinate for his collision with him and resolved the misunderstanding. I believe that with his noble background, he shouldn't break his promise in front of ordinary people like us." Chunan almost could not hold back his laughter. Dongfang insisted on Baron Caesarion's promise. He did not allow him to suddenly go back on his words because he knew that the other party wanted to save face. With Baron Caesarion's personality, he clearly could not shamelessly deny what he had just said. As expected, a much softer sneer sounded from the door, and then the faint sound of someone talking could be heard. After a while, General Du Clermont's voice sounded again. "All right, Dongfang, come in. As for your subordinate, leave him outside so that others won't be vexed." Although he was still extremely rude, his tone was much better than before. Dongfang smiled and glanced at Chunan before walking in. Chunan stared at Dongfang's figure disappear before completely letting go of him and nodding. "Excuse me. It's fine." Dorwell smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, he looked at Chunan curiously and asked, "Although I'm not too familiar with the people of your Earth Federation, from the looks of you and Mr. Dongfang, you're probably only around 20 years old, right?" "Yes, Dongfang is more than half a year older than me. He'll be 20 in a few months." Chunan nodded. Dorwell looked impressed. "The two of you have actually not reached 20. Mr. Dongfang can lead such a huge fleet alone at a young age and deal with important matters more than 1,000 light-years away from the Earth Federation. You can still deal with things so calmly when you encounter them. You're much more outstanding than any young man I've ever seen. You're so young, but your strength is so shocking. You even have." Dorwell turned to look at Piro, who had found a place to sit cross-legged and was circulating his internal breath cultivation method to adjust his breathing. "It's really shocking to have such an unbelievable ability. If the young people of the Earth Federation are as outstanding as you and Mr. Dongfang, the future of the Earth Federation will definitely be very shocking." "You're too kind." Chunan laughed dryly and could not be bothered to say anything to him. He walked to the side and stared at the door. As he listened to the voices inside, he waited patiently. Although it was a little far, with his powerful hearing and data ability, Chunan could easily tell that Dongfang's voice had always been normal, causing him to feel much more at ease. This kid was eloquent and his reaction was fast. As long as he was given a chance to speak, even the dead might be convinced by him. As long as the other party had the intention to cooperate, he did not have to worry that he could not persuade him. The only thing to worry about was that Baron Caesarion continued to cause trouble inside. After a while, Pero finished adjusting his breathing and stood up before walking to Chunan. Chunan glanced at him in confusion. Could it be that this guy was still unwilling to admit defeat? There was no unwillingness on Pero's face, but he looked at Chunan in confusion. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "May I ask, what's your relationship with Supremacy Ovally?" Chunan was stunned. Why was this guy asking about Supremacy Ovally? Then, his heart stirred and he understood. "You know the Flame of Life cultivation method?" Pero shook his head lightly. "I don't know what cultivation method Supremacy Ovally uses, but, when you treated me just now, some of the cultivation methods you used were very similar to hers, but there was something more. Thinking that you're also from the Earth Federation, I guessed that you might be related to her." "Oh." Chunan was immediately interested. "You mean, you've been treated by Supremacy Ovally in the past? Aren't you from the United States of Meleda? How did Supremacy Ovally encounter you?" It's a long story. Chapter 648. The encounter between Pero and Supremacy Ovally was actually very simple. 13 years ago, Pero was only a 5th stage internal breath martial artist. At that time, he had tempered himself outside in order to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. However, in the battle with the ferocious beast again, he was heavily injured because he was no match for it. Just as he was about to die, he happened to encounter Supremacy Ovally passing by. After healing him, Supremacy Ovally left without leaving any information. The reason why Pero knew that it was Supremacy Ovally from the Earth Federation who healed him was because he had heard some other information later on. Perhaps in Supremacy Ovally's opinion, my life is only a small matter that she casually did, but it's very important to me. If not for Supremacy Ovally, I would have long been a dead man now, let alone obtain comprehension from this experience and rely on it to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Therefore, in my heart, Supremacy Ovally has always been my great benefactor. I've always wanted to have the chance to see her again and personally thank her." When he spoke of this, Pero's face was filled with emotion and nostalgia, and his tone revealed deep gratitude. It could be seen how much the encounter of being saved by Supremacy Ovally had left a deep impression on him. Chunan thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. "This is very simple. Supremacy Ovally is on this planet now. If you really want to see her, I can try to help you contact her. Perhaps she's willing to see you." "Ah." Pero looked at Chunan in surprise. "Really? Supremacy Ovally is actually on planet Lepler now? Is this true? Why would I lie to you?" Chunan shrugged. "Didn't you ask me what my relationship with Supremacy Ovally is? How should I say it? I'm not her disciple, but I'm good friends with her only disciple and my relationship with her is not bad. At the very least, I can contact her at any time. Do you understand now?" Pero had a strange expression. "Supremacy Ovally's only disciple is a young girl. Could it be that you?" Chunan laughed and waved his hand. "You're thinking too much. In any case, we're very close. A few days ago, we even helped the Rand clan's men resist the invasion of the Sand Eagle. We can be considered companions who have gone through life and death together. The reason why Supremacy Ovally came to this planet is because she learned that Angie Prairie. Oh, since you know that her only disciple is a female disciple, you should know that her name is Angie Prairie, right?" Seeing Pero nod, Chunan continued, "She previously encountered danger with my Angie Prairie, so Supremacy Ovally came to save us. She's now at the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan and is helping them reach a cooperation agreement with the Sand Eagle." Sand Eagle wants to cooperate with the Rand clan. Supremacy Ovally is presiding. Pero was surprised. "Is this true?" "I told you, why would I lie to you?" Chunan replied with a relaxed expression. Pero stared at Chunan for a while and his expression gradually became serious. After pondering for a moment, he bowed to Chunan. "I'm sorry, please excuse me." After saying that, he ignored Chunan and quickly walked in. Chunan looked at his back with deep meaning and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The reason why he told Pero that Supremacy Ovally was on planet Lepler at this moment and deliberately mentioned that she was assisting the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan in reaching a cooperation agreement with the Sand Eagle was because he recalled that the faction related to the United States of Meleda that they were currently in had actually had several conflicts with the Sand Eagle. If they wanted to take root on planet Lepler, they definitely could not ignore the Sand Eagle and the Rand clan, the most historical race on the planet. If he mentioned Supremacy Ovally at this moment, regardless of whether it was Baron Caesarion or General Duke Lerman, they had no choice but to consider this factor. This was the power of a star-grade martial artist. Just a name made everyone have to be wary. In the end, if I was a star-grade martial artist, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Chunan exhaled and still divided his mind to pay attention to the situation inside the door while seizing this little time to cultivate the 9 revolutions technique. The 9 revolutions technique had finally been perfected and perfectly fused with all the internal breath cultivation methods, causing not only was the speed at which he circulated his internal breath abnormally fast, he could also easily circulate it through all the meridians in his body, including every fine meridian. Therefore, the speed at which Chunan cultivated the 9 revolutions technique was extremely shocking. Compared to before Chunan circulated the 9 revolutions technique, the increase in his internal breath had already reached an astonishing 0.218326%. This number looked very small, but if one counted the circulation of 36 cycles of internal breath every day, the increase would be as high as 6%. With 6% a day, the speed at which he could grow would only become more and more shocking. Therefore, although Chunan's cultivation method had only been perfected for a few days, his internal breath had already increased quite clearly and his control of spatial energy had clearly increased greatly. Previously, he could only barely compare to a third-stage void break martial artist in the State of Life Explosion. Now, he could completely defeat a third-stage void break martial artist like Pyro without activating Life Explosion. This was a very important reason. Chunan believed that as long as he was given enough time, the increase in his internal breath would definitely be extremely exaggerated. Although he had been limited to the second level of the 9 revolutions technique for more than 10 years in the past, causing his internal breath to grow slowly and his foundation to be weak, with his current speed of improvement, it would not take long for him to completely make up for this disadvantage. He might even quickly surpass other martial artists. With his powerful AI brain, Chunan did not waste any time in cultivation. When he had finished circulating his internal breath for 19 cycles, the conversation inside suddenly paused, and footsteps sounded. A moment later, Dongfang walked out accompanied by Dorwell. After seeing Chunan, he had a strange expression and wanted to say something but hesitated because Dorwell was beside him. It was not until he bade farewell to Dorwell and left that the two of them successfully returned to the tarmac and got into the super small low-altitude shuttle that Dongfang finally could not help but speak. "Hey, Chunan, what did you say to that subordinate of his?" His expression changed after hearing him. Chunan laughed and told Dongfang about his conversation with Pyro. Dongfang was stunned when he heard this. "Damn, you're clearly bluffing. Are you sure Supremacy Ovally is willing to participate in this matter to help you? Who do you think you are? Coincidentally, there's a tiger beside me. Isn't it a waste not to borrow its reputation?" Chunan chuckled. "Don't worry, I guarantee that Supremacy Ovally won't mind. As for how to maximize the benefits of this matter, that's your responsibility as a businessman. I don't care. Don't forget that you previously said that in order to achieve your goal, you have to make full use of all the conditions you can, right?" Dongfang rolled his eyes at Chunan. "Kid, are you really not worried that you'll anger Supremacy Ovally and slap you to death?" Although he said that, Dongfang still knocked on the door and frowned in thought. Looking at him, Chunan did not disturb him. In the end, the control of the super small low-altitude shuttle quickly flew the two of them back to Nightclub City. Looking back at the extremely large base underground, Chunan sighed. He originally thought that he would need to fight an intense battle or even risk his life to escape after accompanying Chunan into the tiger's den. He did not expect that they would leave so easily. This was really unpredictable. Chapter 649. What happened next was unpredictable. After returning safely from General Duclerman, Chunan contacted Supremacy Ovally and mentioned this to her. Then, after Dongfang and Supremacy Ovally directly contacted each other, the entire matter quickly developed in a direction that many people had not expected. Only 3 days later, Dongfang brought a group of merchant representatives of the Earth Federation's caravan and the representatives of the 5 great factions of Nightclub City to the base led by General Duclerman. Then, after spending 2 days, the 3 sides finally signed a cooperation contract. With this contract, the faction brought by General Duclerman that was clearly related to the United States of Meleda had actually forcefully inserted itself into Nightclub City that was originally completely controlled by the 5 great factions. Correspondingly, General Duclerman and the Earth Federation's caravan each provided a safe route to the 5 great factions, ensuring that their fleets could safely reach the United States of Meleda and the Earth Federation. This way, both sides would take what they needed. The United States of Meleda had stabbed a nail into Planet Lepler through General Duclerman. The Earth Federation caravan had expanded a large market and had the possibility of leading to the Perseus arm of the treaty. As for the 5 great factions, they could take the opportunity to extend their tentacles beyond Planet Lepler, as far as the United States of Meleda and the Earth Federation. They even had the chance to enter the surrounding countries. The benefits would only be greater. Although there were bound to be countless difficulties in implementing this contract, according to Dongfang, as long as the benefits are suitable, nothing is impossible. Compared to the signing of the contract between these 3 parties, the process of signing the other contract that was unrelated to the 5 great factions and the Earth Federation's caravan seemed even more mysterious. Under the personal appearance of Supremacy Ovally, General Duclerman and the Sand Eagle reached an accommodation. At the same time, they signed a cooperation contract with the Holy Mountain and the 2 sides would jointly support the reconstruction of the Rand clan. In these negotiations, Engie Prairie, who had originally only been lying beside Supremacy Ovally, proposed a whimsical idea. That was to simply establish a government on Planet Lepler that was mainly made up of Rand people and nominally lead Planet Lepler. This suggestion first caused an uproar, but it quickly obtained the agreement of all sides. Even the 5 great factions of Nightclub City and the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, who had heard this news, expressed their support for this idea. The reactions of all the factions were surprisingly consistent. It was really a rare scene on Planet Lepler. Regarding this, the explanation Dongfang gave was very simple. To put it bluntly, Planet Lepler was originally equivalent to a group of fish fighting for that bit of food in a fish pond. Now that our Earth Federation and the United States of Meleda have appeared, this group of fish has the possibility of jumping out of the fish pond and into the sea. Facing the almost endless amount of food in the sea and more ferocious big fish, it's naturally more beneficial for them to form a group. Regarding this explanation, Chunan only complained. The fish in the pond are all freshwater fish. You'll die if you jump into the sea. After sneaking more than 630 light-years from Planet Lepler to the outside of the spiral arm, he arrived at an extremely thin star field. Although the population was thin because of its location, this star field was not very desolate. Instead, a large number of space fleets could be seen shuttling back and forth from time to time in the entire star field, looking busy. If one looked carefully, one would discover that almost all these space fleets were ordinary commercial fleets. On them were the symbols of the famous trading companies in the various countries outside the Orion Arm. It was this scene that made this star field extremely lively and prosperous. The reason why such a prosperous scene appeared in this star field with a thin nebula was very simple. In the center of this star field, there was a special stargate. Ever since the stargate was discovered thousands of years ago, it had become the only stargate that could reach the Perseus Arm from the outside. Therefore, this stargate naturally became an important passageway to contact the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm, and it quickly developed. Although it was a little difficult to communicate with the Perseus Arm because the policy of the Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance was relatively closed, under the enthusiasm of the merchants, these difficulties were not a problem. After thousands of years of development, this stargate had already become the main transfer station for trade exchanges between the outside of the Perseus Arm and the outside of the Orion Arm. Every day, or even every moment, countless trade fleets from the outside of the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm arrived at the Stargate and waited to pass through the Stargate to enter another wider world. After thousands of years of development, the Stargate had long had a tacit rule that everyone agreed to. No matter where the caravan came from, they would obediently line up according to this rule and wait to pass through the Stargate. Under such circumstances, any caravan that dared to disturb the order would be despised and targeted by everyone. Therefore, no one dared to be rash. However, today, the originally orderly team suddenly changed a little. A caravan from the Vig Republic outside the Orion Arm finally waited for him to enter the Stargate. He had just tidied up the fleet and was about to pass through the Stargate when a strange thing suddenly happened. Originally, although the space in the middle of the Stargate was clearly different from the surrounding space, under normal circumstances, it would always remain calm, like water without wind or waves. Only when a fleet passed through the Stargate would it cause a spatial vibration and show spatial changes on the surface. Generally speaking, when a fleet on the Orion Arm's side planned to pass through the Stargate, in order to avoid spatial abnormalities, the other side of the Perseus Arm would stop passing through the Stargate in advance and give way to the fleet on the Orion Arm's side for a period of time. After so many years of development, this rule had long been fixed. However, now, just as the caravan of the Vig Republic was about to pass through the Stargate, the surface of the Stargate rippled as if a stone had been thrown into the originally calm water. The various merchant groups waiting quickly detected the abnormal change in the internal space of the Stargate. Countless people could not help but mutter in their hearts. Could it be that someone on the Perseus Arm was ignorant and cut the line at this moment? If that were the case, as long as these daring fellows appeared later, they would definitely be severely punished by everyone. However, at this moment, someone noticed that the abnormal spatial vibration in the Stargate was clearly different from when ordinary fleets passed through the Stargate. Not only were the ripples much smaller, but the range of effect was also very small. From all kinds of data, it was impossible to imagine that such a small fleet would pass through the Stargate at this time. Everyone looked at the Stargate in confusion, not knowing what had happened. They did not wait long. Less than a minute after the abnormality appeared on the surface of the Stargate, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle. Seeing this scene through the monitoring equipment of their respective spaceships, everyone gasped. The body passed through the Stargate. It was actually a Stargrade martial artist. Chapter 650. This Stargrade martial artist who suddenly appeared only appeared in the monitoring screen of all the spaceships for less than a second before disappearing. Clearly, as soon as he passed through the Stargate, he had already used his powerful strength to forcefully open the space and transmigrate. He might have already run dozens of light years away. Although this small interlude slightly disrupted the order of the various caravans crossing the Stargate, it actually did not cause much of a commotion. Everyone was only shocked, but then they continued the established arrangements in an orderly manner and passed through the Stargate again. Apart from some people chatting in private, it was as if this had never happened. To these interstellar merchants who crossed two spiral arms every day and easily traveled for tens of thousands of light years, although Stargrade martial artists were still unreachable, it was not especially rare. Unless a Stargrade martial artist attacked them, they naturally did not take it to heart. However, no one expected that this Stargrade martial artist who suddenly appeared was actually not far away. In the next moment, he appeared in an inconspicuous spaceship among the dense spaceships outside the Stargate. Greetings, Supremacy. Seeing an abnormal fluctuation in the space in front of him, and then a figure appeared, Grek immediately knelt down and bowed. If others saw him, the leader of the Sand Eagle that made countless people tremble in fear on planet Lepler, Eaglehead Grek, actually kneeling in front of another person like this, they would probably not believe their eyes. However, if they knew what Grek called this person, they would instantly understand. Only Stargrade martial artists could be called Supremacies. This Stargrade martial artist was naturally the Stargrade martial artist that Grek had often contacted remotely. Get up. Supremacy Lahir glanced at Grek and casually waved his hand. He went straight to the only wide chair in the room and sat down. He sneered and asked, "How's the situation now? Did you inquire about the information of the Stargrade martial artist invited by those guys?" "I've heard some things." Grek opened his personal terminal and projected a document on the huge virtual screen in the room. He replied respectfully, "The other party's Stargrade martial artist is from a small country called the Earth Federation. Her name is Ovali. I'm not interested in her name." Supremacy Lahir waved his hand and interrupted Grek. "Tell me something I care about." "Yes." Grek hurriedly nodded. According to the intelligence, the Stargrade martial artist called Ovali is mainly skilled in a martial technique called the Flame of Life. As for this martial technique, it's not a martial technique used for attacks, but a very special martial technique that can help others treat their injuries and quickly recover. As for combat results, she has very few combat achievements. There are almost no records of her fighting other star-grade martial artists. Her activities in the Earth Federation are more inclined towards sociology and human genetic experiments. Humph, it seems that she's someone who hasn't experienced any actual combat and is even a woman. Supremacy Lahir sneered with disdain. So what if she's a star-grade martial artist? Such trash is only the weakest type among star-grade martial artists. As long as I attack, I'll definitely be able to easily take her down. Greg immediately smiled, of course. Supremacy Lahir, you're a famous star-grade martial artist in our entire Perseus arm. How can an ordinary star-grade martial artist from a small country outside the Orion arm be compared to you? I'm not asking you to curry favor. Supremacy Lahir glanced at Greg coldly. I'm not here for him specially this time. Contact those damned Rand clansmen and make them obediently hand over those 2 cultivation methods. Otherwise, I'll kill every Rand on that planet. What's the difference between this and directly declaring war on that supremacy ovally? Greg cursed in his mind, but he put on a respectful expression and nodded in agreement. Alright, go down. Hurry to that planet. I want to immediately obtain those 2 cultivation methods. After saying this, Supremacy Lahir closed his eyes and pretended to rest. Greg did not dare to say anything else or even make any noise. He carefully left the room and closed the door softly. Seeing the door close and Supremacy Lahir's figure disappear behind it, Greg could not help but smile proudly. He had finally invited Supremacy Lahir from the Perseus arm tens of thousands of light years away. Next, as long as he, a star-grade martial artist, held down the fort, he did not have to worry about the existence of the star-grade martial artist opposite him. The Sand Eagle would no longer appear as passive and even a little miserable as before. If Supremacy Lahir could defeat or even kill the other party, Sand Eagle would definitely establish supreme authority on planet Lepler. No faction would dare to resist casually. At that time, he would truly control this planet. Thinking of the beautiful scene after achieving his goal, the smile on Greg's face could not help but deepen. Chunan, are you leaving? Xiao's gaze followed Chunan a few times before she finally could not help but ask timidly. That's right. The matters here have already ended. What happens next basically has nothing to do with me. It's useless for me to stay here. I still have to go back to school. Chunan casually replied and scratched his head. He discovered that he had been busy cultivating these few days and did not have the time to pack his things. Now that he only remembered to pack when the spaceship was about to fly, he was really a little flustered. This was because the many factions on planet Lepler had reached a strange balance. The entire planet had actually fallen into an extremely rare period of peace. Of course, although it was peaceful, it did not mean that he had nothing to do. In order to contact all sides in the past few days, Dongfang had tried his best to let the caravan of the Earth Federation participate. It could be said that he was so busy that even Chunan had not seen him many times. On the other hand, Supremacy Ovally, who should have left planet Lepler a few days ago, did not hesitate to stay because the situation had suddenly changed. The Rand clansmen actually had the chance to represent planet Lepler to establish a planetary government. They planned to leave after completely settling this matter. Of course, even if the various factions completely reached an agreement on this matter, no matter how fast the progress was, it would take at least half a year to prepare. Supremacy Ovally planned to stay here for the next half a year, so Angie Prairie naturally followed beside her. Therefore, before the two of them could leave, Chunan left first. Compared to Dongfang and Supremacy Ovally, the current Chunan had really become idle. He knew almost nothing about politics or business and could not help Dongfang at all. Therefore, other than cultivating and teaching Xiao, he had not done anything else. Today, Star Cloud Academy's trial team had returned from Leviathan and did not plan to land on the surface of planet Lepler. Instead, they would specially head to the cosmic shuttle of the Earth Federation at the space station. Chunan planned to head to the space station and meet them. Xiao watched Chunan busy himself for a while and hesitated for a moment before asking again, then, will you come back in the future? To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.